What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? This is JC, and welcome to the Wealth Engineering Podcast. Today, today we got a show to do. We got a show. You see the title, you see the thumbnail. Crypto security. It's a very important topic, and honestly, I'm very excited. Very excited to do this topic, not necessarily because of the topic, but more about because of who I want to invite on this panel today to talk about this. Because again, it's a very important topic, so we got to be serious about it. But first, a couple things we got to do first. If you're new here, my name is JC, and I create content to motivate you in increasing your net worth, retire early, and build generational wealth. And how do we do that, guys? Through stocks, crypto, real estate, and business. So if you started your financial journey or you're about to start, this is the right place for you. So make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and click the bell. As you can see, we're almost at 1K subscriber, guys. Thank you very much to everyone who subscribed. But more importantly, thank you everyone who showed up early. As you guys can see, it's a very important topic. So I'm sure a lot of you are interested to know about it. And today, I believe we're going to provide values and knowledge and gems in this video that you haven't seen on YouTube before. I don't think I've gone in these YouTube streets watching cryptos videos for a while, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like that we're going to do today. So I'm very excited about that. But I want to give a couple shout outs very quick. Jay Bones, thank you very much, sir, for always being on time, always helping, supporting the channel. Make sure you tune in when we're about to do the celebration for 1K. We're almost there, so make sure you tune in for that, Jay Bones. Wally, thank you for showing up. How are you doing, Natasha? Thank you for showing up. And guys, if you have any questions also about crypto security, um, we will see why this is the definitely the show that you want to do it. All right. So, if you want to type any questions, type the word questions in cap, and then I'll be able to read it as I do this feed. But thank you, Natasha, for showing up. Make sure you have your notes. Make sure you have your notes. All right. Patrick Sood, how you doing? Nice to see you here. And thank you guys. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being there early. All right, guys. So, oh, gotta give a shout out to Peter Investor M. I know you had a question about crypto securities, so this is definitely the show to ask it. All right, Blind Guy, thank you for being here, and Well Talk Production, Wally and Well Talk Production, Lindsay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. All right, all right. So, what are we going to talk about today? Um, as you guys can hear, you probably guys you heard about. I mean, it's not even a common knowledge, right? Whenever you say crypto in the mass public, people think about two things. People think about make fast money. People also think about, well, it's something that there is a lot of scam out there. It's not regulated, right? So making a lot of money part, we've made tons of streams about that, and we'll continue to make streams about that. But a side that is not necessarily addressed, and a lot of people are they lacking the knowledge about how to protect themselves when it comes to crypto, especially when we are in a bull run. Everyone are excited to make money, so they make mistakes about security and launch themselves in scams, launching themselves in cryptocurrencies that expose their personal information. So we want to find a way to educate you guys and how to protect yourself, basically, because at some point cryptocurrencies will be, I believe it's going to be the future of finance, will be in DeFi and cryptocurrencies. And it's something that you need to know, you need to be aware on how to protect yourself. And yes, and to do that, I could talk about it, but it's better if I invite someone on the panel. And the person I want to invite today on the panel is a very accomplished man at a very young age. If you watch Kevin Samuels, he's probably you probably seen one of his super chat. He's known. He has many names. He's known by many names. You can call him Mr. Super Chat. Actually, if you're a guy watching this, make sure your mom is not here, because if your mom is here and he sees this guy, he's going to tell you that, hey, this is who I want you to be when you grow up. So anyway, very accomplished guy, and yes, known by many names. He's actually Asian as well, just like me. So to me, he's actually inspired me in many ways to be the best version of myself, and we'll talk about that today. But without further ado, I want to invite you on the panel, Mr. Jonathan Baronville. How
What's
are
up,
you
man?
doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
Very good. I can hear you very well. Now,
Awesome.
I want to tell you guys, he's actually in vacation, guys. He's actually in vacation, and he took the time because he knows it's a subject that is very important. He was very excited about doing this stream with me. So, shout out to you for coming out of your vacation to do this stream. And I'll try to be respectful of your time. But guys, if you have any questions, this is the time to ask. All right.
See, the thing
So
is, I was just gonna say the thing is like this is a fake vacation, okay? Because like I mean, you just saw what like three laptops here, so um, I don't think anybody going on vacation actually brings three laptops with them. So
and oh, I think I lost you on the sound. Give me a second. But hey,
no, I'm
yeah,
here. I'm here.
we're good. So, and we'll talk about the why these laptops are here. All right, we'll talk about that later. But first, before we get too deep on the topic, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? What do you do? And yes, what are you? Tell us a bit about the different gigs and jobs that you do, your experience, and so
Sure. So first thing is, I noticed everything just went black. I don't know why. So do you
on.
happen to know why? Because I can't see you anymore. I hear you, but I can't see you.
It's because I'm not smiling. That's probably why. But don't worry, we can hear you very
That's
we,
funny. That's funny.
we
Hold
can
up.
hear you very well. So keep going.
Let me hold up. Let me just reload real quick. And then
Yeah.
just bring me back up. It'll be quick.
All right. No worries. All right. Oh, actually, I forgot to mention. So he's not only he has experience. He's a software engineer. He has experience in coding, and he has a very deep interest in um in cryptos, right? And we're going to talk about that. But he also has his own private equity. So we're going to talk about that as well because he's both interested in business and crypto, and that's the perfect podcast for that, right? So I see him back here. Let me know.
All right.
You here?
Yes,
You
we're
good?
good. We're
You
good
can
now.
see
We're
me
good
now?
now. Yes. Yes. I'm struggle streaming like CLA would say.
Oh, don't
Um,
worry, man. Don't worry. We struggle streaming already, but hey, we here. We gotta deliver the content. But so I was actually asking you. I know there is a couple people in the chat who knows you already, but for those who don't know you, can you talk a little bit about yourself? What do you do? Your experience, and go from there.
yeah. So I kind of hate talking about myself. It feels obnoxious, but so well, okay. What do I do? So well, my name is Jonathan Baronville. Professionally, I'm a software engineer. I am I'm pretty much a certified nerd. I've actually been coding since I was 12 years old. So I'm kind of one of those weirdos. I've been coding since I was around 12 years old. I started coding around like MySpace, the MySpace days. Creating like layouts and stuff like that. Um, and so anyway, I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing this even though I'm 27 years old. I'm 27 years old. But I actually have a decent amount of experience despite my age, just because of
Mm.
one, how long I've been doing it, and two, just how active I am. Like especially like when I was much younger than now. I would barely sleep most of the time, so I was always working either internships or like consulting and contracting and stuff like that. So anyway, so yeah, professionally, I'm a software engineer. These days, I have like a million things that I do, and it's not really obviously I'm exaggerating, but I do a number of things. So I actually have which surprises everybody a lot of times. I actually have a full time 9 to 5 as an engineer. Um,
Is
as
that
a
like
as a
for a company or is that for your own company? Like,
Yeah, I actually have a full time 9 to 5 for a Fortune 500 company
all right.
as a senior engineer, and then I also run my own real estate investment firm called Barronville Real Estate, where I basically my main strategy is just buy and hold.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm basically a landlord essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we could have a whole conversation about that side of things as well,
I'm
because
sure
I
we
do a
will
lot of
at
things.
some
I do
point.
a lot of things
Not
that
today, not today, but
yeah,
we
yeah, yeah, yeah.
definitely will that another day.
Yeah, and then I also do software consulting, And specifically, one of my focuses, especially within 2019, 2020, and 2021, has been basically specifically crypto development, working on
Mm.
different projects for different companies. So,
Oh wait,
uh,
just a quick second. So that's the consulting that you do. It's for crypto development for companies, private companies.
not just crypto. I'm saying like I do software consulting, but
I guess
a
what I'm
big chunk
asking
of
is, are there any companies asking you specifically like to implement anything like blockchain for them or anything like that?
yeah. So actually, I remember there was one panel that Perry Unlikely was on,
Mm.
and one of the things I linked to it's this is these are not public projects, but one of the projects I linked to in the private chat that he I had him take a look at. That's an example of a project that that client is actually in the Netherlands, and so yeah. So basically, I find clients, and the cool thing about it is that I'm able to just get referrals just from the clients I've worked with. So it's not something that I really get like
Mm.
inbound leads on and stuff like that much. So anyways, but it's general software development. So I don't just focus on crypto. It just so happens that because that's like you know that's the hype these days. Everybody wants to create a crypto project. Everybody wants to create a coin and whatnot. I made that a focus. And also, just a side secret, like it or side note, I guess, whatever, is that there's a lot of stuff that you can kind of create a framework around. So, like, for example, a lot of people that come to you, they just want to create a token, right? And a token is really just a ERC-21, contract or something, right? So in other words,
Yeah,
I basically have built, kind of similar to what lawyers do, right? Like I have sets of templates of
template.
code
Yeah.
that I've kind of created, and then basically, if a client comes and they say, "Here's what I want," I can tailor it toward their needs, but I don't
Mm-hmm.
have to start from scratch every time because I already have the base, the foundation, if that makes sense. So it's not as much work as it sounds because
Mm-hmm.
I've been able to automate a good portion of it and then template as much of it as possible that when new clients come, I can just focus on the key
All right.
logical
And
differences.
very quickly, I just wanted to mention this and correct me if I'm wrong, right? So I just,
Hmm.
for those who may not know, so a coin, when they say a coin, it's actually its own blockchain, and then a token, it's kind of
No,
like a crypto that is made on top of that blockchain. So is that correct or yes or no?
no, that's not correct. So
Okay.
a coin is just a smart contract. A coin is a smart contract. A token is a smart contract. In fact, I hate the terms coin and like it's like one of those things when you know it, you're like it sounds weird to say that like because a coin is literally just a smart contract and a token is literally just a smart contract. That's all it is.
So what would you say
It
is the
just
difference between a coin and a token?
Yeah, so the only difference is the standards that like how the so a smart contract, for those who don't know, right? Hopefully, I don't know how many people here may have like some kind of programming understanding. You don't have to be a coder, but a smart contract is basically just like a class, like let's say in Java or
Yeah,
Python or whatever. It's just a
like an
um
object.
uh, it's like a well, there is a difference between an object and a class, but we can go with that. So
Yeah, yeah.
basically, we can go with that. So basically, it's kind of just a container of functions, right?
And
And
these
so that's what
functions
a
can be anything like, if this happened, do that. If something else happened, do this, right? And it's
well
a
that's the logic within the functions. I'm
okay.
just this may sound like I'm just being there's just semantics, but I want to be very clear, right, with my language here. So the logic within the functions will do what you're saying, right? But the class itself, right, the structure itself is just a container of a bunch of like
functions.
functions, right? And each of those functions can do for example, let's say you're dealing with a NFT, you have
Hmm.
a function for minting, right? And that function, all it handles is the minting. Now, minting could mean a bunch of different things. I mean, in theory, it means one thing, but depending on the NFT, there's different processes. So that's where the logic within that function decides
I
how
get
to
it.
actually mint it. So anyway, the only difference between coins and tokens, in some cases, actually, they're interchangeable. It's just people picking them. But
Yeah.
realistically, when you're talking about a coin, I think ERC20 and then or sorry, ERC20 yeah, ERC20, and then when you're talking about a NFT, I think ERC721. Now, what are those? ERC20 and ERC20 721, they're basically so ERCs are basically just Ethereum standards, like
Hmm.
specifications.
Hmm.
And the specifications essentially define, they basically tell you here's a list of functions that should be within a class that makes this class or that makes this structure a token. So, for example, if we talk about ERC 721, that's for NFTs. Um, it will say, okay, you need a function. There needs to be a function to check the balance. There needs to be a function to do this. There needs to be a function to do that. And as long as you have these set of functions, this is effectively a ERC 721 contract, right?
Mm,
And then the same thing applies to ERC 20. And then there's some events as well that you need to specify and stuff like that. So really, the main difference is just the specification that you're following.
I
Um, and
see.
and and then that's also how, when you go on like on Etherscan or you go on Etherscan or BSC scan or whatever, that's how they're able to know, like, that's how they're able to check, balances and know what's going on, because they just know, here's the standard, right? So here's the standard. So as long as this contract matches the standard, I know how to read it. I know how to
All
deal
right,
with it.
and not to go too deep, because trust me, just that alone, I want to make another podcast about it. But is it fair to say? Because I actually I was curious about that too. And don't worry,
Mhm.
Malik, I see your questions. Where I'm going to ask it next, but just give me a second. So basically, is it fair to say a token has to follow a set of protocols or regulation, basically on the protocol, and then a coin creates the protocol? Basically, is that fair to say?
No, I'm saying they're actually pretty much, technically speaking, they're the same thing. It's just so they're both protocols, right? They're both protocols. They're just different protocols. That's the only
I
difference.
see. I see.
So
Okay.
they're both they're the same thing. So here's the thing to think about, right? So for example, let's say you buy some Chainlink, right? So
Yeah.
Chainlink is a coin, but some people will say it's a token. It's a Chainlink token, but it's a coin, right? So
Yeah,
that's
it
why
is.
I'm saying in that case it's interchangeable, realistically.
Yeah.
But basically, Chainlink is really just one smart contract. That's all it is. It's just one smart contract. Well, it's actually a combination of them that work together, but it's one main smart contract that's deployed on the blockchain on
Hmm.
Ethereum. And then whenever you do any transactions, it's hitting that one smart contract. So one of the and I'm going to say this real quick, and then you could go on to the next question. But one of the things that I think, one of the light bulb moments that I think a lot of people need to have is, let's say, for example, when people think, okay, I own, this much Chainlink tokens, right? I think some people think that they actually physically have something, like, let's say it's on a hardware wallet or something, that there's something stored in that wallet about Chainlink, right? There's nothing stored in your wallet personally about Chainlink, which is kind of a mindfuck for people because they don't understand how
Yeah.
it works. The way
I
that it
didn't know
actually
that.
works is, yeah, the way that it actually works is actually more similar to a bank, where the bank itself has a ledger of what you own. So in other words, when you own Chainlink, what actually happens is the Chainlink smart contract has a function to check, has keeps track of the balances of every address that interacts with
Oh,
it.
okay, okay.
And then so when you say, I want to buy some Chainlink, right, and you buy some, there's a ledger in Chainlink that basically keeps track. Okay, this address now owns this much Chainlink, right? So the only thing actually keeping track of that is the Chainlink's contract. Nothing in your wallet actually is keeping track of anything at all. Like
Mm.
there's no remnants of Chainlink at all in your wallet. It's
It's
just
just
your
basically
wallet.
a barrier to block you from withdrawing it, and so on, right? It's just a way to block you from anyone else from withdrawing it, but it's still part of that main blockchain. It's just that you don't have access to withdraw anything unless you go through that ledger or treasure, right?
It's not, no, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a barrier. It's more so just, it's just a different infrastructure.
Mm.
It's like I said, it's very similar to a bank, right? Like if I have $100 in the bank, right? There's nothing physically that, I mean, other than my debit card, whatever. The
Like
bank is what keeps track of,
Like
Jonathan owns this.
I could send you the $100, and let's say we were in the same bank. I would send
Mhm.
you $100. The $100 never left the bank, but from
Exactly.
my account, it looks like it disappeared, and from your account, it looks like it's there. I get
Exactly.
it.
So
I
like
get
if I
it.
if I send you some chain link, literally all that happens in the smart contract is it basically changes, it subtracts the amount that you sent from your balance on the in the contract, in the data
Mhm.
section of the contract, and then it adds on whoever you sent it to, it adds that same amount to that person's balance within the
And I
same
had
smart
this
contract.
question for you for a little bit later, but I guess we'll just throw it there. So, should I learn JavaScript first or Solidity? And my question that I had on top of that was, what software language do crypto developers uses to develop the blockchain? Like, what software language do you need to know for that? And let's answer Malik's question as well as you throw that away.
Sure. So it depends on which blockchain you're dealing with. So the main one, obviously, that people use for most of these coins and tokens and whatnot is Ethereum.
Mm,
And so for like decentralized application development. So for that, it's Solidity. Solidity, it's pretty similar ish to JavaScript.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty similar to JavaScript, but it's actually in certain ways more closer to like languages like C and C++ in terms of the fact that you have to
More on your
manage memory.
fundamentals.
You have to manage memory and stuff like that. So you have to
Yeah.
really care about how you're storing data. So it's similar to
Is
that in
that why
terms
our
of being
gas fees are so expensive?
no.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay, we can actually get into because that's a whole other conversation.
Trust me, man. I have
I
tons
know
of
you want to
questions.
no, I know you want to talk about layer one and layer two because that's actually going to get into that. So when we talk about scaling and whatnot, we'll get
Yeah.
into why they're expensive. But basically, so yeah, so if you want to develop smart contracts, the main smart contract platform is Ethereum, but it's not only Ethereum. So for example, Solana, you can develop smart contracts as well. But with Solana, you're using actually you're using like Rust or
Mhm.
you're using C and C++ and stuff like that. So it's more like native languages. Um, so, but again, most smart contracts are literally built on Ethereum. So if you really
Mhm.
want to get into smart contract development, even if you, let's say, even if you like Solana or stuff like that, I personally would recommend you get into Ethereum first because
Mhm.
what you have to understand is that even all these new smart contract platforms, they've all literally every single one of them have been inspired by Ethereum in some way. So if you
If you know
learn
that, you have a
if you know
basic.
that,
Okay.
then basically you have the understanding to use these other ones, and then the other ones, it'll mostly just be the main difference will just be the language that you're using to write it and stuff like that. But the concepts will be the same. So I would
Very
learn
quickly, I want
Solidity
to give a
first.
shout out to Karen. Karen, I know. I think you know her, right?
Shout out,
Uh,
yes, shout out to Kareem.
Hey, thank you for coming here. Salute to you. But man, I have tons of questions, man. We already went sidetrack already, but I wanted to go back to a little bit more what you do. You said that you had your own real estate business. Do you also have I heard there is a rumor out there that you also invest in engineers. Is that something you want to talk about, or
Mhm.
what?
Yeah. So I basically okay. So let me give a little bit of a backstory, right? So I decided like about a couple years ago, like 2019, that I wanted to invest in companies, right? Like in startups, because I've actually founded a few startups myself, right? I've raised
Nice.
money from investors, I've raised money from angel investors and venture capitalists before, and so I I managed to build like a pretty good network of entrepreneurs that I know in tech. And then the other thing, and this is an important point. So I'm not rambling. So this is an important point, right? So the
Don't
other thing
worry,
I know
man. I'll
one
try to contain.
yeah. So one of the things I noticed, being in the startup scene was that one of the skill sets I had was the fact that as an engineer, I have, and I, dare I say, a competent engineer, right? I I other engineers trust me, right? So
Mm,
and that's actually a very important thing. And I think you're in the field, so I think you may know what I'm saying. Like a lot of engineers, they feel very weird. Well, around like suits, around guys who are just business guys. They don't trust them. They, and stuff like that, right? And
That's why
so,
my job exists, man. Like I
yeah,
used to be an engineer, and now I did myself. I started my own company. I did two startups, and then
mhm.
now because I have the business and the engineering skills, I'm kind of the middle point. So yeah, they hire me to go talk with the clients because the engineers, man, they don't like the suits.
Yeah, and part of it is because they just feel like these folks don't understand what I do, right? They don't really
Of
understand what I
course,
do, and
yeah.
they're just getting paid to whatever, right? To just the ground, whatever. So,
There's
anyways,
a
I
huge
noticed
gap
that
between the world of business and the world of engineers. Huge gap there.
yeah, and also a lot of engineers. I don't want to push the stereotype too hard, but there's some truth to it. That a lot of engineers are not really they're not really great at communicating the engineering side of things, right? And so, anyways, what I noticed in the startup space was that I was having a lot of fun and doing pretty well on the business side, but I noticed I was actually really good with interacting with a lot of the engineers, and so. And part of that, what that gave me was that it allowed me to communicate with a lot of these startups, like these upcoming startups. Like sometimes they'll be in stealth mode. A lot of this was back in Massachusetts, and I would be able to essentially pretty much very quickly see whether or not like think, okay, technically speaking, does this sound like something that I could see succeeding, or do I understand? Like essentially, I could do due diligence on these companies really quickly because I
Mm.
had the business understanding and the engineering understanding. So I decided. So I back then I basically decided, okay, I want to invest. I want to be the investor, right? I want to because a lot of these companies that like for example,
Trust me, I
one of my startups was at the Harvard Innovation Lab, and so it's like an incubator. And so
yeah.
this company I started called Runway Technologies Inc. We were at the iLab, and a lot of the startups that were next to us. I basically like a lot of times just felt like, man, I want to be, when I would see them meeting with investors and we're meeting with investors, I'm like, man, I want to be the guy writing them,
You
the
you,
checks
you
as
want to be
well.
the shark.
Yeah, I want to
Hey,
be writing them
I
checks as well.
aspire to be the same thing. So don't worry, man. I'm with you on that. It's just that I gotta build my crypto portfolio first. But carry on.
Yeah, so basically, I decided, okay, I want to be the guy to write them checks. So I started really looking into, okay, what would I need? And obviously, part of it is just you need to be like an angel investor, right? If you want to
Mm,
just be writing checks as an angel investor, which to be an angel investor, technically speaking, you have to be an accredited investor, and there's actually specific like rules and standards around what makes you qualified to be an angel investor, or specifically an accredited investor,
do
not
you?
necessarily
I
angel.
mean, just very quickly.
Mhm.
For you to be an angel investor, do you have to be to have an history of being an accredited investor, and do you also have to have like angel wings? Like what? How does it work?
You're funny. So you don't have to have a history of being an accredited investor. You just have to be an accredited investor.
All right.
Well, and actually, that's not technically you don't have to be. Now, I have to be careful here, with my language because we're dealing with the SEC and stuff like that. But
Okay.
technically, you don't have to be. But here's the issue: when you actually go to sign, these documents to invest in a company, one of the documents you sign is actually you sign a document that's essentially where you're stating that because the company itself that's the startup that's taking the money from you, they have to verify they have to somehow say I've verified somehow that this person is actually an accredited investor. And
Mm,
there are multiple ways for them to verify that. They can verify that through a lawyer. They can verify that through like your actual assets. There's different portals, different software that you could use, and you plug in your information, blah blah blah. Anyway, so they need to verify that somehow, right? And part of the reason is because what the government doesn't want is they don't want somebody going and investing in a company, right? And then saying, and then maybe that was like their last, 20 grand, and they like, I'm gonna go put it in a startup, and then
mm,
and then they're like, they can't pay their bills, and now they go and try to sue the company, right? And and the company becomes held liable, right? Because when it comes to investments, the SEC wants to really control that so that everybody who invests are considered sophisticated investors. That's really what an accredited investor is. It's somebody who's
mm.
a sophisticated enough investor that you understand the risk that you're taking, right? So
And then you also have the income for it. You basically you
yeah,
have to be a high value man. What?
listen, I don't know about that. I'm broke and dusty. I've made this clear a million times. So I don't know about this high value man stuff. Okay. Um but yeah, so that's basically so I decided I wanted to, do that, and I looked into the requirements, and essentially eventually I ended up meeting the um by the way, UTXO is
Come on.
unsigned transaction output. Unsigned
I
transaction output. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
anyway,
We'll
we can
talk
talk
about
about
that
that.
very
We,
quickly
we can talk
later.
about that.
Yeah. So you were saying that. So basically, what I understand is you had your own startup. You now basically you got to a point where you can be considered an accredited investor. So now you're looking to fund other engineers, like on other tech startup. Is that correct? Is it more like on a
So
fintech or more
well
like
I was
just technology?
so I was getting to that. So basically, I'll make the story short. So once I decided I wanted to do it, once I ended up meeting the criteria, um, what I did was I just started writing like smaller checks, like very small checks. Now, when I say small checks, relatively, right, in terms of what
Yeah,
other
yeah,
investors are putting. So I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
putting like 5K here, 5K here in little startups and whatnot, which is not a lot of money at all when it comes to
Oh, trust
startups,
me,
right?
and these guys are
Right.
putting millions, right?
Yeah. So, well, more like, in most cases, it's like the minimum that I've seen in most cases is like 10K minimum per investor, right?
Wow.
But some startups, if they're early enough, like
Mm-hmm.
pre-seed stage, they will let you put in your 5K because they need the money so much
Of
that if
course,
enough people,
pre-seed, of
you know,
course, man.
yeah. So anyway, I was like putting, a little bit here and there, a little bit here and there. And then what I ended up doing was actually earlier this year. So it's actually not that long ago. I decided to actually move from just being an angel investor and actually setting up a firm. And what I did was I rolled in, my previous angel investments. I rolled them into my firm. And so
Mm,
now, in other words, all the benefits that my angel investments would have made, now actually my firm gets them. Now, um, there's some um, there's some caveats with that is what I want to say. But there's some caveats with that. But essentially, my firm, the way I've set it up is I've set it up so that it's kind of like still kind of angel investment firm, but actually I'm able to bring in outside investors, LPs, which are technically it means limited partners, which
mhm,
are like essentially silent passive investors. Um, and I'm able to still bring them in. So the way that we structured it up, I'm able to still bring in these passive investors, And so they're able to invest in my firm based on me being the GP, me being like the GP is the general partner,
Yeah, yeah,
and so
yeah, yeah. Very, very quickly. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
mhm,
Can you invite people from other countries, or
to
do
be
they?
an investor.
Yeah, in one of these startups, or is it just have to be like from the United States?
I haven't done it, but I mean, investors invest all throughout the world all the time, so it's just something
Exactly.
that
Yeah.
I'd have to bring up to my attorney. I don't
All
think
right.
there's anything.
Cool.
But
Interesting.
the thing is, any LP also has to be accredited. Either they have to be accredited or it has to be like a firm itself. So as long as as long as you're the high value man,
Hey, I'm just Dusty JC, man. I'm just Dusty JC.
as as long as you're the high value man,
No worries, man. All
so
right, let's just jump very quickly on this question right here. And again, guys, thank you again, Natasha, for keeping them honest. You know, keeping them honest. Thank you very much
mhm.
for this. Shout out to you. But Peter, Investor M, also, yes, he was asking, what is UTXO? I actually don't know, so I'm very curious myself.
UTXO stands for unsigned transaction output. Or sorry,
Unsigned,
not unsigned. Sorry, I said
unassigned,
I forgot the exact it's basically so it's a not unsigned. I said unsigned. Um, the U stands for something different. Um,
universal.
well, why is he? What's the context? Why is he asking that? What's the
Okay,
context? I mean,
okay. So
because I think
put a Q next to it, and then we'll get into that later. All right.
yeah.
Well, hey, now if I have to ask you this, I mean, you're 27 years old. I mean, at 27 years old, that was 2 years
No, I
in.
think it's unused. I think it's unused.
All
Unused.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, 27 years old, man, you achieve a lot. Me, when I was 27, I was just buying my second car after university, and also just my first job, man. Like just just a typical beginner engineer. But man,
Hmm.
I shout out to you for getting all the way there, man. Now let me ask you this. I mean, you had a long. I mean, you from Haiti, correct? Like you have parents from Haiti. We I turns out.
I was actually born in Haiti.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice. For you guys who may not know, I was born in Montreal, but I grew up in Haiti from the age of 3 all the way to 18. So man, and it turns out I was talking to him offline, and it turns out our parents are from the same city, and the odds of that are weird because it's a
Yeah,
very
that I
small
know.
city.
You might low key be my cousin. So I'm gonna
Man, I think everyone in the city are related somehow, man. So it's possible. So yeah, but yeah, I mean that's a long to me it feels like a career already. Like that's a long career and experience you have. What would you say you have learned? What's the biggest lesson you have learned from basically since you moved into the states all the way to working and studying in your career so far, and now starting your investing journey? What would you say your biggest lesson is?
I mean, that's a broad question. Do you have like you mean do you have it focused on anything? Oh, you just want me to answer it broadly.
Let's say about building wealth and to narrow it down a little bit better, not instead of
I
life.
don't know anything about wealth, man. I'm broke. I
But
don't.
what would you say to anyone, let's say, who aspire to be, let's say, an accredited investor, for example? Like, what would you say? What you have learned on your journey to get to that point?
Well, I think my first point is that I think I am very happy that I'm in America.
Mm,
Well, not now, but not right now. But I'm very happy that like because quite frankly, and we've talked about this, and again, I want to avoid going on a tangent here, but quite frankly, I think a lot of again, I'm still very young, and I'm not I haven't reached the heights of my success, but I think a lot of what I've been able to accomplish so far is a big part of it is because I'm in America. I mean, there's a lot of people who are probably 10 times smarter than me who just don't have. Yes, that's correct. Unspent, and we can actually explain it. We can talk about it in a second. Um, thank you. That's it. That's the word. Okay. So and that's actually specific to Bitcoin, by the way, because other blockchains don't work the same way. But anyway, the yeah, so the main thing for me is I think just having being lucky enough to be in America. I think that's the main thing is that the opportunities I've had, the things I've been able to do, like let's say for example, being getting into real estate, right?
mm-hmm.
Um, Getting into real estate for me, because when people say I'm in real estate, it's a very broad term, right? You could do so
Yep.
many things in real estate. You could be a real estate investor, you could be a realtor, you could be a million things, right? When I decided I wanted to get into real estate, I realized, okay, I need funds, right? I need money to be
Capital.
able to invest, capital to be able to invest in these properties, right? And so And when I talk about like a small amount of capital, like just 5K or whatnot, it's like if you're even if you're gonna do it through a business, you're gonna end up let's say you're buying using a mortgage, you're still gonna put 20% down, right?
Mm.
And so, anyways, one of the strategies I was able to use is wholesaling. That's actually how initially how I built up
That's
the
how I
funds.
started
To,
too.
yeah, was wholesaling. And so,
So
you can wholesale
very
in
quickly,
Canada.
guys, very quickly,
You can wholesale
very
in Canada.
wait, just give me a second. For those who may not know, wholesaling in real estate means, let's say, I mean, I don't know if that's how it works in the states, but in Canada, the way it works is, hey, you find a property. Let's say you have 2 weeks to sign and do deposit. Within these 2 weeks, you go find someone else who has more money than you, and then you're like, hey, I'm going to sell you this real estate. Let's say for $10,000 profit, and then you get them to close on the deal, and then you collect the $10,000 in profit and use that money to pay for the real estate. I mean, that's in a nutshell. That's basically how it works, right? Is that how it works for in
Yes,
the
yeah,
states too?
I would, but that's me being semantic. Like,
Yeah, right.
that's semantics. Like, but yes, for the most, yes, yeah, pretty much. I didn't even know you could do it in Canada.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, you
it's
can.
pretty much wholesaling is pretty much just a loophole. That's how I look at it. It's pretty much just it's a big fat loophole, and the thing is, it's extremely hard to close that loophole, no matter how, because a lot of realtors don't like it, especially like
Mm.
the realtor community, they
Yeah,
hate it, right?
here
But
too, man.
yeah, so they absolutely despise it. It's really hard to find a realtor that will work with you on wholesale deals. Um, but the thing is, it's such a big loophole that even if like they try to close one aspect of it, there's various ways that you can get around it. That
Hmm.
it's so hard to. It's pretty much almost I don't want to say impossible, but it's really hard to close it. But that's actually how I was able to basically build up some of the funds is basically by just not having to essentially do the fix and flip and all of that and go into debt to go the much slower route and just I had to spend more time now. Now here's the thing: it's not just easy thing, right? It's not, and this is why I hate a lot of these gurus because and we've talked about this too. I fucking hate a lot of these gurus on the internet because they sell people fake dreams. Like they sell dreams and they like don't give people the realistic view of what you're
Mm.
doing, right?
Yeah,
So wholesaling, especially like let's say in Atlanta, right? Like it's a very saturated market. A
of
lot of people
course.
are trying to do it. They're like, I'll buy your house, signs everywhere, right? And so you need to actually develop some kind of thing that makes you better, whether it's you being a better salesman of being able to walk up to these properties and talk to the owners, or even just being able to find the owners sometimes, right? Find out who
Oh,
actually owns the
that's
damn
my
thing, right?
challenge right there.
Yeah, where are they located and stuff like that. You need to develop some aspect that makes you good and competent at that so that you can actually be able to get those deals. And then on top of that, you need to be able to then carry through with those deals through closing, right?
Hmm.
And you run into a lot of issues with now over the years I've been able to actually make certain aspects of that more seamless. So for example, when it comes to wholesaling, like I do it through LLC, and it actually provides me a way of, because one of the issues you'll deal with is like the the homeowner who signs the purchase and sell agreement with you, when closing comes when it comes to closing date and they see somebody else show up, they feel kind of weird about it, even though they're still getting the same damn deal that they agreed to, right? It's just a natural human thing to just feel like I don't like the
I
way this
wasn't talking
feels.
to you. Like, I didn't know you were
Yeah,
going to get my house.
yeah, exactly. So there's like a pretty straightforward trick where you use an LLC instead, and then instead of like assigning the contract, you just sell the LLC. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So
Ooh.
you sell the LLC. So
Ooh.
so you sell, and when you sell the LLC, nothing changes, right? So the
Exactly.
same
Yeah.
LLC that signed up that the paperwork was signed under is still
I
the same
didn't know that.
LLC.
That's game right there. I didn't know that.
It's just the ownership that changes, and that's
Mm.
actually an internal thing within the company. So you don't have to know. It's just, hey, I'm my partner is going to be the person who shows up, but nothing actually changes.
So
So
basically, what I hear very quickly is so far what you learn is, especially on your way to be an accredited investor, is find ways. You don't need money to make money. Find ways to even loopholes, lack of better words, to get to
mhm.
that point, right? And then once you can get to that point, you can probably do more like a safer investment or invest passively. And I'll just throw this question very quickly right here. Question: do your passive investors need to be accredited? I think you said yes. If when it
Yes,
comes,
basically my passive investors are limited partners. All of my limited partners have to be accredited, and there's actually some even more rules. Like for example, if unless I want to register with the SEC, I actually have to keep it under 100 LPs, 100
mm,
outside investors, and also any of the investments that you invest in, they can't be like public, right? They have to be private. I guess private placements is what they call it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, in other words, you can't go out externally and look for investment, openly, right? Because at that point, it's almost like you're offering a security to the world, and the SEC wants to be able to control those. So that's why you'll see. That's why a lot of private equity deals are done behind the scenes. Angel investment deals and VC investments are done behind the scenes because it would be kind of illegal for you to go and publicize it. Or if you look on Angel List, for example, like a lot of the angel investments going on Angel List, you have to go through, you have to actually have to be, prove to Angel List that you're accredited and all of that stuff first before you can see a single deal, because
All
they'll
right, all
never
right.
advertise. Yeah,
All right, my man, that's game right here. I'm learning some games too, even on your way to get there. So because I tried wholesale too, but I never thought of doing it on the LLC side. But now we're
that's
going
gonna
to
save the
dive.
LLC thing. It saves you so much time. And there's
Man,
also, again, I'm not a financial professional, so I'm gonna
of
stop right
course,
here.
of
But I
course.
will say
This
this
is
much:
just for
there
educational purpose
there's
only.
there's also some actual I want to be careful how I say this, some potential tax benefits if you do it the LLC way,
Of
the
course,
LLC way as well.
as soon as you said
So
it, that's the first thing that I thought of. But let me throw up this because now we're going to tackle more on the development side, right? The crypto
mhm.
development side. And I want to throw this question right here before we start going deeper. Question, Peter Investor M. Why is it important for a new coin slash token use a third party company to audit the source code of the projects? Actually, that's a very good question. Shout out to you for
That's
that.
an excellent question. I love questions like this.
Can it be foolproof from outside attacks? Oh man, this is exactly what we want to talk about today.
So
But yeah, first question. So why is it important?
So I will answer the second question first.
All right.
No, no, there's really no foolproof. There's no foolproof. Now there's ways you can get close to, making sure that, it's hard to, quote unquote. When I say this, it's not foolproof because every day, even if even if you do number one, right? Even if you do number one, you can still have like bugs. I mean, it's just software. Remember, smart contracts is just software. So just like any software can have bugs, your smart contract, you might have forgotten to do some kind of access control thing or whatnot, and it could still get hacked. So, but why is it important? It's extremely important for new coins, right, to be audited by third party companies. And part of the reason, and I'm glad it was worded this way actually, because part of the reason it needs to be audited by third party companies, that part is very important. Not just the person who pushed out the coin and say, "Hey, I audited it." It's a big conflict of interest there. But
Mhm.
is that third party companies, especially if it's a reputable company, like there's a number of them. Consensus,
I
there's
think
there's a number of them.
Cerdix, like that's the one I see a lot.
Yeah, so you want to do it by not only by a third party company, but one that's reputable. And the reason why is because they have a reputation.
Mm.
They have a reputation to uphold. So they can't, for example, go and try to work behind the scenes with the coin creator to scam everybody, right? Because they make more money just off of auditing contracts. Like I don't know if you know this, right? If I decide to get in the auditing contracts game, you can charge literally like minimum I've seen for one of the projects I worked on. They actually then went on to get it audited, and they were billed. They were sorry, they were charged, not charged, quoted. They were quoted 150K just
To
for the
review a
auditing.
code.
Yeah, just for the auditing.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
That's good
And
business,
and
man.
that
I mean,
that that
I don't
hundred
have the
that
skills. Where's
so
faded codes? Where is faded codes? Maybe that's a business for him and you, man. Who knows?
so
But
so that but that 150K covered not only the smart contracts but also all the other like the pieces of the software that interacts with it, right?
mm,
But the point I'm making is that they're making so much money off of just auditing code that it doesn't make sense for them to do anything weird. And so
of
that's the
course.
first thing. But the second thing is that you can't trust the like even if I deploy a coin, right? And you guys were like, yeah, Jonathan seems cool. I don't trust me. Like I straight up, this is a rule that applies to everybody. Do not trust when it comes to crypto because it's the wild wild west. There's no regulations, right? And it's all driven by software. And more than likely, the person writing the code, deploying it, like I can guarantee you that I'm probably smarter than most of y'all when it comes to writing the code, right? And I'm not saying this to be cocky. I'm saying that because I've written the code, right? And so there's things that I might be able to hide in the code in certain ways, and even write the code in a way where it seems innocent that you would not even detect until it's too late, right?
Mm.
And that's actually how a lot of these scams have happened over time. And so you should
And
not trust any single project, not one whatsoever, right? And the first things you need to do is check, has the source code of this contract been verified? One.
mm,
And then two, has it been audited? Now, just because it hasn't been audited does not mean it's scamming, right? Because again, auditing is actually
Does not
expensive. I
mean
just
it's not
told you.
scammy, right?
Yeah, does not mean that it just because it hasn't been audited does not mean that it's a scammy coin or token. Because again, like I said, auditing is actually very expensive. Not everybody can afford to go.
Oh, I see
Even
what you mean. I see what you mean.
even
Okay,
even
yeah,
the cheapest ones, like you could probably get your code audited, by the smaller firms for like 50K or something. I don't know. I don't know what they're really quoting, but
yeah,
like, but even that's still a lot of money for the average a blockchain developer that's just trying to push a coin out there.
of
So,
course.
but at a minimum, I think at a minimum I would hope, I wish more people at least learn how to read the source code themselves. So in other
Yeah.
words, at least you can self audit, right? So for me, I quite frankly, I will look at the audited, like the audit reports. But anything I'm looking into seriously, I read the code. Like I will download the code and sit there and read through like every function, especially the critical functions, and figure out how does this function work? What is it doing? Is there a self destruct instruction in there, right? Because and we can talk about the self destruct. That's actually one of the key vectors for taking advantage of
Man,
people.
I'm learning
Um,
games already because man, I got some scam earlier this year, man. Shout out
mhm.
to my OGs in the chat. If you guys are wearing lava cake, man, there's them cryptos. They do yield farming, and this yield farming at first when they first launch a platform, they give you this outrageous APY, right? It's like 10,000, 20,000%.
I'm
So you
aware.
put some money here and you see that money counting, you're like, hoo hoo. Next thing you know, man, you can't pull your money out. It's locked. But at least they told you about that. But then with the day that you can't pull your money out, guess what? That's when the founders they
That,
put
that's what
everything
that's
out.
when it's a pump and dump. That's when it's a rug pull. That's when they rug pull
Man,
your
and
ass.
you
Yeah.
you're trying to sell. Everyone is trying to sell at the
Uh
same
huh.
minute, right? It's not working. And guess what? Them they can easily pull the money out. They sip in all the liquidity. And man, there's many scams like that that happened early in the summer in the yield farming industry. So man,
Well,
after that I started looking in the codes, man. I mean, I know basic C plus plus, but it's something. Of course, if you go have anything to share and share with us, that would be amazing because
so the thing
that's part
is,
of the fundamental research. And also when you say companies that are doing research is like Certix, for example, and yes, that's part of doing your fundamental research. If you see that they're being audited, okay, so you can go research that company and see if they have a good track records. What I do sometimes is I'll try to look at successful coins to see if they have been audited by the same company, right? And that's one of the ways I try to limit the risk in cryptocurrencies. Sorry, you were saying something?
yeah, I was gonna say, and the other thing you have to concern yourself with is not just scams. And we actually talked about this previously, like offline. One of the things for me that actually blew my mind was when I was looking through the code of like USDC, for example, and a
Hey,
lot of people, yeah.
we gotta
So
wait. Don't drop all of it at once. Don't drop
okay,
all of it at
I'll
once.
wait. I'll wait. I'll
We
wait.
gotta drop that at the end. But guys, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe because I told you guys we're going to drop some gems that you probably never heard on the internet before. I go on these streets. I go on these YouTube streets and as a crypto content creator myself, and there's a lot of information that this guy shared, man, that I don't know that no one talks about, but it's very important to know if you are a crypto investor. So stay tuned, guys. Hit the like button, share it with anyone you know, and let's get going. But before we get into the details, I wanted to talk a bit. So we talk about the language that you know. So it's mostly something very similar to C++, but for Ethereum, and then you have like you have the other one,
No, no,
Solidity.
no. So no, for Ethereum, it's Solidity, and
Yeah.
Solidity in syntax, like in terms of how the code looks, it's very similar to JavaScript.
Oh,
And
my bad.
then,
My bad.
but in terms of certain semantics of how it works, is more similar to like languages like C, C++, because you have to manage memory. You have to,
Mhm.
for example, your smart contract. Well, depends on which version of the blockchain you're deploying to, whatever. But there's like a size limit to how big your contract can be based on like the data and all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that you actually have to care about in terms of how you're storing data, where it's located, the slots. There's like this concept of slots and stuff like that, which in JavaScript you don't have any of that, right? So the code looks like JavaScript in a lot of ways, but then the way it functions is more
Mhm.
similar to like the low
Because
level
it's called
languages
different functions.
like C and C++. Yeah.
All right, and as a crypto developer yourself, what is your overall like look or opinion about the cryptocurrencies? Like, what do you think about it? Like, their overall opinion, is it good? Is it bad? Like, is it the next technology? What about the technology itself? How do you see that evolving?
Yeah. So for me, it's bittersweet. right? And I say bittersweet because, like, on one hand, right, like I'm bullish on crypto, right?
All
And
cryptos.
like, like, well, not all, right, but I'm bullish on crypto. So, like, for example, like, here's one of my treasures, right? Here's one of my treasures right here, right? And like, I'm bullish on crypto, and I believe in, like, one of the things, like, I'm here in the Bahamas, right? You don't know how much crypto I have on this, and this is just one of them, right? And the thing is, like, let's say I was, like, when you're coming in, you have to, in this form, put in, are you bringing in $10,000 or more, blah blah blah, all that stuff, right? Like, you know what I'm saying, like, the way that the countries want to track you, these governments want to track
Hmm.
what you're doing with your money and everything,
You just
right?
bring in a USB, man. There's
They they
MP3s in there.
they have no idea, like, how much Monero I have, in this, right? Even if I gave you the code to this, you don't know if my Monero is not in a hidden wallet, maybe. Wink, wink.
Oh, 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 man, he was dropping gems. He was dropping gems, and I lost him. But wait, he's going to log back out. If you can hear me, log back out and log back in, and we'll see if you can connect. But man, he was cooking. He was cooking. And let's get him back. All right, all right,
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I actually heard you the entire time. This is weird. Like, the entire time I heard you.
all right,
Um,
all right. Yeah, he's in the Bahamas, guys. He's in the Bahamas. So give it,
yeah,
give.
and
But
I'm on this stupid hotel Wi-Fi. But
but
anyway,
that's a very good point because
yeah.
yes, when you travel, they often they ask you, hey, how much money you bring in this country,
Hmm.
right? They and then if you, I'm sure if it's over $10,000, they're going to put you on a separate line, ask you
Yep.
more questions,
I
like,
actually,
are you a
like, I
drug
literally,
dealer? Like that's basically what they're going to ask you,
I know.
basically.
I literally watch people go through that. I mean, in fact, I just came from the Dominican Republic, and I watched literally several. Like, they had separate lines for this a similar thing, and it's
Mm,
like, just the fact that right now I have this right here, and you don't know what's in it. You don't know how much is in it. Even if you could find the main wallet, you don't know how many hidden wallets are there. You have no idea, right? And so
mm.
I'm really in control. Like, I don't have to trust some institution, some financial
And very
institution.
quickly, let's say you're in the Bahamas and then you see some fine pina colada. I don't know if they have that in Bahamas, by the way.
Mhm.
But let's say you find some like a fine, resort of pina colada. You wanna actually purchase it with your cryptocurrencies. So how would you do that in the Bahamas? Like how would you get it from your treasure in cash, basically in their currencies that they're using?
So I haven't had to do that
All
here,
right.
but there's other places in the world where I've had to do that. But basically, um, the gist is, typically there's, like, local crypto trading, right? So, there's different, like, essentially decentralized, trading platforms. I'll give you an example. Like, there's one software called BISC, for those who are not familiar, BISQ. And that software allows you just, download that and install that. You can actually, like, do transactions with people. And there's different ways to do it. Like, they can direct deposit you the money. They can literally mail you the money. They can walk to you if they're within a walking distance. Like, there's so many ways. The point is, these days there's so many decentralized platforms that if I really want to do that, even though I haven't done it yet, even if I really want to do that, I'm pretty sure I could. So you just have to find a decentralized way to do it. And that's the beauty of this, is that, let's say now I came here with this, right? I came here with this. No government has any idea what's on this, how much is on it, right? And then I go and I use a decentralized platform, right? If I then use a decentralized platform to then get my crypto and turn it into fiat, literally that money is untraceable. Which I know I don't want the alphabet gang coming after me for saying what I just said, but literally that money is untraceable. Like, it's kind of actually hilarious, right? And
Yeah.
that's actually, but for me, I think being able to take control of your funds and your financials in that manner. I mean, to me, that's mind blowing, just how crazy that is, that we're at
Hmm.
this, like, right now you can do this. I've done this already in other countries where, like, I've
So,
been
so, so
able to.
tell me a little bit very quickly about this website. So it's a decentralized exchange that sells crypto for
It's
fiat.
a software. It's a software. So you download the software. They have a bunch of,
Mm.
like, controls to make sure that you can't, scam people. But what it does is, it does, like, similar to like atomic swaps, where it basically makes sure that it's like, it serves as like a, I don't want to say escrow, but it serves as a way to say, okay, I have this much crypto that I would like to turn into cash, and then there's
Yeah.
somebody else that has this much cash that they would like to turn into crypto. You see what
Mm.
I'm saying? And then it
Hmm.
connects
Hmm.
those two people. That's a very simplistic way of explaining it. And
Hmm.
then, but
Hmm.
not only does it connect the
I like
people, because
simple.
if it just connected you, there would be a big issue there, which is, how do you actually do the change? How do you the exchange? How do you make sure that one person doesn't scam the other? How do you make sure that one person just doesn't just pull up with a strap and say, hey,
Hmm.
run your pockets, whatever, right? So what they do is, they then use the software to basically effectively handle the swap part, And part of what they use is they use like a reputation system based on how long you've been on the platform, how many successful, like there's a number of things that they use, and plus the software that makes this very reliable. So that
Mm.
makes BIS very reliable. So
And
I would
does it work?
honestly, even if you real quick, even if you don't plan on using BIS right now, I would recommend you download it
What's wrong
and
with you, man?
even do like a
Right
small
after the
transaction
screen, my
with it.
friend. But
Do
I was
like
going to ask
hold
you:
up.
is it? Can you get it on your phone, or is it just on a computer?
I haven't used it on my phone, so I don't know, but I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I
sure you
see
can.
that it's
But
mostly computers.
what I was gonna say though is this: because BISC, the way that it operates is on kind of like this. It's like a reputation kind of system. Not just that alone; it's a combination of things. Even if you don't plan on using it right now, if you ever think you might, if you think you might ever at some point in the future need to do any type of decentralized exchanging, so that you don't have to go through Coinbase or any of these other crappy central exchanges, download it now and at least at a minimum just do a small transaction on it. Okay, even if it's with somebody that or honestly, there's ways you could actually do it with yourself if you know what you're doing.
Yep.
But the point is just so that you can actually start establishing, you know what I'm saying, like
Mm.
your reputation on the platform, so that when you do need it, you can actually do. Because what they'll do is they limit you based on how long you've been on there. So just I would recommend you just download it now and set it up. That's just a
Shout
side
out!
note.
I found this comment very funny. Shout out to Karin. Karin says, "Is pina colada code for the ladies of the night?" No, it's for the ladies of the day. Come on. But yeah, man, that's good games right here. I didn't know this software existed, and yes, man, that is definitely a question I get asked a lot. Me, I live like walking distance from a exchange that convert bitcoins to fiat, like Canadian
You mean an
dollars.
ATM?
Not an ATM, but would you say that's safe like the ATMs or
No, no,
you
that no. I listen. Well, I don't know about Canada, but I can tell you right now, like no,
don't use the
just
ATM?
don't yeah, just like if you actually care
Why
about
not?
your
Why not?
privacy.
What's wrong with them?
So here's the thing, right? If you actually ever go to the Bitcoin ATMs or any of the like crypto ATMs, what you'll notice is every single place where there's a ATM, look right above you and there's a camera.
Ah, man, yeah, yeah,
Every
yeah, yeah,
single time. Every single time there's a camera right above you, right?
yeah.
And there's typically
Say
actually a
less,
camera
man.
right. There's
Say
typically a
less.
camera right in the ATM. Now, again, to some
Oof, you're
people
right.
who are not familiar, they may say, "Well, why do you care? Like, are you trying to do any?"
Nah, man,
No, it's because of
privacy.
privacy, right? The whole point is my freaking privacy. That's one of the main tenets of decentralized, applications is me basically being able to maintain my privacy and control that. And so these ATM, and the thing is, like, let's say you pull up to a grocery store that has a Bitcoin ATM and you have your hoodie on and you look really weird. Now you especially if you're a black man, you're looking for a reason for
I
somebody to call the
always have
cops
a
on you.
hoodie on.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, I don't know. For me personally, that's a big no. Like, I don't. But
Yeah, I get
the
you. I
point
get
is
you. I
though,
get you.
the thing is though, these days because we have these decentralized exchanges, it blows my mind that anybody would actually use Coinbase or any of these other centralized exchanges because you're taking all the power that crypto gives you and you're literally handing it over
Giving
to a
it
random
back, man.
institution. That blows like that's crazy to me,
I
right?
think it's
Like,
mostly the user friendliness, like Coinbase, crypto.com. They make it super user friendly, and people are.
mhm.
I mean, you're talking about the masses, right? It's not like
Yeah,
a.
yeah.
I
I get
mean,
it. I get it.
crypto, you have to kind of be a little geek, to kind of like go out there and read the papers, like understanding the code. It's not to a point where it's ready for like mass adoption yet in the billions scale, but that's probably why it makes them familiar to the traditional stock exchange, so that's why they go there. But I get you, man, trust me. For people who are a little bit
Just
deeper.
remember, because you're correct, but just remember that convenience, especially in the crypto world, it's coming at a very, very, very high cost, and
Mm,
people don't understand that. Like, the whole point of getting into crypto, if you just want to say, okay, I'm gonna buy Ethereum now and just so I can make some money, whatever, right? But if you're really getting into it for the real reasons why I think people should, because if you just want to make money, you could just stay in stocks, right? Like, but I think if you really want to get into like if you're getting into crypto, it shouldn't just be about making money, right? I think because for me, I look at it more. The main thing for me
the
is not
usage.
actually making money. I do know that behind the scenes, I do know. Okay, I'm also strategically doing things in ways so that over time, long term,
Hmm.
I make money. But the point is, my main thing is the fact that I'm controlling my assets there, right?
Hmm.
And that's so powerful that you literally maintain the control of this. Like this right here, just this one right here, like I may or may not have Monero on this. I may or may not have Ethereum on this, and I get to control that, right? I get to control that. My key is literally in here, right?
Mm.
My key, my private key is in here. In this little thing right here? My private key is in it, right? And so
Actually,
I get to
that's
control
that's
that.
a good segue to this question right here. What would you say is the best wallet, best hard wallet? So,
Trezor. That's for me. I've been using Trezors. I've been using Trezors now, like for what 3, 4 years. 4 years, I
and
think. So
the Ledger Nano S is also a very popular one. So what would you say is the difference between a Ledger and Treasure or any other? Like I know even Binance released one. I saw the early. You can access a lot of cryptos that are in their platform. But what would you say? Kind of why would you choose Treasure amongst the other ones?
um, well, for me personally, I only recommend it because that's what I've used.
Oh
I can't recommend anything that I don't know for sure, right? Like I don't want to be again. I don't want to be one of these guys that just says things, right? Like you, I just showed you one right here, and if I
yeah,
was back
I
home,
believe you.
if I was back home, I could show you like five of them, right? So my point is like for me, I recommend it because I've been using this for like literally like 4 years, 3, 4 years,
Mm,
right? And so I know how good it is. I've had to do firmware updates and all that stuff. Like I know I trust this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like
mm-hmm.
I trust this thing. And so I will only recommend something that I've actually used. The ledgers, I initially years ago, I tried one of the ledgers. I can't remember how I felt about it to be honest, but I ended up actually just going with the. In fact, I actually might still own one of the old ledgers, but I don't think I have anything on it or anything like that. So I really just use Trezor. I've had great experience with it. Their software is trustworthy, and also they open source some portion of their stuff, and like there's a number of reasons you can trust them. They even their practices in terms of like even small things, right? So for example, when you buy a hardware wallet, when it comes when you buy a hardware wallet, it comes with this right at the bottom here. I don't know if you guys can see this right at
Wait,
here.
wait,
It
wait
comes
a
with
second.
this.
I'm just going to paste that. Someone was asking, what's the name? I was just going to paste that. But yeah, keep going. Sorry.
So when you buy like let's say this Trezor, right? When it comes in the mail, it'll come with like this little hologram, what not hologram, like this little a sticker on it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This tamper proof sticker that covers the USB-C part, right?
Hmm.
And basically even the way like even their practices in terms of how they ship it to you. Now I don't
Hmm.
know if Ledger has gotten better at this, but if I remember correctly, back when I first like bought the Ledger I bought years ago, they didn't have
The
these
sticker.
these no, I'm not saying the sticker. I think they did have it's just it wasn't clear what their practices was, right? Because you have to remember, if you're gonna end up putting, if this becomes your bank, right? Like if this becomes your bank, it's kind of like your social security number, right? It's kind of like, so you need to make sure that this hasn't been tampered with. It's actually
Hmm.
very important. And the thing is, from the moment you hit order up until it reaches your front doorstep, right? You don't know what's actually happened. You trust that maybe it was just on the UPS truck and it was just in their warehouse. Nobody messed with it, but you don't really know. It just somehow
You
ended up
assume that it's
magically.
going to be all right.
Exactly, right? And you don't really know who may have tempered it with it, right? And somebody who's smart, right, who may have access to it, could actually go in there and upload a new firmware and do all types of things. And you have no idea that the moment you plug this thing back into your computer, it's contacting some server somewhere, right? Like,
Mm.
so you don't the level of security that they have in terms of how they deliver this to you. Not only do they have a section on the Trezor website where they describe the process, they tell you all the ways that to make sure that it hasn't been tampered with. And on top of that, if it actually has been tampered with, they give you instructions on how to send it back to them, and they'll send you a new one. Like, there's so many quality control aspects of this that to me makes it very like highly recommended.
No brainer.
Is what I
And
say.
I
Yeah.
agree with you there because, hey, I'll share you guys a story very quickly. There was a earlier, actually, that happened in 2017, and earlier this year that happened also as everyone was being, excited about cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin. Last December, I remember I was at the hospital. My son turned 1 year old today. And then 3 weeks later, we were at the hospital. We were leaving the hospital, right? And then I was looking at my phone, was watching the price of Bitcoin, and every single day, man, every single day, Bitcoin was rising by $1,000 for like almost 7 days straight, right? So that's crazy. People were like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" So they jumped on cryptos, doing a bunch of things, buying cryptos, and then they're starting to buy ledgers, right? And one of the things they were doing is they were buying ledgers at a discount on Amazon, right? They were doing that on Amazon, but it turns out it was actually there. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying there is a group that were on Amazon that actually tampered with the ledger, uploading a new firmware in it, and then they send it to you. It looks good. You put your cryptos in there, your bitcoins, your precious bitcoins in there, and guess what? You can sip all of them out because they have your private key, right? Your private key is everything, and if
Well,
you
it's
leave
actually
that,
worse. It actually can be worse. You want me to tell you how it can be worse? Because remember, this connects to your computer via USB,
Oof.
right? So if I affirm, like, this thing actually has it has an actual like CPU in it. Okay, so this thing has an actual CPU in it. Like, in other words, what I'm saying is you can actually write software to do things.
Mm.
And the thing is, because it has access, USB access, just like a USB stick, just like I can develop a hack, right, and put it in a USB stick. And then all I need to do, literally, all I need to do is stick that USB stick in your computer while you're, let's say, out and about. You don't realize it, and either the moment you turn that thing on, or you might not even notice it, especially if it's one of those tiny things, and suddenly I've owned your computer. So think about what I just said. Not only is this thing already
And you
owned,
don't know I'm
if it,
here. You don't know I'm here, right?
well, here's the thing. Not only can this be owned, but the moment you plug this into your computer, it can also own your computer, right?
Mm.
So that means anything else. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's actually worse than just, hey, I get to take control of this, the private keys on this. I get to actually also potentially own your computer. And what that actually means is that, let's say you have some soft wallets on your computer, or even just simple things like, hey, I can just, in the software for this, I can not only make it so that it can essentially help me drain whatever you put into this, but I can also put some software in it that once you connect it to your computer, now I've installed a keylogger on your computer. And now the moment I've installed that keylogger on your computer, every single thing you type is being transmitted back to a server that of my
Mm.
liking, of my choosing,
So
right?
that means
And
you can
so
know my passwords just when I'm about
everything,
to it.
yeah,
Oof.
everything,
And
your
then
bank
we're
account,
talking about
everything.
like
So
the MetaMask. We're talking about all the
everything,
and
literally
your
everything.
banking,
Your
right?
socials, everything. Yeah. In
Oof.
fact, there was a guy. He's actually an angel investor. He actually wrote a whole story about it. I think he was actually even interviewed by one of the. I can't remember if it was like Verge or something like that. But there was a guy. He actually like literally watched his entire set of accounts. Like he was literally sitting at his computer and actually watched his accounts drain right before his eyes. I'll
That's
find the story and link it to you. But
that's
like it
torture,
was it
man.
was
That's
it was a
torture.
crazy story. Like, and this guy I'm talking about, like he's an angel investor who's worth a lot of money, and because he had put, like, even though he had separated things, but the person had managed to own his computer, and that's the one weak link that he had. So even though he didn't have everything in one basket, but the one weak link he had was his computer, which is connected to his emails and everything. So that weak link, the moment you have that weak link, even if you have redundancy, it doesn't
Mm,
matter. Redundancy doesn't matter at that point, because that weak link messes up everything, because that person now can just access all of the redundant pieces, if that makes sense. So
of
um
course. We're very
so
quickly,
yeah.
very quickly. I see Perry Unlikely here. Shout out to you, sir. We actually did a stream
Oh,
Sunday.
I know Perry's mad at me. Oh, Perry's mad at me. I owe that man an email since like freaking 2 weeks ago, I think, or probably a week ago. Like,
Oh, don't feel bad,
god damn,
Perry. Don't feel bad, Perry. Yeah,
I ain't
when it,
shit. I
when it
really
comes
ain't
to
shit.
emails, so we all suffer the same
Oof.
fate. But shout out to you. We did a stream with Perry Sunday, so if you haven't done it, so guys, check it out. Check it out. He actually dropped some gems there. And actually, I'm going to ask you. There is a cryptocurrency
Perry's
that
the real
he.
deal, by the way. For anybody, like, Perry's the real deal. I've actually listened to his content, and I've listened to him on other platforms. Check out his stuff if you actually care about crypto. He's not one of
Mm,
these fake gurus. He's the real deal. So
yeah, shout out to Perry, man. Yeah, he actually cares, and he's not just saying the what people want to hear. He's just giving it to you straight, and care about his audience. Shout out to you. And also, there is the intentional millionaire. Shout out to you. How you doing?
oh, what's up? What's up, intentional millionaire? What's up, man?
Not much, not much. All right, man. So
How you gonna
basically,
respond for him?
sorry, what?
How you gonna respond for him? I said, what's up?
No. I was just going to jump on the question, but hey, the intentional millionaire man is an inspiration to for me as well, man. That's that when I grow up, that's I want to be like him. I want to be
I
like
know,
him,
right?
looking young, looking like a millionaire. Be able to say I have a million dollar portfolio every time I see someone, man. Yo,
To stop being broken dusty like me. Like,
ah,
man,
man,
I'm just saying.
exactly,
Like,
man.
listen, yeah,
we
word.
That's the thing, yeah. We're just looking dusty out here, man. We gotta look like the intentional millionaire, man.
Absolutely,
But man,
absolutely.
shout out to her. Great contents as well, guys. If you haven't subscribed to him already, please do so. Great content as well. Great quality production. Great value as well. Shout out to both of you guys here for being in the chat and support and show your support. Thank you very much. Yes, I was going to ask you. So basically, what I hear, man, is really be careful on how you get your cryptos, especially your ledger. You could be only worried about the crypto itself, the ledger itself, and protect yourself from there. But once it's connected to your computer, that could also be a bigger risk. And that, man, thank you for mentioning that, because that's something I did
Well,
not think
anything,
about.
anything. Remember, USB. This is one of those things that's and then we could have a whole separate security conversation because
Mm,
USB is one of those things where people have to be extremely careful with it. Even I'll give you a quick example. Even at the airport, when I was at Fort Lauderdale Airport, I was sitting next to this lady in the area where they have like the little places where you could plug your computer, and this lady, Hispanic lady, she came in, sat down, and just plugged her phone right in the USB thing on the wall. And I was looking at her. I'm like, hey, ma'am, like, I kind of just gave her a little game. I told her, hey, do you actually have the outlet plug? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, you might want to use that instead. And she was so confused. And what people don't get is that the moment you plug, just be very careful with USB. With anything, first of all, any external peripherals, like anything that you will plug into a computer, you got to be very careful, right? So not only like let's say the phone example, right? Let's say you might have a wallet on your phone, right? You might have other important things on your phone. If you plug your phone into a USB outlet, somebody can literally like you can transfer malware through USB. It's actually just it's not that hard if you know what you're doing, right? And so somebody could set up something just to seem convenient for you that I want to charge my phone. I'm so happy there's an outlet there, and while it's showing you that it's charging your phone, guess what, it's also pushing malware to your phone, right? But then here's what's even worse is that your phone could then now serve as a vector to attack other things, your other devices, because now that malware could be on your phone, and now you're like, okay, I get home, you know what, let me transfer my photos into my phone, or let me whatever, and you plug your phone into your computer. Now that
to the
malware is
cloud.
transferred onto your computer, right? So people have to be very careful where you're plugging things in. Like,
Oh
don't just be
man,
like, I don't want to make y'all paranoid,
man, I think it's
like,
working already, man.
well, the thing is, I think this is one of the. Remember how I told you in one of our conversations, like I know too much. Like, it's one of the
Oh
things.
man.
It's one of the things that comes with that. It's like when you end up like when you've seen enough and you whatnot, like you have to be very careful wherever you're plugging things in and whatnot. Like if you just plug something into the regular outlet, then there's no security
Yeah,
issue
yeah.
there,
There's
right?
no
But if you're
there's no
but a
communication
USB,
line. It's only power.
exactly. It's only power. There's no data line. Exactly.
Mm,
There's no data line. But the moment you plug via USB on anything, whether it's into your device or you're plugging your device into some outlet, there's now a two-way data line that you don't really know what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
So anytime I see anybody plugging anything anywhere, I'm just like, people are so not careful these days. And
mm.
every day, I think the more you know about security, you just look around and you see all the different ways you could hack people. Like,
And it may not be a problem now, but the more that we're growing and we're going to be adopting cryptocurrencies one way or another, whether it's the government that imposes it on us, whether we go on DeFi, there is going to be a war between centralized and decentralized. Either
mhm.
way, us as the user, we're going to have to be using it either on our phones, either on like other technologies out there. So these are things that we should consider right there, because I'm sure once Bitcoin let's say assuming one day Bitcoin reach to $1 million, everyone's going to be interested in cryptocurrencies. And you're already seeing scammers on YouTube. Just the videos alone, they have some companies are like $1 million worth. I have a guy
Mhm.
on my Discord, he got hacked, and then he actually tried to trace the address, the cryptocurrencies that where his coin was to where it went, and he's looking at it, and he was like, there is like $millions worth of Ethereum in that account, man. So these are like these are just random people. They can be like huge organizations with $millions and doing scams online like that.
Well,
So you can, if you're seeing it how aggressive they are on YouTube, imagine how they're going to be when they can find ways to access your phones. You can access your codes like that, and you're keeping your crypto safe. You think it's safe, and then they have ways. So these are things to keep in mind. And as you understand this topic, figure out how you can protect yourself. Maybe put it on a treasure, or you never go out with it. Maybe you
not
put it
maybe,
on a
not
safe
maybe.
vault.
Put it on a hardware wallet. I don't care. Honestly, I don't even care which one you use. I recommend the trust. I don't even care. Just put it on a hardware wallet.
Mm,
Get a seed plate. Here's a general rule of thumbs that I would recommend. Okay, if you guys don't get anything else from this conversation, get a hardware wallet first of all. Second of all, get a seed plate. Okay, a seed plate
mm,
or a steel. It's a steel plate and a seed plate. Okay, and
mhm.
basically what it is when you're setting up a wallet, you have
Is
your
there
seed.
anyone, just so I can show them? Is there anyone the plates that you recommend?
Yes. So if you go to if you look up cold card, Look up cold card real quick and share your screen. Just look up cold card and share your screen. And then I'll tell you what exactly where to click. Because that's actually the ones that I buy. So
Yeah.
hold up.
Okay. Okay.
So look
So
up
code card.
cold card wallet. Yep. Click on
So
that.
so the purpose of a plate is basically so that you can write
Well,
and like write your seed phrase for your
we'll
hardware
we'll
wallet.
get to that. We'll get to that in a second. So click on the link, right?
The first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. All right.
And
Yeah,
then
man. Because
because
these
I
are
forgot the exact
games, man. Games make sure that.
URL, but then if you go, there's somewhere on the screen here you're gonna see a plate option. So if you um
Oh,
keep
maybe that's
scrolling.
not it. Maybe that's not it. That looks
No,
like a
no,
step.
it's on.
Oh,
No,
it
no.
says
Trust me.
hodl safe. So that must
No,
be
no,
it.
no. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. So this, in fact, stop right here real quick.
Yeah.
This wallet right here, this cold card is actually the most secure wallet, the most secure hardware wallet on the market. Period. End of story.
Really.
Right? Yeah. The reason I don't recommend this one is because this one really requires you to be like an absolute like you can't just be like, this is not for a newbie. This is not for a newbie or even somebody, even like your average engineer probably cannot really properly use this. And
Really. Eh?
yeah, and so it's actually it's a bit inconvenient to use.
It says
It's and not just
ultra
a bit inconvenient.
secure. It looks like a bank vault or like a
That's what I'm saying.
miniature bank
That's
vault.
so the way it's built. I mean, it's literally the most secure hardware wallet on the like out there. Period.
I mean,
Right.
I'll leave
So
that one just in case. But yeah, so is that the one you wanted to show us or something else?
well, I just want to point that while we're there, but they actually, the same company, they actually develop a seed plate. So somewhere on this page, you're gonna see, let's
Oh,
see,
seed plate. Yeah, yeah, yes,
there we
yes, yes,
go.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, right there. So that plate right there, that's the one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that I have a bunch of those. Like I bought at this point,
Ooh.
like I don't even know because what I do is per private key, I will have like at a minimum, I'll have like three seed plates, right? And again, these things are investments, right? So people may be like, it costs a certain amount of money. Remember, this is literally what's gonna think of it as like I said, your social security card, right? Like your or
Mhm.
some. This is what's gonna give you access to your funds. If let's say God forbid, like your house burns down,
But
right?
let me walk
The
it
see.
back because I feel like
So
there's
hold
probably
up real
going to
quick.
be a couple of people who don't know why they should use this or what this is.
That's what I was actually about to explain. That's what I was actually about to explain.
Go
So
ahead, go ahead.
the wallet, right? Your wallet stores your private key. Okay. So your private key is basically what makes you the owner of your coins, essentially, of your coins, your
Mm-hmm.
tokens, etc. Right? And so
Mm-hmm.
one of the benefits, the first thing I want to explain is one of the benefits of using a hardware wallet, because I think that may be the first thing that people need to understand. Some people don't understand, why should I use a hardware wallet over MetaMask or something like that. The reason why is because of this. When you use something like a Trezor, your private key is inside this Trezor, and it never, ever, 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 ever leaves the Trezor. I repeat, it never leaves it. That's literally the only reason that you use a hardware wallet. And the reason this is important is because when you use like a MetaMask, your private key is stored on your. In fact, in MetaMask, it's actually stored in your browser, which is even worse. But it's stored in your computer technically, right? Because your browser stores, the data on your disk. So
Mm-hmm.
your private key is stored on your disk when you use like a soft wallet, like whether it's like
Oh, I
a
see. I
wallet that
see.
whether it's a wallet that you store, like app that you download, or it's a MetaMask. The MetaMask stores it in the browser since it's an extension. But what
And it's
happens is
not just
that
MetaMask. It could be, and now we have Avax, we have Terra Luna. Yesterday, I did a wallet for Terra Luna. So yeah, there is like,
so
if it's on a web extension, basically, it saves the seed phrase, which basically is you're the owner of these cryptos in the web browser, basically. So if you're using Google
it
Chrome,
stores,
it saves it
yeah,
there.
it stores it in the browser's data, like where the browser, like every extension
Mm-hmm.
has some place where the browser allows it to store data. And so
Yeah,
what it does is
but
it stores
basically
in it.
that means it's not in the wallet itself, and if someone hacks your computer, then they can technically go fetch that information.
No. So it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Like it's still actually, it's not as straightforward to just extract it. It's just that it's more accessible
Hmm.
because what they do is it's still stored in like a I want to say encrypted. So I want to be careful with the language here because I don't want to lie to you guys. But it's stored in a way where it's hard. It's not as like you can't be a noob and go and extract somebody's private key from MetaMask from the browser, right? So let me just put it like that. But there are ways to do it. And so, in other words, because it's on the computer, let's say somebody writes a malware, or let's say, for example, there's a vulnerability with your browser, right? And you haven't updated yet. somebody's able to build a website that they're able to convince you to go to that website, suddenly they can own your extension, especially if you've already unlocked MetaMask, right? Because when MetaMask is locked, then that makes it harder to extract your private key. But if it's not
Mm-hmm.
locked, and let's say your browser is vulnerable, then a hacker could literally take control of your browser and then take control of your coins, and that's it. You're done, right? Whereas because of this, when I use this right here, you would have to be literally standing right next to me right now to get access to my private key. There's no way, whether even if my computer was, hacked and you have malware on it, you have a keylog, you could have a million things on this. It doesn't matter because my private key never leaves this. So you may wonder, how do transactions actually happen? Because in order to create a transaction, you need to sign the transaction with your private key. Now, an analogous concept for people who don't understand this is kind of like similar if you're writing a check, right? You need to kind of authenticate the check.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what happens with your private key. Is that any transaction that goes out, in order for the blockchain to know, okay, this was really Jonathan, right? Or really, this was really this address, whatever. You need to sign it with your private key. The way that it works in the typical software like MetaMask, whatnot, is that it literally like signs it on the spot because MetaMask has direct access to your private key. It just signs it right there. What happens here is that when you use a hardware wallet, it actually sends the transaction via the USB into the hardware wallet. The hardware wallet signs it internally, and then it sends the signed transaction back to the computer. So, in other words, that private key never left here. You see what I'm saying? It
Mm-hmm.
never
Mm-hmm.
left. It never left. It just came. The unsigned transaction came here. It signed it. It made you approve it, and you actually have to physically approve it, right? When you use
Mm-hmm.
these, you have to physically approve it. It doesn't just go through here and then it's done. You have to physically approve it. So even if somebody takes control of my computer, they have to actually physically have control over me and the wallet, right?
And there is
So
also a code that they have to input on that physical wallet to
yeah,
validate the transaction too. So there is like
exactly.
many level of layers. So now going back to that seed plate. So I guess what you wanted to say is, hey, now that you have those private key, which could be anywhere from 12 to 24 keys, 24 words. So
Hmm.
these words you should never forget them, right?
Well, yes, but the thing is, realistically, unless you're like some crazy genius, most people can't just remember 12 random words that just out of blue like that, right?
Yeah, for the
So
hardware, for
so
the ledger, it's 24. So it's even more, right?
well, the thing is, you actually, the more it is, the better it is, right? Because the harder it is to crack. That's
Mm,
the thing. So, but the thing is, the more it is, the harder it is to crack. That also means the easiest for you to forget it. Now, the first mistake that some people will make is, which completely defeats the purpose, by the way, is they'll buy this and then they'll generate the private key, and then they'll get the words, and then they'll go and they'll save it on their computer. And I'm just like,
yeah.
like you just defeated the whole purpose because those words, by the way, for those who don't know, those words are from those words you can regenerate your private key. I repeat, those words are effectively your private key, even though they're not
They're like the
using
key to
those.
your private key.
No,
Oh,
they're
okay.
more so. Um, they're a way. Think of it like mathematically. It's like a way you can use these words to derive your private key,
Yeah.
right? So in other words, if somebody has access to those words, they effectively have access to your coins.
Yeah.
That's it. Like they don't need
I
anything
remember back
else.
in the days we used to have like those cryptographic messages where you have one word. It was just one word, and then based on that, you write a message, and then
Mhm.
people need that word to understand to decode the message. So I could literally write a letter. You read it one way, but if you apply the word that I use as a way to code my message, and then it's going to have an entirely different meaning. So I think it's probably the same way that, but crypto is doing it with like 24 different words. So of course, if you have those words, then you
Oh,
can
do you want me to explain how that works? Because I can give you a
very
quick
quickly,
gist
very
of
quickly.
how. Yeah. So the 12 words, here's where they come from. They're actually not random. So there's a list. So for example, let's say Ethereum. Okay. There's a list out there. It's called a word list. There's a word list out there, and it has exactly 2,048 words in it. Okay. And it's literally a list of words. So every line in the file, think of it like a Word document. Every single line of the file has a word on it.
Hmm.
Now that word, so for example, the first line, because we're in, if we're thinking in terms of programming, you start at zero. You don't start at one, right? So the first line, line zero, has one word. Line two, which is technically line one, which is technically line two, has the second word, and until it gets to the word 20. 47, which in total is 2048 words. Okay, and so what happens is those 2048 words, in, they're used as a way. So your private key is generated using entropy. Okay, entropy entropy basically is just think of it like the thing that makes your private key strong. That's a very simple way of explaining this because we don't have to get into cryptography right now. But the thing is, entropy is basically just the randomness, the level of no, it's not randomness. I want to be specific, but let's just think of it like randomness. It's
Mm-hmm.
the all the different bits of data that are coming together to make your private key as undeterministic as possible. Let's put it like that. As like on that somebody can't just guess it. Okay, somebody can't just guess it. So remember, all of that data is just numbers. It's just data. It's just like random bytes to the computer.
Mm-hmm.
So what the engineers that started building these blockchains realize is that okay, or specifically these wallets, they're like okay, well, the average person can't just remember this private key all the time, and they can't carry it everywhere and all that. So we need an easier way to represent the private key without you having to have all of these characters. And not only that, it's really easy to accidentally corrupt your private key by missing one letter, adding one by accident, whatever. And so what they did was they said, okay, how can we take the same entropy that generates this private key? How can we take that and represent it using just regular words? So then what they said was, okay, we'll break it down in a way where we'll break the private key into these distinct pieces, and each of those pieces will then take the underlying number that it represents, and we'll attach a word to it. So now when you have the words, really all the words serve is just as a pointer to the number that the word represents. So in
Mm-hmm.
other words, if you have the word, let's say box, right? It's going to go through the word list and look for what line number is box on. That line number then takes that line number and converts that into some kind of bytes, some set of bytes that it then does that for every other word, and then it combines those bytes together, and that's how it's able to recreate your private key. So those words are not random at all. They're actually, there's a word list. You could even look it up. It's called BIP 39, BIP 39.
Yeah, I
If you
noticed that because I sometimes, I mean, I just want to have many wallets, right? And then I noticed
Mhm.
that some words, I noticed that I've seen it before on another, like and then yesterday I was on Terra Luna, and then I put the first letter, and then it gives me like four different choice of words, and I'm like, okay, so they must be using the same words.
It's a word list, yeah.
Mm,
And they actually have different word lists for different localizations. For like, if you want to, let's say you're Japanese, you can actually use the Japanese word list. Now, most wallets they default to the English word list, so that's
yeah,
what most people see. But
yeah,
like, I think MetaMask actually these days they allow you to create different languages. But like, if you want to use a different language, they just have different word lists. But pretty much all of the word lists still they all have 2048 words in them. So
yeah,
it
and
doesn't matter if it's Japanese or it's Chinese, like or whatever. They all have, because at the end of the day, it's
the
less about the word and more about the number that it's
yeah.
representing.
Absolutely.
So
But very
yeah.
quickly, I want to go to these comments very quickly. Thank you guys for being active on the chat, and please hit the like button as you come in. You can be interactive on the chat, write your questions if you have any. But I want to give a shout out to a couple of comments I saw here. Rory Davis, yeah, that's why governments don't allow employees to
Yep.
plug personal USBs into their computers. Absolutely, man.
Side
That's
note on this. Side note on this. Not just government. I did some contract work for let's just say some private equity funds, and I don't want to say too much on that, but because I'm not allowed to. But it's the same kind of policies. Like
yeah,
if you're working for like these firms, if you're doing any kind of consulting for them, they not only want you to use like a separate device, but you literally cannot plug anything into it. So
mm.
it's the same policy.
Wow, wow. And shout out to Peter Investor M. Question: can a coin slash token be really updated? Elon Musk engineers Ninja updated
Mhm.
Dogecoin. Really? I don't know, man. What do you
Yes.
think
So it
of the
depends.
meme coins? Is it a great network effect versus BTC slash UT? I mean, there's a lot of questions. All right, so let's tackle with the first one. Can a coin
Yeah.
and slash token be really updated?
Um. Yes and no. So here's what I mean. Yes and no. Um, yes, it's possible for you to write a token that can be updated. The thing is, though, it's you have to write it in that manner. So there's
Oh,
different types there. Yeah, you have to write it in that manner. Like it's not just like because remember what I said earlier. A token or a coin. Let's say we're just talking about regular coins, right? So that would be like ERC20. We're not talking about NFTs or anything like that. That would be
hmm,
like ERC20 coins or tokens, whatever. It's really all ERC20 does. All that makes it a coin or a token is just did you follow these guidelines of what
Yeah.
ERC20 told you? Once you follow those guidelines, you can pretty much write your logic and write your code to do anything.
Do
So
anything else? Yeah.
to do anything else, right? You could add extra functions. Your functions could do all types of things,
And
right?
I mean,
And
I know you're gonna.
well,
Sorry,
well,
yeah, sorry. I really want to ask this.
hold up, like, because I don't want to
Yeah,
lose my train of thought. So
me
let me
too.
just finish this,
All
right?
right.
So basically, because of that, like you can write your code in a way where it can do whatever. And so one of the ways that you can write coins and tokens that can be upgraded is you can use there's multiple ways, but one of the ways is you can actually do what's called an upgrade. There's actually an upgradable type of token. So you can
Mm-hmm.
actually write a token that's actually the term for it. It's upgradable.
Mm,
And there's different ways to do it. There's like proxy ways you could do it using like a what's called a transparent proxy. There's different ways you could do it. Whereas otherwise, you can also just write a very vanilla token where whatever you deploy to the network, that's it. You can never, because remember, anything that's on the blockchain is actually immutable. So you can't change it. So really what ends up happening, even when you create an upgradable coin, I want
it's
people to
not
understand this.
really.
When you create an upgradable coin, what it actually is doing is this, is that you're deploying one contract, which is a proxy contract.
Mm-hmm.
That proxy contract is what everything goes through. And then you have the first version of your contract, right? And then anytime you want to upgrade it, you're actually deploying a new version, and then you're just pointing the proxy to the new version. So in other words, you haven't actually changed the code of the first one. You haven't changed the code of the proxy. You've just added a new one, and then you just basically told the proxy, point to this address instead, this
Yeah, that
contract address
reminds me of
instead.
when I was coding. I was using pointers. That's basically the same logic. But
That's crazy that you mentioned pointers out of everything. But yeah, basically that's actually a really perfect analogy. Actually, it's pretty much pointers. Like it's actually a perfect analogy if you know C and C++. It's a perfect analogy. So you're literally just pointing the proxy to a new contract. But
yeah.
the thing is, it has to be a upgradable contract to do that. There is
Mm,
another method that's a little bit more mischievous, which is why you need to read the code. Another method that's more mischievous is there's a new way to deploy contracts called the create two opcode. It's called a create two. If you just look up create with the number two after it, create
okay.
two opcode, OPCODE. If you look up create two opcode, um, what it allows you to do is you can predetermine where a contract will be deployed.
Mhm.
And here's why this is important. Because once you predetermine where contract, because most contracts that just use the regular create opcode, what happens is once it's deployed, you can't change that section of data at all. You can't change, like it's really immutable. But what the create two opcode allows you to do is you can actually predetermine where the contract will be. So that means you, before you've even deployed the contract, you actually already know the address of it, which is kind of mind blowing, but it actually is not if you understand it technically. But to the average person, it's mind blowing, right? Like, so you can actually predetermine where the contract will end up, like where the contract address will be. And then what that means is, think about it. If you can predetermine it, you can pretty much, even if you just kill the contract and destroy it, self-destruct it, you can always redeploy right back to that same address. So that
Mm,
means what a mischievous person can do is they can deploy the first version of the contract, get a bunch of people on, tell you, hey, this coin is going to blow up or whatever, right? Write some
okay.
backdoor so that they
Mm,
can write some backdoor so that they can basically self-destruct the contract and take your money and whatnot. And then basically in the same vein, they can write some ASM code underneath, like assembly code, like because Solidity actually has a way to write assembly code within it. They can write some code to say, okay, I want to, self-destruct this contract, whatever. Well, you don't actually have to write assembly code for that. But the point is, you can destroy the contract, redeploy a new version, and externally it looks like nothing has changed because it's the same address.
oh,
And actually, you can even do it where all the mischievous stuff is done via internal transactions. So when you just look at like Etherscan on first glance, you don't see anything that seems alarming. But if you click on the internal transactions, that's when you start seeing, wait a minute, what happened here? What happened here? What happened here? And so people can use that trick where they can redeploy a new contract to the same exact address, and that contract actually could be different. It doesn't actually have to be the same exact contract,
mm.
because it's using a different method to generate the address. Because typically the address is generated prior to create
And at
two.
that point, the address is not made public, right? So at least you don't even know if there is a separate blockchain where that address is recorded.
No,
So
no, no. I'm not saying a separate blockchain. I'm literally saying, let's say the Chainlink token, right?
yeah, yeah.
If it was deployed initially, if it was initially deployed using the create two token, that's the only restriction. You can't take an existing contract that wasn't deployed with the create two and then redeploy it with create two. You can't do that. It has to be initially deployed with create two, which is why if you inspect some smart contract code and you see that it's been deployed with the create two opcode, It doesn't mean that it's scammy. It's just something that you should keep in mind. You should like, okay,
That
because
means they
no,
have the
because
option. They can
they have
exercise their
exactly,
option.
exactly. They have the ability to redeploy a new contract to the same address, and you won't even know that they've effectively upgraded the contract or changed it or turned it into something that, like, initially the contract might actually be very innocent. So when you review the
Mm,
code, you're like, yeah,
of course, of
everything looks
course.
good. There's no issue. They have somebody audit it. Like, they get everybody's trust, and then boom, they redeploy a new version that's actually scammy. And then that one, no one notices it because they use internal transactions to do everything. And until by the time people notice the internal transactions, they've already rug pulled. They've already pulled
Gone,
all the funds
not
away.
gone, man. Gone with the winds. But
Yeah.
very quickly, I wanted to ask this as you were talking about this question, the ERC20. Is
Mm-hmm.
it possible to write cryptocurrencies on, let's say, they're using the ERC? Are you following these regulation? Fine.
These
Can
guidelines,
they also add other regulation like ERC20, BP20, like for Binance? Can they add like an Avalanche or like a
yeah.
Terra
BP20.
Luna?
So BP20 and ERC20, they're basically the same thing. They're literally the same thing. So you can take some ERC20 code. In fact, that's pretty much what most people do. You can take some ERC20 code that you've written and just take the same exact code and you just deploy it to Binance Smart Chain. That's it. You don't have to change anything about the code.
Okay, okay. So
So
okay, so
BP20
in terms of
BP20
regulation is the same thing, but I'm trying what I don't know from our perspective, it's not the same thing, right? Because if we try to send
it's a different blockchain.
if sorry.
The here's the main difference. The difference is this: the Binance Smart Chain, and specifically, I want to make it clear, we're not talking about the Binance Chain because there's the Binance Chain and then there's the Binance Smart Chain. The Binance Smart Chain is pretty much just a replication. It's a fork of
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum, and what that means, the reason that's important is because what that means is underneath the hood, it uses the same Ethereum virtual machine, which means
Mm,
the Ethereum virtual machine. That's actually what process when you write a smart contract, that smart contract is turned into instructions, right? Computer instructions, or specifically instructions for the virtual machine for Ethereum. So basically, that virtual machine is literally the same virtual machine that's powering Binance Smart Chain. It's just a different instance of it. So
mm-hmm.
that's why you can't. That's why you can't send coins between them because they're separate instances. But the code that runs them is actually pretty much the
I
same code.
see, I see.
So
Yeah,
that's
okay,
why like
okay.
so when you have like a BEP 20 BEP 20 token, the standard, the specification for ERC 20 and BEP 20, there's pretty much no. I think there's like some. There's pretty
But
much
but
effectively
let's
there's
stay,
no
let's stay
difference.
on that, right? Let's say I'm creating a crypto. Can I do it like I put the point exactly what ERC20 is looking for on that code? Can I also again right after I do that I can do whatever I want, right? So part of whatever I want is what if I want to do BEP2, right? Instead of the 20, I do it the 2. So it's that one is the Binance chain instead of the smart chain, right? So will I be able to deploy basically that same
No,
code?
because Binance Chain is a whole different blockchain entirely. Like they've built that thing from scratch. That's what I'm saying. So Binance Smart Chain is specifically built using the Ethereum virtual machine, right?
Okay.
So it's specific. It's basically the same code. It's a fork of it. They just make some slight differences because, for example, the consensus protocol for Binance Smart Chain is different from how Ethereum does it. That's also why
I
Binance
guess
Smart Chain
why I
you can.
was asking this question is because I'm trying to figure out what's a good way to do cross chain transfer, right? Because that's one of the things that is a big problem in cryptocurrencies, the interoperability, connection
Mhm.
between different blockchain. Now we see that this is, it seems that in the bear market, that's going to be the focus on a lot of ecosystem out there. Now, from a
So
coder's perspective, like what's your opinion on that? Like, how do you see that going across chain?
there's no general answer to this because there's so many, like there's the XYZ chain. There's a bunch of different chains that like that aim to be cross chain solutions. There's no general, like there's no answer I could give you to this that I could say is like the authoritative answer, but I can tell you what I prefer, right? So what I do, specifically me, is I've already told you this before. Like one of my favorite chains that I think is a gem that nobody's paying attention to,
That
like
after Peter's end
like
question, that's the question I was going to ask you, but mention it here.
yeah, yeah. So like I think this chain is an absolute gem, and
Yeah.
I'm actually one of the liquidity providers for it. Like I'm actually a major liquidity provider for it. And no one has is talking about it. Is shut up Siri. So my bad. So
No worries, no
uh,
worries.
so basically it's called
I think
incognito.
series got jealous when you mentioned Jim.
Oh yeah, that's actually it's like here's what I anyway. So it's
That's a
called
code word.
incognito. It's called incognito chain. It's called incognito chain. It's incognito.org. Um, incognito.org. And it's
Oh yeah.
literally a gem. And their main coin is the privacy coin, the PRV coin.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So for me, it's not about the coin. That
Mm.
that that incognito. I mean, like it's pretty much like a Monero that's been generalized to any type of coin. So you can pretty much do any. You can do private transactions within incognito using any coin as the input. So you could use like Bitcoin. You could use Ethereum. Like I can send some Bitcoin to incognito, convert it to. Think about this real quick. I'm about to tell you a gem right now. If some people may not get how big this is. I can take some Ethereum code, right? Sorry, some Ethereum coins. I can send them to my incognito wallet. Okay. Then when they get to my incognito wallet, I can then take that incognito internally within incognito. Anything that happens within incognito is private. There's no record of it. There's no way anybody could trace it, including the
So
IRS or anybody, right?
so
So
basically,
hold up,
incognito is
hold
like
up.
Vegas. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Exactly. It's
All right.
basically Monero, but generalized. Okay.
Mm.
So then here's the beauty of this is I can then take those coins, those Ethereum coins that I've sent into incognito. And what it does is it uses an internal wrap version of Ethereum
Mm-hmm.
called P, like for example, whatever coin it is, like if it's Bitcoin that you send into it, it'll turn it
P for
into
private,
P.
and then
It,
Ethereum.
it'll it'll turn it into PBTC, or then if you send in some ETH, it'll turn it into PETH, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
internally, you can trade these coins. You can trade them with different people. You can trade them with yourself. You can do whatever internally, and anything that happens within it is private. So here's the beauty of this. Okay, now hear me closely. Listen to closely to what I'm about to tell
Wait,
you,
wait, 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 wait,
because
wait. Let me put the camera big so people
because
can look
because
at you in the eyes.
because this is huge, and I'm using incognito almost on a daily basis. So I'm telling you this right now from the heart,
Mm.
how you this is to me. Okay, I can take those coins, those Ethereum coins, send them into incognito. They become PE. They become PE, right? Private ETH. Internally, I can then take. There's an exchange. Incognito has an internal exchange. I can trade the PE for PXMR, which is Monero, and that PXMR, I can then send that PXMR out externally into real Monero, into XMR. And so now I've effectively converted Ethereum to Monero, and you have no way of knowing who the hell the Ethereum holder is or the Monero holder is. Like, I
Mm.
don't think people understand how fucking huge that what I just said is.
Because
Like,
even
if you
when we're
don't get it,
using a DEX, right? Even when we are
yeah.
using like a decentralized exchange, it's not tied to your personal information. You just have a wallet and then you wire it like PancakeSwap, for example, right? So that way, but if someone, let's say the RS are trying to figure it out, they can still trying to trace the amount, right? The amount of cryptocurrency that was went from
Mhm.
one wallet to the next, and then hey, with AI and all that, you can probably figure
Well,
it out the
here's
path. But
here's the best way to
so
here's
that way, the way you just mentioned, it's even hidden. It hides the path, right?
well, the difference is this. It's Here's the simplest way of saying it is the difference between being pseudonymous and anonymous. That's the difference.
Synonymous versus okay.
Because essentially when you use like Bitcoin or use Ethereum or whatnot, you're really just pseudonymous. Because in other words, what I'm saying is, your address, your Ethereum address, let's say you're talking about just one wallet, your Ethereum wallet address, it's a random address, so nobody really knows. Okay, this wallet is for JC, right? Nobody really knows that. But let's say you make one mistake, maybe you accidentally leak some data somewhere, or you drop the address to somebody instead of the different one, or you accidentally deploy from the wrong address. There's a number of ways, right? You make one mistake and somebody's able to connect. And remember, once you make that mistake, you can't revert it because it's on the blockchain.
Mhm.
So you make one mistake and somebody's able to connect that address to you. Now they're able to trace all of your transactions back and know
Mm.
here's everything that JC has done, because now we've been able to attach this address to JC. Even though initially we didn't know who it was, now we've been able to attach it, right? And so that's why companies like what is it the the cryptanalysis companies, like there's one of them that's actually very famous. But anyways, that's one of the things they use. Is That's why they focus so much on trying to track
Wait,
the
wait,
individual,
wait, wait,
because
wait, 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 wait. Sorry, sorry, sorry. There is a company that do analysis and figuring out transactions.
there's a number of them. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, and not only there's a number of them, they are partnered with the government. What are you talking about? There's like cryptanalysis is like a huge industry. Like if I'm able to create, if I can create some stuff. In fact, right now, the IRS right now has multiple bounties out. Like if you're able to create, like for example, Monero is a perfect example. No one has been able to crack Monero. So if you're able to crack Monero, the IRS will literally pay you right now because
Wait,
they
wait,
want the
crypto
bill. They
analysis
want
company. Let me find them, man.
cryptanalysis.
What's wrong with
That's the name of the industry. It's called
yeah?
cryptanalysis.
You have
Yeah.
anyone in
So
mind that you can think of? Let me chain analysis. The
yes,
oof.
chain analysis. That's it. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. So that company actually, in fact, there's an interesting story behind chain analysis. They actually started after Mount Gox, and I actually have connection to Mount Gox because that was actually one of the first platforms I traded crypto on. Believe it or not. So that's a whole other story to that. But
yeah,
anyways,
that
after
means you're
Mount,
an OG. You're an OG in the crypto world, eh?
oh yeah, there's a whole story of how I got into crypto and everything. And by the
Mm.
way, I have proof. Unlike these fake gurus who lied to y'all, I have proof for everything. So if y'all are interested, but basically, uh, 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 chain analysis actually started as a result of Mt. Gox because the founder of that company, they were trying to trace where the coins were going.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we lost him. We lost him. Oh man, this guy was cooking, man. This guy was cooking. Man, I'm learning game. I mean, sheesh. I thought I was safe on a decentralized exchange. But man, look at them guys, eh?
Can you hear
Look.
me now?
Yeah, yeah, okay, we're good. You're
Yeah,
good. You're
yeah, yeah.
good.
So the funny thing is, I can hear you clearly when it goes off, but you can't hear me. But yeah. So this company has partnered with damn near every government across the world.
Across the
So
world.
yeah, across the world. So
Ooh.
yeah. So like that's the difference, and that difference is important. Is the pseudonymous versus anonymous, right? So when you use like Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatnot, you're using a random address. So a lot of people, that's where dummies. That's where you can tell the difference between dummies and people who are smart. Is that like there's a lot of scammers out there, even some hackers who are not actually as smart. Like they, just because they're hackers doesn't mean they're smart. Doesn't mean they're competent, right?
Mm.
They may just be script kiddies and people who just can find scripts on the internet and figure out. Anyway, um, the difference is this: is that the moment somebody's able to attach that address to an individual or an entity of any sort, that means, and especially because the blockchain is immutable, that means it can go back now and trace every transaction back to you. But not only that, if you then, because the other mistake people will make is not only do most people not use multiple wallets, which I remember I told you, I don't think you should use one address more than 2 times. That's me.
Sheesh.
Like I've never used an Ethereum address. Well, I've used an Ethereum address at most 3 times. I've never used an Ethereum address more than so
That's
for
a
at
little
least for
bit
anything personal.
extreme, but man, but
It's
I get you.
it's
I get
extreme,
you.
but here's the reason, right? Because even if you're able to say, okay, this address is attached to Jonathan, you're only able to find 2 transactions. That's it, and they're completely isolated from anything else I've ever done, right? So
For
that's
you,
that at
it
least.
makes more sense to buy and hold cryptocurrencies and just not trade, right? Because
What do you
that
what?
limits the amount of transaction you have to do. Therefore, it
I,
limits.
Not really, because for me, like I can just I can like programmatically, I can do this automatically. So like I can generate. Remember, I showed this off
Yeah,
on Men's Be
and
Finesse.
shout
I
out
can
to
generate
Mr. B
address.
Finesse. He actually
Yeah,
made a demo of him creating like millions of Ethereum addresses live
very
in
quickly.
that.
Yeah. So like I can create a bunch of those very quickly. That like for me, it's actually not a problem at all. I can just write the code to go and create all these wallets for me. And so I don't need to reuse them ever. And so what
Mm,
the main mistake that a lot of people make is they'll reuse the wallet. They'll reuse the same wallet. But even if they don't reuse it, the second mistake is some people will be like, okay, I've heard that I shouldn't reuse the wallet. So what do they go do? They say, okay, I have this first wallet here. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna create the second wallet here. But then here's the problem. They then go ahead and they send a fucking transaction from the first one to the second one. And it's like you now just created a connection between
a
them. So
link.
a link between them, right? So now the moment somebody connects that first one, they're like, well, it seems the only outsider you sent a transaction to is this one. Well, we can only assume that either you know this other wallet, right, or it's yours, right? And either way, if you're using cryptanalysis software, it's just going to automatically attach that to you until it figures out another person to
Another
attach it
link.
to, another link, right? And so
Mm.
the reason why I love incognito is not only is it a hidden gem. I'm so shocked every time I realize most people don't know incognito. Like it blows my mind. Not only is it a hidden gem, but also because you can literally swap essentially amongst any type of crypto. Because I can send Ethereum to it, I can send Bitcoin to it, I can send Monero to it, and then I can then again just hear this out real quick. I can then extract all of it as Monero, which means all these inputs went into it. Internally, when I traded it, there's no record of any of the trading that happened internally because it's all private, right? And there's no way to crack this because it's built mathematically similar to Monero. And
Mm-hmm.
then now the output is Monero, which is mathematically uncrackable, right? So that means now I have all these coins in Monero that you don't even know I have. You don't know I own them. You don't know what my Monero address is. You know nothing about them. You have no idea what happened to those coins. It's almost like they just went poof, right?
Mm.
Think about what I just said. It's like those
Because
coin
yeah,
just went
you
poof.
make the transaction, you exit in Monero. So as soon as you exit in the Monero, no one knows if you even in or out.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
now here's the question: if you have Monero and then you actually,
Hmm.
because at the end of the day, we all want what the fiat for now. That's what we want, right?
Most of my coins are Monero. Most of my cryptos Monero.
No, I
I've
know,
already
but if
told
you're
y'all this.
making
Yeah.
if you're making a purchase, right? Remember we were talking
Hmm.
about that example of pina coladas, right? Let's say
Hmm.
you wanna buy some pina coladas in the
Hmm.
Caribbean. So is that where you're going to use this? Can you use the Monero and swap it with fiat?
Yep, you can use Monero with this. You can use Bitcoin. You can, yeah, and you can swap it. Yeah, exactly. So now I can then, not only did I exit the Monero, I can then swap that Monero for fiat. And now literally it's like certain agencies are just like pulling their hair out. Like, what the fuck happened?
It,
You know
so
what?
so just quickly,
I have said too much.
because
I
I'm
have
very
said too much.
interested. I mean, and
Let
not
me
like I'm
stop.
going to but I'm very interested, very interested. So is this like Bisc? Like, does it give you fiat in the kind of like a e-transfer or like a
That's
digital
why I said
dollar?
they have multiple methods. You choose what method you want. Some of them are more risky than others. So, for example, you can actually have somebody. So, I'll give you an example. You can say, let's say the larger amount you need, obviously, the more risky it is. So, let's say, for
Hmm.
example, I want to exit. Let's say I want to exit 5 grand. Okay, 5 grand worth
Hmm.
of crypto. So once we've agreed on a swap price, BISC will kind of facilitate the trade, and then what will happen is this: I can say, okay, I want a wire transfer. Now, here's what happens: once somebody
Oof,
accepts it, now,
wire
no, you may
transfer.
think that you actually may think that's scary, but actually isn't. It actually isn't, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because once somebody, obviously, you would want it to be somebody domestically within the U.S. Once
Hmm.
somebody accepts to make that trade with you, right? What they end up doing is they literally just send you a wire transfer for 5K. That's not illegal. There's nothing. There's no law
Yeah,
that says you can't send somebody some money, right? And
exactly.
so
It could be my
they
grandpa
send
or
that.
my cousin.
Exactly. They just send you 5K to your bank account, and not only that, basically, BISC will actually make it so that, like, basically there's ways you can actually provide that information where you don't have to worry about the person, like, hacking you or whatever. Like, BISC. That's why I'm saying BISC is so dope, because what you then able to do is, they send you that wire transfer. It hits into your it hits your bank account, and then once it's been received on your end, which BISC facilitates most of this, then once it hits your end, the crypto is sent to the person, right?
Mm.
And so now you have 5K in your bank. Now, certain people may come to you and say, "Hey, where did this money come from?" And
My
you just
cousin
have to
loves
say,
me.
a friend of mine sent it to me, and then they can just go to this
Yeah,
person, and the person literally has a record of the money leaving their bank account, and then they can just say, "Oh yeah, I just gifted this so and so." There's nothing illegal about that process whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with it. There's not. It may sound a bit shady, but really, it's
no,
just
no, not
somebody,
at all.
And so
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying is, like, this basically enables this. Even when you're using financial institutions, you can still use them. But if you don't want to use financial institutions, it not only gives you a way to do it via mail, which I would never do. I would never send money via mail. But you could
No.
also, there's an extra way where you can, link up with the person if you want to. You can do physical meets, and so those are probably the
Yeah, that's a
best in
little bit
terms of
that's a little bit
those.
scary,
Well,
man.
those are the best in terms of the untraceability, right?
Yeah,
But they're
but
the most
yeah,
risky.
no,
They're the most
man.
risky.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see what you mean. But wait. Let me, man. There is a lots of chat here. I want to acknowledge a lot of them. But wait, let me, man. This is a lot of questions. So let's try to finish with this very quickly because me too. I have some questions for you, and we're already at 2 hours. How are we doing on time? You good, or you have maybe a couple minutes left? Like,
We're good. I basically, my plan was to just go and be a hoe tonight. So
oh,
I'm just
come
I'm
on,
just,
man, come on, man.
I'm just playing. I'm just what
Maybe it's
happens
better
in
to
Bahamas.
maybe it's
Listen, what
better we
happens in
keep you here, man, for your own
what
safety.
what happens in Bahamas stays in Bahamas. Okay. So,
Yeah, man, that's what it is. But well, let me say this: Elon's engineers Ninja updated Dogecoin. What do you think about meme coins and what with a great network effect versus BTC and Ethereum?
I don't really think I fully understand the question, but I'll touch on the meme coin thing. And I've
Mhm,
said this before as well. I don't do meme coins. Like, I'm a very reserved, like, person in general, but
mhm,
especially when it comes to investments, like, I'm very conservative and very reserved. Like, I don't jump on bandwagons. I don't care. Like, even when these things are going up and down. Like, because the thing is, for me, here's the main thing that my
mhm,
perspective is. I don't get into crypto. I'm not into crypto just to try to make money quickly. Anything I do is long term, right? And when I say long term, for me, that's like a minimum, in some cases minimum 5 years, but in most cases minimum 10 years, right?
mhm,
That's just me. And so when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at how do I feel about this 10 years from now, not how is it doing now. So, for example, think Monero. right?
Mm.
Monero keeps going up and down. Monero like is barely like like sometimes it feels like Monero hasn't moved at all in like months, right?
Hmm.
But it doesn't matter to me because I see a future in Monero that I know most people don't see.
And that was
I
one
see
of the question I was going to ask you too. I was going to ask you, what is your favorite cryptocurrency?
it's Monero.
Mm.
Like hands down, it's Monero. Like without thinking twice about it. In fact, I'll tell you this: anytime I see it, because the governments worldwide, and even different media companies, media outlets, they constantly are putting out hit pieces on Monero. Every time I see a new hit piece, I buy more Monero because yes, I'm dead serious, and I can. Well, I'm not gonna do that for my Monero. I'm not gonna show you guys the transactions, but I'll do that
Lie,
for
we
my
believe you,
Ethereum.
man. We
I'll do
believe you.
that for my Ethereum and my Bitcoin, but I'm not gonna do that for my Monero. But the point is, what Monero does is I'll give you a quick summary of why I'm so bullish on Monero because Monero is actually what Bitcoin should have been.
Mm.
It's as simple as that. And part of the reason why is because Monero is actually fungible, right? So when you hear the term fungible, just like NFC stands for non-fungible, right?
Mhm.
And then Bitcoin is supposedly fungible. Most people don't really understand what fungible means. Do you know what fungible means?
Well, to me, it's the fact that you can divide it in multiples. Like, let's say one Bitcoin, you can divide it up till divisible by 8, right? So, if Bitcoins was $1 million, technically you could have a 0.00001. Anyway, but what do you think it means?
So surface level fungible. The most simplistic way you could say it is that surface level explanation of fungible is that
Oh, sorry. I
one
was
one
thinking divisible. My
one
bad, my bad.
what
I was thinking
one
of
Bitcoin.
divisible. My bad, my bad.
Okay, yeah. So one a surface level understanding of fungible is that one Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin, which means that in other words, if you have one Bitcoin and I
It's
trade
supposed
you
to be
and
equally in my pocket too. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, my bad, my
well,
bad.
not well.
I'm
I'm not
tired.
just saying in terms of value. Again, just hear me out. It's not just value. It's just in terms of the entire coin, and I'm gonna break this down why this is very important, right?
Oh.
So just hear me out real quick. It's not just in terms of the value because one Bitcoin does equal one Bitcoin, right? So any Bitcoin, it's
But
still
there is a
worth one
difference
Bitcoin.
between a Bitcoin that is being used in China, for example, versus a Bitcoin that is freshly minted, right? It's technically
No,
one Bitcoin, but the fact that one Bitcoin has a lot of history, let's say a bank, for example, might want that is freshly minted because it has no history, so it has more value
you're
technically.
mm, you're close, but not for the right reason. So you're close though. You're
Yeah,
warm. So here's the thing. Fungible again, I because I just want to make sure people understand the fundamentals. Fungible at surface level just means that if you have the again just surface level simplistic, you have one Bitcoin, I have one Bitcoin. If we just trade them, there should be no issue, right? Because we just it's like I traded one penny for another penny, right? It's like
exactly.
they should be the same. The problem though is that um, kind of actually for the reason similar reason you stated, Bitcoin is actually like a Bitcoin is actually like a crypto like Bitcoin is actually not fungible. Like a lot of people think it is, and a lot of people use it as if it is, but it's actually not. And I'll give you an example of how. Um, there's a protocol called CoinJoin, right? So
Coin
if
what?
you use like it's called CoinJoin, right?
Mm.
This is just an example. It's called CoinJoin, a protocol called CoinJoin, okay? And it's part of it comes part like let's say you use like if you use the Wasabi wallet, if
Hmm.
you use the Wasabi wallet, that's one of the protocols that you could. It's a method you could use to essentially try to let's say mix your coins, right? So in other words, mix your coins in a way so that even if let's say initially I know okay this address right here, right, is JC's, and I know he owns this, he owns this amount of Bitcoin. Once you mix it, once you mix it, once you put it through a mixer, what comes out of it, you can at any point in time you can wait like a week or whatever, and then you pull it out, and now it's a whole different. It's the same amount, but it's because it was all mixed. You have no way of connecting what came out with what went in, right? So even though somebody may know, okay, this was definitely JC's, and he put it into this mixer, they just don't know where what address it's at now. They don't know, you know
Hmm.
what I'm saying, where this coin ended up. And so
Hmm.
CoinJoin allows you to do these transactions where you're mixing the same, like so you may have 100 Bitcoin here, 100 Bitcoin here, 100 Bitcoin here. This is by the way a lot of money, but you have all those, and then a bunch of people put 100 Bitcoin, right? Or in fact, let's just go with one Bitcoin. A bunch of people put one Bitcoin in, right? And then out of it comes all these Bitcoins mixed up, and you just take one. Each person gets to take one of them, right? Now you may be wondering what the hell does this have to do with fungible? Here's the thing. Um, a lot of centralized exchanges are starting to treat these coins as tainted coins, right? Which means that if they see that your coin went to a mixer. And the reason why is because, which the reason kind of makes sense, but I just despise centralization, right? One of the reasons why is because obviously if you can mix your coins like this, criminals will start taking advantage of them. Terrorists will start taking advantage of them, etc. Right? Because they can hide their transactions and hide what they're doing. So because of that, as these companies, especially with regulations in America and stuff like that, as they try to
Like
keep,
Coinbase, for example, this in the
uh,
stock market, they have to be careful. So
they have to be very careful. And so what they'll do is, like, when they see any coins that have a history where at some point it hit a mixer, which, by the way, if you use like chain analysis, it will literally tell you, if this coin has been mixed or not, right? It'll tell you that because it's able to trace the history and see, okay, at some point this coin went through a mixer. What does that do to your coin? What it does to your coin is now it makes your coin, even though you may have one Bitcoin, that Bitcoin is no longer tradable as easily as other Bitcoins are. Even though it's still one Bitcoin, but I can go and I can trade my Bitcoin on Coinbase or whatever, and I won't have any issues. But when you try to trade it on Coinbase, not only will you not be able to, but guess what will happen? Coinbase will take your Bitcoin and fucking freeze it, right? And so you see what I'm saying? And so now, now suddenly these two Bitcoins that should have been the same Bitcoin because it's technically fungible, really it's not, because one is able to, in other words, they're distinct. You should not be able to look at them as distinct. Like if I look at two pennies, there should not be a way for me to look at these two pennies and say, okay, these two are different pennies. They're still just pennies, right? And that's essentially the issue. That's essentially the issue. Now, Monero, though, one Monero literally means it's equal to another Monero. The reason why, actually, Perry did such a great job actually summarizing this. Yes, he's correct. Essentially because you can't trace the source, right? So in other words, Monero, you can't actually trace. There's no history to trace, right? When you look at the transactions and whatnot, one Monero literally means one Monero because one Monero could be JC's Monero, could be Jonathan's Monero, could be anybody's Monero. Who knows whose Monero it is? Who knows if Jonathan even has any Monero? That's the beauty of Monero, is that you don't even know how, you can't trace anything, right? It's like, who knows how many Monero Jonathan has? Who knows if Jonathan even has any? I don't know if I have any. Do you know, JC? Like that's how anonymous Monero really is. And so that means that it's actually fungible. And so for anybody who cares about decentralization, you have to understand how important that is, because what this means is that whereas, for example, with Ethereum or Bitcoin, if somebody is actually able to connect that address, you are only pseudonymous. You are only pseudonymous. You would just, it's like if you're using a username on Twitter, right? Using that username on Twitter, no one knows who the fuck that is until somebody figures out, oh, based on when this was posting and blah blah blah, I think this is Jonathan. Now suddenly they can look.
Shout out to Kevin Durant, his burner account.
Exactly. Yeah. And so once somebody's able to connect it, now they're able to look past through all those tweets or whatever and see, okay, all those came from Jonathan. So that's essentially with Monero, you're literally a ghost. Like I don't understand why everybody's bullish on all this other shit and they don't understand how powerful Monero is, because here's why Monero is so powerful. Here's why I love Monero. Again, it's not because I'm trying to hide anything. It's because I value my privacy so much, right? And I value my ability to actually manage my shit. I don't need everybody's nose in my stuff.
That's the purpose of cryptocurrencies. That's basically the foundation of cryptocurrencies.
Right. I don't need every institution, every
back to the people, right?
Yep. I don't need every financial institution with their nose in my stuff. So what I can with Monero, the reason I'm so bullish on it is because you notice like these governments worldwide are cracking down on crypto, and to the point where they're actually affecting innovation in the space, right? And so they crack every time they're especially the U.S., because the U.S. is so hard.
But hold up, right? Very quickly.
Just hold up real quick, right?
Yeah.
Especially because the U.S. is so hard on terrorism, right? Which again, that's obviously a good thing. But I'm just saying, like, because they're so hard on it, they then end up treating the average person as similar to the criminals, because essentially it's almost like you have to prove you're innocent, right? That's the way that the U.S. is taking their regulation. And so every time they add these new pieces of regulation, that's why they have this big bounty, because coins like Monero, it doesn't fucking matter what regulation they have, they cannot control it. That's the beauty of it. Like, no government can go into Monero and say, let me look at how much, even if they're able to connect find out one address. There's no way, literally, Monero gives you no way of saying, I have this address, let me look at the balance of it. It's not even possible.
But you know, man, you open the door to a whole new discussion, but very quickly. But you know what? The average people, all they care about is, making their traditional pina coladas, man. They don't care about doing anything else. But even that, you have to declare too. But let me, in one way, I do see where the government's in enforcing all that. is limiting innovation. But in another way, I see that the cryptocurrencies are finding new ways to innovate, man, especially in DeFi. That the problem is though is finding a great stable coin that you can use for that. I think that's probably DeFi's biggest
I
problem.
disagree. I disagree. I think
Why not?
because I thought you were on the right track until you said stablecoin. But
Well,
because
but no,
because
I mean, I do. I mean, I see many things that DeFi is doing that is pretty innovative. I was mentioning, I was going to allude to Luna, but Luna in UST. But anyway, sorry, keep going.
yeah, the only stable. Okay, I see what you. I see where you're going. Okay, I got you. I got you. So that's actually a good point. I see where you're going with this. So the only stable coin that I value, and we actually talked about this as well offline. The only stable coin that I actually think is worth its salt, because it's actually decentralized. Like there's no one person that owns, like no one admin that owns the private keys that can just rug pull you. Is DAI. Okay, DAI. Okay, so I do own some DAI as well, but minimal compared to, like I
Yeah.
said, my most of my crypto is actually Monero, and because I'm like I'm in. And by the way, I'm not. Let me actually make this clear. By the way, I'm not telling everybody to just go jump on. This is not financial advice. One
No,
and two.
man, just for
Please,
educational and
let me just say this though. Please do not just go and hop on Monero because I'm saying all this. Okay, I'm literally begging you. Make sure you actually understand it. Real talk. Like I don't want people. That's one of the reasons I hate having these conversations sometimes, because people, a lot of times people are just looking for other people to give them suggestions and whatnot.
yeah.
And I don't want to be the guy, like, like I have my own outcomes that I want, and I have my way of looking at crypto. And I just want to make sure anybody who, if you're gonna go look at Monero, which I recommend people do look at it at a minimum, but don't go and pour your money into it. If you don't fully understand why you're doing it. Like I
And
have my reasons for
And
being bullish on it. I
very
just want to make
quickly,
that clear.
I wanted to add that very quickly. Like you, as especially as a crypto developer, you're more true to the like foundation of cryptocurrencies. Why it's there? That's you more focusing on the value aspect for a specific task, which is protecting your privacy, making sure that. And from that perspective, Monero is extremely valuable to you because that's according to the codes. That's the best way that you can protect your privacy without the anyone, even
Well,
the
that's what Satoshi wanted. Technically, if you actually look at like Satoshi's past, like before he dropped Bitcoin, like if you look at essentially the spirit of the reason why he developed Bitcoin and whatnot,
Mm.
that's essentially what Monero is now. Is really what Satoshi wanted. Essentially, I think because it was so early on, he didn't foresee that Bitcoin would essentially become in this way where it would be essentially rendered non fungible,
Mm.
right? I don't think he saw that far in that sense. Otherwise, in every other way, he saw
But let me
pretty
ask
well in
you
the
this,
future.
man. Let me ask you. See, I mean, in terms of value, in terms of human right, of course, you can say Monero protects it, like allows us to protect it, all that, right? But when you look at that from the government they really want, like they'll do anything like to limit Monero, right? So how do you see that interaction happens? And because you're investing for the future, right? So as an investor, you're investing for the future. I think anyone in crypto knows the inevitable like clash that will come between centralized and decentralized. It's
Yep.
the same war that's been happening since the beginning. It's Bitcoin versus XRP. Now
I
it's
already know your question. I already know your question.
so
But
so,
go ahead,
so
keep going.
but that's basically my question is like, how do you envision that move? Because you're investing in the long term. Like, how do
Mhm.
you see it going 5 years, 10 years down the line, right?
Yeah. So that's actually in fact, that if there's one reason I'll tell you to, if you don't have the heart for this and you don't fully understand it, don't get into Monero, because my strategy right now is about to sound super crazy, right? Every time it seems like I said, every time I see a hit piece from the government or people are trying to limit Monero, I buy more. Now, here's the disadvantage of that. For example, there was a number of centralized exchanges that had Monero listed, XMR listed, right? And they've since taken it down. And part of the
Mhm.
reason is because it's so hard to trace the source. Like not even so hard; it's literally impossible to trace the source. So they just have to trust whoever, even if you KYC, which is know your customer, even if you go through the KYC process on their centralized exchange, they have to trust that whatever you're telling them the source of those funds are is really the source of the funds. So they a number of centralized exchanges just found that too hard to deal with, especially with the regulations. Because remember, the U.S. the way that they're doing this shit is there's when a centralized exchange, if they deem that the centralized exchange enable somebody to money launder or enable terrorism, whatever, they're charging you. Like they're charging the exchange, not like, you know what I'm saying. So the exchange, that's why the exchanges are so afraid, because they're charging them as part of the money laundering scheme. They're
Mm.
actually getting charged as part of that, and on top of that, they can even go after. They've written the laws in a way where they can even go after the founders, the owners, the executives of the
Of the
exchanges.
exchange.
So right, and so that's why these exchanges are now delisting XMR. So what this
Yeah,
means
like I'm
is, if
looking
you
at
get
the
into,
list right now, and I'm like all the way to 50, and I don't see any of the big ones. I mean, I see Binance, but it's not Binance.us, right? You don't see
yeah, so
Gemini, you don't see Coinbase, like you
yeah, so
won't
I
see
think
you
I
won't
think
see
Binance,
crypto.com.
I think
Like
Binance
you know
outside
where
of the
the
US.
allegiance goes right away when you don't see them on this list.
So I think Binance outside of the US, I think Binance does still has
Oh yeah.
XMR outside of the US.
Yeah, yeah,
But
I
yeah,
know, I know. I'm in
so
Canada. I can access it in Binance. I used to.
yeah,
Now
so
they now Binance Canada is really coming
yeah,
for
Canada is very
Binance,
similar to
man.
US. Canada, here's the thing: Canada is adopting a lot of similar regulations to the U.S. partially
Mm.
because of, the proximity and anyway. So to answer the question though, because this is a very important point to make, is that for me, I'm actually taking a weird risk that people may not understand. Like, because every time there one exchange delists it, I buy more. And it's like, okay, that means you're literally locking your XMR up in a way where it may be super hard for you to get it out at some point, right? But what I'm actually realizing is that the more um the more no comment, but the more, what I'm actually realizing is that the more that it's limited, right? The more that XMR gets limited, right? The more powerful it will be. You have to think about what I'm saying. It's like the more limited it becomes, the more these centralized exchanges delisted, the more the government comes after it, especially because what I can rely on with XMR, with Monero, is that it has the mathematical backing. And I'm a math nerd. So it has a mathematical backing. It's been proved. There's actual proofs. There's actual mathematical proofs that show that Monero works the way it should work. That, the way that it's untraceable, that it continues to be untraceable. And so what I'm saying is that because of that, right, the harder they go on it, the more powerful it becomes, because it's literally the only coin on the market that provides that level of privacy, right? And so more and more people, I can already tell, more and more people are going to get more and more pissed off with the regulations and the fact that governments are trying to limit your crypto use, and they're trying to even limit the exchanges. Like, for example, one of the newest regulations is trying to make it so that the exchanges, whenever you have if you transfer money to a wallet, you have to like create you would have to it has to be to like
A memo?
it has to be to another centralized. I forgot the exact. I don't want
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. Now they
but
started doing that with memo tags and all that.
yeah, so they're trying to make it so that they can trace everything, right? And
Yeah.
so
And
it's
they
making
make
it
it
essentially.
slower, man.
Yes, exactly. The process is slower. You have to take more hoops, which also mean you may have to pay more gas fees, etc. But anyway, what this means is this: is that if you go into Monero, right, with just googly eyes, and you don't really understand it, you may be limiting like all those the crypto that you're putting into Monero. You may actually basically be looking at it in a way where you may be putting your money into this thing where you don't know how to get it back out, and you may
Mm.
feel like your money's locked in, your crypto's locked in, and you're scared of that. So that's what I'm saying. You have to have a
It's
strategy,
not for the fainted heart. Yeah, because most people are
but
in
for
it for
me,
the money. Like I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm in it for the money first. But to be honest
yeah.
with you, man, to be honest with you, I'm deep in privacy, man. Actually, earlier this year, I was in a project called Keys Token. It's this
Mhm.
guy. The idea was great, but execution, I don't know. Execution was not there. You invest in startup, right? You probably know that a lot of startups have great ideas, but when it comes to the
It's
teams,
the
when it comes to
execution.
experience, a great pitch, but no execution. So that's why I'm out. I'm out.
Ideas. That's why ideas are generally worthless. That's why, like,
Yeah,
sometimes people will be like, I want to tell you about my idea, but you have to sign an NDA, and I'm just like, nah, I'm not signing an NDA. Like,
exactly, man.
because your idea is worthless. What's really valuable is you actually going and taking the time and executing on it and actually building the damn thing, building a product, etc. Um, so
And I guess we were
so yeah.
that's like basically almost half an hour ago we were talking about this. I forgot what that question relies to. If you very unlikely, would you like to add it? What were you referring to about this comment? I was curious. I'm curious.
Again, shout out to Perry Unlikely, folks. Like, he's, because I don't have a channel on here. So, I want to
Yeah,
shout
as well
again.
as have one, man. You're
I,
always on the
I,
street.
I don't have a channel on here, and also there's so much scams out here when it comes to crypto,
Yep.
and and so it's really important to have people that are not just fake gurus out here, that are not just trying to get your bread, that are not, I gotta say it again, shout out to Perry Unlikely, and I'm saying this as somebody who really understands this stuff deeply. Like, he tries his best. He doesn't cap. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't oversell things.
Mm.
He just gives you his
Yeah, man.
perspective, and then he's really honest. I can't speak for what Perry will do in the future. I don't know if he's gonna rug pull y'all, but I can, but I can tell you right now, from what I've
Nah, man, he's
seen.
a good guy, man.
Well,
Come on,
I'm just joking.
he's a good guy.
I'm just joking.
Man, yesterday he admitted something. Was it yesterday? On Sunday, man, he admitted only a good guy will do that. He has the domain for Shannon Sharp, man. Shannon Sharp, the unstoppable domain, man. So basically,
I
Shannon
got you.
Sharp crypto, man, and he's willing to give it for free if he wants it. That's a good guy right there, man. That alone
Yeah,
tells you
I
everything you
think
need to know
so.
about the man.
So I think that's what I'm saying. Like so far, from what I've seen from Perry, from what I've heard, I've listened to him. Like there was actually one stream. Perry will remember this. Like I didn't say anything the entire stream. I just sat back and listened. Right, and I was listening because there's so much cap on the internet, and the entire stream I'm like, man, this guy hasn't missed. He hasn't missed. He hasn't missed. And so I really value brothers like that, where even though he's
Yeah.
not on the engineering side, you can tell that he's not only making sure that he's knowledgeable enough, that he's not lying to people, that he's not
Mm-mm.
just trying to sell you some course. Now again, I'm not talking about you, JC. I know you're also, because I'm not against courses. I'm just against these guys who use people's desperation to get into this stuff to
Yeah.
then essentially scam them. And that really
And
pisses
yeah,
me
and
off.
they
So
don't really try to help, right?
yeah,
They don't really try to help. I agree, and yeah, I agree with. Shout out to Perry and Likely for that. Um,
yeah.
man, that's a great point right here. Even centralized companies like Coinbase are investing in decentralized project behind the scenes. First thing, the Binance, right? Binance is heavily doing that, heavily.
You know why?
So that's what I'm going to ask you, man. Why do you think that is?
Because like I said, the exchange is just like the average person, which is why I'm into Monero. They're just as tired. They're just as annoyed by the regulations as everybody else is, because it
Especially
actually makes
Binance, man.
it
Like
super hard for them to even
you
fund.
can tell it hurts Binance. Like
Well, it makes like the
Coinbase,
thing is
it
that
doesn't look like it hurts them, right?
no,
But
it hurts them deeply. It hurts
you
Coinbase
think
actually
so?
deeply.
Coinbase,
Absolutely, yes. I'll give
but
you
Binance,
one
man, I
perfect.
can tell it hurts him, man. Like
It hurts
especially if he's
every
on Twitter,
listen.
right?
It hurts any centralized exchange that has to do business in the United States. Period.
Mm,
Because and so the thing is, because the regulations, right? The anti money laundering and terrorism, AMC, the AMC regulations. It's like everybody. Obviously, we want our country to be safe, right? We don't want to enable terrorists and stuff like that. But the way the government is doing it is so upside down and weird, because they're making it so they're literally treating you as guilty until proven innocent. In other words, they're building regulations so that
mm,
you have to prove yourself as not a terrorist, rather than let's make sure we can find the terrorist. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
And that's the issue. And then the thing is, they're making it so that they're so hard on the exchanges, because they want to make sure that the exchanges are like, if they even feel that you haven't written your software as an exchange in a way where you can make it really hard for people to do bad behavior, right? They will charge the exchange as a company, but not only that, they will charge individuals. So imagine you're, the CEO of Coinbase. You're actually worried that you may get an anti-money laundering charge, which again, I don't know if you understand how serious those charges are. So these,
You
yeah.
have
So
that,
that's why,
forget it, man. Forget it. Can
yeah,
you imagine if you
that
have that and then you're black?
yeah. So that's why Coinbase Ventures in particular. So Coinbase has a venture capital arm. They
Mm,
have a venture capital arm called Coinbase Ventures. That's why Coinbase Ventures, if you look at a lot of the companies they're investing in, they're decentralized. They're like either dApps, like decentralized applications, or decentralized exchanges, or decentralized protocols. Because again, and the same with Binance. Now, Binance doesn't really advertise it as much, but I know this behind the scenes. Like Binance actually also invests in companies behind the scenes,
I know.
right?
Oh
So
man,
they're
Binance is
yeah,
aggressive at that, man.
yeah,
Aggressively doing
they
that this year. But anyway, I wanted to read this comment very quickly. Swapping to Monero, does the entraceability cause issues with the decentralized ledger? Thanks, JB.
Oh, you mean like does
Let's
no,
see.
because because again, remember, all you're storing on the hardware wallet is all you're storing on it is the private key. So the same way that like your Bitcoin has private key. So the one point I need to make about the hardware wallet is that, for example, this Trezor, it can you can store, like, there's no limit, by the way, to how many wallets you can store on this. It's not one
Mhm.
wallet. Some people mistake that. They think, oh, I'm gonna need one for Bitcoin, one for Ethereum. No, this right here I'm not gonna tell you what's on it, but it can hold Ethereum, it can hold Bitcoin, it can hold Monero. Now, depending on what you're putting on it, like some of it has native support which
Mm-hmm.
means the software, for example, the Trezor software, the Trezor Suite software that I use, it will come, it comes built in with, like, for example, support for Bitcoin and Ethereum and even Zcash and stuff like that. But it doesn't come built in with support for Monero. However, if you use the Monero wallet UI, the Monero GUI wallet, it actually can work with this. So even if the Trezor Suite software doesn't directly support it, the Monero software supports it, is what I'm saying. So,
Mm.
but really, remember, all that's stored on this is a private key. That's really it. So as long as the private key can be stored on this for your coin, it doesn't matter. And the thing is, like I said, there's an unlimited, you can store an unlimited amount of wallets on this. And so you can store like, you know, excellent comment.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm, Yo, this guy does not miss. Excellent comment.
I know,
Excellent
I know. I
comment.
saw it. I'm like, yep.
God damn, Perry does not miss.
And that's why I'm happy that you shared basically the kind of like the circle here, right? How you can transfer to a decentralized exchange that you protect your privacy and then get out Monero. So and then you can use softwares like Bisq. I didn't know any of that like
Yeah.
Bisq softwares. So now it gives me because that's one of the things too. I was wondering. I'm like, okay, if I have it, how do I, right?
Well, let me give you an example real quick, okay? I have to be very careful how I say this, but I have a friend of
Hey,
mine,
man,
okay?
I'm deep in
Listen,
privacy, man. So
so
trust me.
so I
I
have
was
a
going
friend
to
of
ask you
mine.
about cues later, but
So I have a friend of mine, and he's on. Let's just say he's on the Asian continent, because I don't want to say exactly where he is, but he's from America, and what he's actually effectively done is he's created a world where like he's one of those people who's like really deep. Like I feel like I'm deep, but he's taking it to a whole other level. Like he actually lives on crypto. I am not joking. Like I'm talking about, like he pays his rent. Because there's actually there's a company called Bit Refill. Look that up, okay? Which Bit Refill. Actually, if you can pull it up on the screen, it's called Bit Refill, and they allow you to buy basically everything, anything with crypto. So if you share the screen, it's
yeah,
called Bit
yeah, yeah,
Refill.
yeah. No, no, no.
Yeah.
I got you. I
Um,
got you.
so so I've actually used them plenty of times before, and and you can, like, yeah. So he basically uses this, and he uses a few
Live
other
on
software.
crypto.
So he uses and they actually didn't even have that on the main page before, but yeah. So basically, yes. He uses Bit Refill. He uses this. So he uses a combination of these decentralized exchanges, and then on top of that, he does consulting, because I've actually subcontract him a lot. And what he'll do is, like, when I, like, let's say I subcontract him, he basically wants to be paid in crypto. So he gets paid
Yeah.
in crypto, and then he lives in crypto. And if he needs to pay for anything, like even furniture, he uses Bit Refill. Like, you can actually, for example, you can buy a
How?
laptop. You can buy like a laptop. Like, if you click on the browse, you can like buy. You can get, basically what you do is you can trade your crypto for a gift card to Apple or Best Buy or anything, and then,
Ooh.
yeah, and then H&M,
Look at
Amazon,
them. Tim
Tim Hortons,
Horton.
anything, Home Depot. So this
Oh.
guy, let me tell you something, man. He's on another level. I don't want to say too much, but he's on
No,
another
no,
level.
no,
He's
no,
great.
no.
He
You're not
moved
saying too much. You're not saying too
he
much.
moved from the U.S. He moved from the U.S. because he was sick and tired of the regulations getting worse, and he moved to somewhere in Asia. Okay,
Yeah.
and he moved to somewhere in Asia, and he literally lives on crypto. I'm talking about, he doesn't even touch fiat.
Shout out to Team
Like,
Asia. Man,
he
he,
doesn't
he
even.
lives on crypto, no fiat,
Yeah,
and
and
I
even
guess
for his
pays
work,
rent,
even
pays
for his work.
groceries,
Well, like for
bills.
rent, what he does is he uses a decentralized exchange to pull out the fiat, but he just basically, all he does is take that money, and then, because he just pays cash. So he just pays
Man,
cash
look
for
at
rent, but
them.
then everything else, like, he pretty much lives on. Yeah,
Out of
he lives
stock
he
for
lives on
Petro Canada.
he lives
Sheesh.
on crypto.
Man,
Yeah.
this is legit, bro. So wait, they give
So
you a physical card or is it a virtual card?
virtual. So, like, for example,
Nice.
you can buy, like, let's say I want to buy something on Amazon. I can go on there.
Yeah.
If you click on the Amazon thing, just click on any of them, and it'll show you a list of options on the side. When you click on it,
Yeah.
it'll show you a list of options, and you just pick which one you want, and you say which crypto you're gonna send. It tells you how much to send, and then you send it, and it's very seamless. You can use it. You can use it right now.
Sheesh.
It's very seamless. And there's no KYC. Like, you don't have to type your name. There's no tracking you or anything.
Man, I'm learning game today.
So
I'm,
now, like, think about this, right? Because this, for example, the main one that they use is Bitcoin. Now, you
mm,
may be like,
yeah.
okay, well, Bitcoin is still synonymous. But remember
Yeah.
what I told you, incognito. So what I can do is I can start with XMR,
The-
right, which is already untraceable. I can send it into incognito, trade it for BTC, then literally from incognito, right? Because incognito, I can literally, once it gives me the address to send it to, directly from. I don't even have to send it to a separate wallet. I can from incognito send the money directly to Bit Refill, and now I have a gift card that is virtually untraceable because no aspect of me buying it, because it literally, it's almost like it went straight from XMR to Bit Refill.
I'm
So
learning today. Now I got the full cycle, but man, there's so many things I want to
yeah,
talk to you about, bro. But very quickly, man, because I want to ask this because
you want to talk
now
about die?
I'm no
Yeah.
wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. I want to ask this. To me, a real current. I mean, to me, there is currency and there is money, right?
Mm-hmm.
The difference between currency and money is store of value. What backs it, right? There is a time
Mm-hmm.
currency was money because it was backed by gold. If you want to make circuit boards today, sometimes you're going to need gold, right? Back in the days, if
Yeah.
I don't,
Like for example, like USD. For example, USD. Yeah.
right? No, USD is not really backed
Not
by
not
anything.
not not today, but at one point it was. At one point, the USD was actually back.
Oh, the dollars. Yes, yeah, exactly. Right. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying. It was money. Now it's not anymore. Right. Now, when you
yeah.
look at that, right, because I'm looking at UST right now, and man, I'm very bullish in terms of USC because it has all the fundamental of money, right? A
Mm-hmm.
currency that is money. But I'm looking at DAI from a decentralized perspective. It's great, but what is backing DAI, right? What is it? Is it US dollars? Is it something else? Like what is backing DAI?
So DAI. Well, we have to give some context first, right? Do people understand what stable coins are generally here? So a stable coin.
Very quickly, a stable coin is basically a crypto version of a currency. So if you have $1 Canadian, you can have a true Canadian, which is a stable coin for Canada. If you have US dollar, you can have USDT, and hopefully we can talk about USDT, and hopefully you can show us something about that later. But yeah, you can have
So
one US
so
dollars and you can have one USDT. So it's the token version of the US dollar, and technically,
well,
it's supposed to be backed by the US dollar. So if you have one USDT, you can claim one US dollar. That's how it's supposed to work.
so that's why I'm saying we have to be careful with language. It's not necessarily backed; it's pegged to the U.S. dollar,
Yeah.
right? And that language difference is important because, for example, one DAI doesn't always equal one USD. It's always approximately around that, but it doesn't always. Like sometimes it might be 0.9999999, right? Or sometimes it might be 1.11111. And in those moments, by the way, those are the moments where
Shout out
good.
to you,
Keep
Mr.
getting more.
Greenman. What's up, man?
Well, actually, take scratch that. I did not say that. I'm not recommend. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you to do anything. Anyway, so it's pegged, right? So technically speaking, most stable coins are pegged to whatever they're backed by. So you still right with the backing, but it's pegged to it. Now there are different ways you can peg to it, and some ways that you can peg to it is in a way where it's directly backed. So for example, I'll start with the good, right? So a really good stable coin that I would not buy, not because I would not buy them just because they're centralized, but otherwise, if they weren't centralized, solid. Like, so if you don't care about the decentralized versus centralized thing, they're solid. Is GUSD, which is the Gemini one. And partially it's because Gemini is actually a very solid company, especially when it comes to security and how they
Mm-hmm.
manage everything. It's a bit annoying when you deal with them for, like, I actually use their APIs for algorithmic trading, like for my bots.
Mm-hmm.
So I use their API. So I'm very
Wait,
familiar
wait,
with
wait,
with
wait.
Gemini.
So you make bots for trading,
Yeah,
like quants?
yeah,
You're a quant guy?
yes.
Shit,
I'm
man.
not I'm
We're
not a
gonna
quant.
have to do another stream on that, my friend.
I wouldn't call myself a quant, but yeah.
I mean,
And we could do another stream where I can
oh
actually
yeah,
show some
man.
code. Like I can show like some like momentum trading kind of algorithms or something. Like very obviously I'm not going to show you my strategies. Like my
No, you
strategies
don't have
are.
to share me in private in
I'm not going to
public.
show you my strategies. That's
Not in
my
public. Not in
IP right there.
public.
That's my no, not at all. That's my IP. That's
But
my
yeah,
IP right there.
anyway,
I'm not
yeah.
showing
Sorry,
that.
sorry. So GUSD.
So GUSD is actually a really solid one, and here's the reason why.
Yeah.
GUSD, what they do is they're really backed by the USD, right? So what they do is GUSD actually has a reserve, right? They have a
Oh, right,
physical
right, right,
reserve
right.
of the cash. So literally every US dollar, every
Mm-hmm.
GUSD you have
Existing.
is actually one US dollar. And not only that, not only do they have the physical reserves of the cash,
Mm-hmm.
they have insurance on it, and they have like GUSD. They're super solid,
That's
super
legit.
solid.
That's legit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have, like I said, the only issue I have with them is the fact that it's centralized. That's it.
Mm.
And we can get into that later because it's the same problem that USDC has. Now, then when you get into
That's
um,
that's where
when
I'm
you get to
slowly
DAI,
leading you towards, man. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So we're gonna get to that. So then when you get to die, right?
Mm.
What die is more of a
I mean
I think
DAI, right? It's not like you're killing
yeah,
someone died. Like that's not what you're saying.
it's DAI, yeah. So
I'm
the
joking. I'm joking.
DAI, the die token, the die token, it's basically it's more of a algorithmic, like I think they call it like a synthetic kind of stable coin.
Same thing
And
for
what
UST.
it for USDT?
And for UST is the stablecoin for Luna, Terra Luna. It's a new ecosystem, man. Look it up, bro. It's
Okay,
it's
I
supposed to
think
be decentralized, but it's back. It's not backed by US dollar. It's backed by the Terra ecosystem coin. It's kind of like, let's say, Ethereum. Ethereum is the ecosystem coin, and then let's say you had let's
you
say,
mean Ether? You mean Ether?
yeah, Ethereum, Ether. I'm just giving you an example. Let's say you had
Hmm.
a stable coin on the Ethereum platform, but you, instead of being backed by US dollar, it would be backed by Ethereum itself, right?
No,
So
I got you. I got you.
so the
I got you.
value that Ethereum has, it's all the platforms that are being created on Ethereum, right? So that has value. So and let's say Ethereum was a deflationary coin, then and you would use that, and that's basically what Luna and Terra and UST are doing, is to print more UST, which is the stable coin for Luna. You need to burn Luna, right? So Luna has value because it's an ecosystem coin, and then you need to burn more to create UST, and it's all based on the synthetic, and it's all programmed. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, man, in terms of
I
principle of
see.
money, it's backed by real value, right? Like it's not like it's not just the currency. That's what I'm saying.
Mm, okay, so just even from hearing you describe it, and like here's the thing for me, like I'm pretty much when it comes to stable coins, I'm pretty much just die. That's it, and I'm about to explain why, and I'm gonna tell you why I think even the method, because the method you're explaining is kind of similar to, it's actually similar to XDAI. So DAI, the token, there's actually a separate, the team behind DAI, which is MakerDAO. That's the name of the team behind DAI, MakerDAO. They actually ended up creating a separate blockchain called XDAI, right? And XDAI, it's a whole separate blockchain. It basically it actually is very similar to the Ethereum blockchain as well. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't know it well enough to talk on it, but I'm pretty sure it's actually a fork as well. But basically, anyway, so what you're describing sounds similar to XDAI, except it uses DAI as the native token,
Hmm.
instead of Ether. But anyway, what DAI does is it's pegged to the US dollar, but it uses algorithms to keep track of that.
To
And what it
stay
will do is
stable.
it will basically manage the supply. It'll manage the supply um, of the like it'll manage the available supply, because the supply
Hmm.
is part of what dictates the price, right? And so it uses these pretty, I don't want to say sophisticated, but yeah, actually sophisticated. They may be simple in nature, but they're still sophisticated algorithms to keep track of the pricing, so that it based on the total supply in circulation, and it,
and,
it
and
and
that's
it
and that's
basically
my
keeps it.
problem with it right here, because first of all, it's great on the short term, right? If you're looking for a solution, that's perfect right there. But I'm looking at it 5 years from now, because honestly, I think we are the due date for the US dollar to crash. Like, if you look back in history, it used to last 30 days before 30 years, sorry, 30 years before a currency has to restart and create a new currency, right? This is the first time in history, apparently, we're going past 50 years and we haven't reset our global currency yet. So eventually, eventually, I'm expecting it to happen. But when that happens, the world is going to be looking for another currencies backed by something, right? That's usually how it works. They learn the
Well,
lesson, they
so
want to back it by something of value, right? And then they will repeat the same
so
process all over again. So my question, that's where I'm
so
wondering.
here's the thing. Two things. We have different views on this. I actually don't buy for a second that the US dollar is going to crash. I actually don't buy for a second. And part of it is it's similar to the banking systems, right? I get it in theory, right? Just like in theory, the 2008, the financial crash should have, first of all, we should have had more people go to prison. It should have, the bank should have not gotten bailed out in theory and whatnot. But guess what? They got bailed out, right?
Yeah.
Um, the USD is too powerful. It's too powerful. It's too it basically too many economies depend on the U.S. dollar. Too many asset
True.
classes depend on the U.S. dollar, are connected to it. I don't buy for a second whatsoever that it will
Yeah,
crash or
that's a
that any.
debate I want to get
So
into, but
so
man,
we can,
I'll play
but
nice. I'll play nice. I'll play nice.
so I'm not saying that the market won't crash or anything. I just don't buy for a single second. Um, see, so I'm convinced that
Man,
Sherelle.
you got
I'm
some
convinced.
fan coming here, man. They're
I,
supporting
I,
you.
listen, I'm convinced that Sherelle is bipolar because one day she's cussing my ass out and the next day she's calling me baby daddy. I don't get it, but
I mean, hey, I'm bipolar. I don't do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
shout out to Sherelle. Shout out to Sherelle. That's my
Yeah,
boo right there. Anyway,
yeah.
so basically. So basically, I don't buy for a second. So we can have that conversation another way,
Oh yeah, yeah.
another time. But the second thing is that the reason why DAI is actually powerful is this. The reason why DAI is actually powerful is the fact that part of the trade-off when you have the reserves that Gemini has, because I think if you're not going to go with DAI, please go with Gemini, right? Because they're a solid company. Maybe you don't like the Winklevoss twins. That's another story, but they've created a really dope company. Like Gemini is literally top of the line when it comes to crypto companies.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so any
I've
of their
heard that too from millionaires. Actually, I took a course from a millionaire that was doing a stable coin. He was actually recommend that he was recommending that too, and that's what the big players do. They go with Gemini on the Gemini
yeah,
platform because of the insurance.
yeah, and that's actually why, like for example, that's why I use Gemini, for example, when I in my trading algorithm, I use it for the counterparty trading, which is basically for the OTC trading.
Hmm.
I use them for a number of things, right? But anyway, so if you're not gonna go with like a decentralized thing, go with Gemini. But the thing is, if you want to go, if the trade off is the centralization, right? And so exactly, I agree with what
Man,
Cynthia just
look,
said.
look. I
I
want to
agree with
make
that.
another stream of this, man. I'm tired
Yeah,
of this.
we
Let's
can debate
debate.
it.
Let's debate this point, man. I mean, not now, not now. But
No, no, yeah.
sincere. When I make this stream, I'm calling you in, man. I want to hear you guys, and I want to debate you all on this. But carry on, carry on.
Yeah, so basically, if you actually don't want to deal with centralization, literally, I mean,
Die.
I don't want to say there's no other way, but literally the best option you have is something like that. And the reason why is excuse me, the reason why is because DAI is actually truly decentralized. And this is where we get to what the point I wanted to make about USDC. And then we could even get into USDT, but we could get to USDT afterward because that's a separate point. Um, one of the downsides, the trade-offs with GUSD or USDC or pretty much any of the centralized stable coins is comes back to regulation. When you're being regulated by the government, one of the things that the government wants you to be able to do, that's actually part of regulation, is if the FBI, right, goes to Gemini and says, hey, we have this address right here, and we have this Ethereum address right here, and we've determined that this address is the address of a kingpin or whatnot, and we would like you to not allow them to trade any. We've determined we've checked the balance in the GUSD contract, and we've determined that this address is not only the address of a kingpin, but this address apparently has a balance of, let's say, a million GUSD. The FBI, they want to have the power, and I'm just taking the FBI as an example, to go to GUSD and say to Gemini and say, we need you to freeze this address immediately, right?
Backdoor.
Meaning they can't buy any more Gemini, GUSD, or sell any of it, right? And the thing is, they don't have a choice because they're bound to the government laws, right? And
And
so
that's
because of
the
that,
problem of dealing with the US, right? You could probably assume the USDC, which is the stable coin of Coinbase, right? Is probably have to go through the same problem.
yes, literally anything that if any company that doesn't have that capability is breaking the laws. Essentially, that's another way to put it, right? Any company that doesn't have that capability is essentially breaking the laws because the government wants to be able to control it in that manner. So then, here's what this means. Here's the implication of this. And I remember I actually discovered this by reading the code of USDC. And my mind was blown because I didn't realize, like, and then I went and I looked this up and no one was talking about this. To this day, I don't know if anybody's talking about this. If you read the code for USDC, like if you literally just go to Etherscan, type in USDC, click on the code section and read the code, there's a function right there that some random admin that you don't know who the fuck they are, right? You don't know who they are, just somebody who's at who is behind, I guess, Circle, right? The company that's behind USDC, whatever. Some random person who has admin privileges can just freeze your account. Now you may be like, well, Jonathan, I'm not a kingpin, so why should I worry about that, right? I'm not saying, but the
Privacy,
thing is,
man. Freedom.
no, not just privacy, not just privacy. There's actually a much bigger issue here. The bigger issue is that the very fact that that capability exists is the problem, right? It's less about the privacy. It's similar to the fact that, just like, for example, the IRS has structuring laws, right? Where, if they, let's say, I want to, put in, let's say I want to, put 100K in my account, and I decide, okay, I'm going to put, 9,990, because I don't want to reach the 10,000 threshold that's going to get the bank to report it to the IRS, and I keep doing that. That's technically illegal if you structure, right? So what they'll do is, and they'll consider it like money laundering. So then what will the IRS do? They'll then come and say, hey, bank, can you please freeze this account, right? And the thing is, the bank has to go by that order. Now, the thing is, a lot of times, when the government freezes your account, and not all the time, but a lot of times, there's a firm called Institute for Justice. They fight this, and actually, I'm one of their supporters for this reason. They fight like constitutional laws and stuff like that.
Oh, 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 man, it's they're coming after you again, eh? Sheesh. Sorry, wait, let me put him back in. This guy, whenever he starts cooking, that's when that's when we lose him, man. Like, I think you're right, Natasha. They're coming after him. But wait, he's back,
Can
he's
you hear
back, he's
me?
back.
The
Yeah,
funny thing is, I hear everything you're saying. You're like, they're coming after him again. I think you're right in the top. Like, I heard everything, right?
man,
But I
sorry,
don't know
man,
what's going on
sorry.
now.
But wait, I didn't say
So
anything bad. I didn't say anything bad on you. But man,
no,
before
I
you
heard.
start, man, hey, Perry, unlikely, man. Let me know, man. Let me know if you're down. I wanna debate these guys. I wanna debate. We can do 3-on-1, and I'm not saying I'll win. But I really wanna put all the points down there to make a very interesting discussion. So if you guys are down for that the debate, let me know. All right. So carry
I'm
on.
down for it.
All right,
Yeah,
man.
so basically, here's what I'm saying is that a lot of times, for example, when the government freezes, and for those who don't believe me, just go on YouTube and look up Institute for Justice.
Mm,
Okay, they're IJ. They're a really amazing organization. They're libertarian, but you don't have to be libertarian. Look at the work they do. I actually support them. Like, I support them financially, because of this reason, because they fight, constitutional violations. And so, anyways, um, one of a lot of times the cases they're fighting are people, like random mom and pop shops, that just because they deposited 5K this week into their account, and 5K the next week, the IRS is like, oh, we think you're structuring, and then they freeze their accounts. And it's like, they're not actually criminals, but just because the government
so
has the
you're
power to
the
do
one
that.
that gets affected,
And
man.
the thing is, these cases end up taking these people like years to settle, and so the entire time they don't have access to their
Law,
money. They're being treated like criminals and stuff like that. And
and
so
you have to
the
pay
issue is,
lawyers too, right?
you have to pay
Oh,
lawyers and whatnot, and that's actually one of the reasons why Super Justice is so dope, because they actually support people like that pro bono. But anyway,
pro
the
bono.
fact
Wow,
that
cool.
the
So you say
issue,
that's super justice
Institute for Justice,
institute.
IJ, they
Okay,
they have
cool.
a channel where they actually talk about, they even have a podcast. I listen to them on Spotify, where they talk about the laws. I think it's very important for people to know the laws, man, to know the regulations, everything going on in the government. Yes, that right there. Subscribe to them. Uh,
Subscribe, bro.
you know, um,
Subscribe.
Even if you
Support
don't
them.
donate to them, which I would recommend you do if you actually have the money to, because they do amazing work, and they support the average Joe. Um,
Cool, cool.
but anyway, like, if you look at they have a bunch of cases on, even on their channel, where it's like random mom and pop shops that did nothing illegal and ended up with their accounts frozen just because the government can do it. And so my
Mm.
point is, even if you're not a criminal, you have to understand the very fact that the capability exists, the very fact that the option exists, means that somebody can, and on top of that, because there's no transparency, like, even if you analyze a blockchain, right, all you can pretty much find out about the USDC, who's like the admins, is just their address. But you don't know who is actually running these addresses. And the very fact that these random addresses could freeze all the USDC that you own at any point in time, that should scare you, right? And so that's my main issue. And the problem is, it doesn't matter how any company feels about this. If they're a legal entity in the United States, they have to have that capability, unless they make it a decentralized kind of software, where they
Hmm.
can pretty much they can use plausible deniability,
And
which
that's
is
where
what
that's
DAI
where
does.
die comes in.
That's what DAI does, because DAI makes it so that it's managed in a decentralized way, where even if the US says, hey, can you guys, can you guys put a backdoor on this, so that we can freeze the coins, they can go back to the US government and say, hey, we don't even have the ability to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like we actually cannot do what
We
you're
want to
asking us to
help
do.
you.
Like we want to help you, but we can't. And that's the key difference. And to me, that little difference, that's difference that seems very subtle, is actually very, 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 very important. Because
Because you're
I
so
know
right,
my
man.
money, I know my money in DAI, whatever DAI I own, I know that that money is safe in terms of no one can actually come and freeze it or anything, right?
Yeah, man.
Even
With
the
that, you
even the
can.
admin,
With that,
even the
you can
admins,
stay
they can't.
alive, man.
Yeah, even the admins, they can't come and say I'm gonna, move your coins or do anything with it. And
Mm.
the code, and not only that, the code for DAI is relatively short. Like if you just go on Etherscan right now, type in DAI, click on the code, it's relatively short, so you can pretty much read that. If you understand Solidity, you can read it and pretty much understand everything it's doing. And there's nothing crazy in it. It can. Oh, the other thing is it cannot be upgraded. That's the other issue with USDC is it's and actually if you actually go to USDC right now, click on the code section,
Oof.
and what you will see is you see one of the classes. It's called transparent upgradable proxy. It's actually like USDC is it's an upgradable contract, which means that not
Man,
only
and you're telling me Coinbase it hurts them to hurt the government, man. Coinbase have is the company that is the most centralized company I've ever seen. They've done every single. I think they probably approached the government and like, we want to help you. Like this is how deep
no,
they are, man.
I disagree because you can see through their investments that they don't want this. Just go to Coinbase Ventures right now. Go to Coinbase Ventures right now. Look at their portfolio companies. They're investing in some of the
Maybe
top
a swing to
privacy
like
and the
appeal to the
and the
crypto community.
no, I'm telling you, if they didn't, because again, there's actually a moral aspect to this, right? There's a moral aspect to this, and like there's a pretty clear divide when it comes to like in crypto, when it
Yeah,
comes to decentralization and centralization, and so. Coinbase is literally putting their money where their mouth is. Like they're putting their money, and part of it is I can name a few things that Coinbase has had issues with because of regulation. So, for example, um, Coinbase they technically have this product that most people don't know about. It's called Coinbase Commerce,
man.
right?
Shout out to you,
And
Chris. Yeah, sorry, I gotta jump on this comment. Man, that movie right here, my friend.
yep, yeah,
That movie, my friend, was scary. But man, yes,
yeah.
I still think about that. I still think about this movie, man. And also the interpretation movie of Snowden. Right? These two movies, man. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. And that's where you really do truly see the value of decentralization, especially when you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about Monero. Like that's this aspect of it. These things are I didn't know, right? Now we're talking about the centralized stable coins that has backdoor upgradable
They all have every
smart
single one of them.
contracts. You spent a long time in the beginning talking about upgradable smart contract. Now it's actually because our exit strategy, most people are in the stable coins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I actually predicted that the bear market will start because government will impose something. Either they were going to go after Tether, they're going to go after a stable coin, they're going to go after millionaires that are on cryptocurrencies, and then based on that that might trigger a bear market. That's what I predict will happen by June, July. But
Luckily, I don't own any cryptocurrencies.
right,
Wink,
but
wink.
so if you own
You
USD,
didn't get my
let's say
joke.
you
You
own
didn't
a
get my joke there.
cryptocurrency and then you want to sell it, you're going to go to a USDT, which is most exchange has that, right? But then if they have like a
It's a
backdoor
scam.
where they lock your they lock your account, you can't do anything with it. Then all these profits you've made, you might think you're a millionaire, and then you realize that you have no money at all, right?
Poof.
And then the
Yep.
purpose of cryptocurrency is to forbid that, is to own your own finance, to have control of your own finance. Is the as
Well, it's
but
worse
you
than
mentioned
that.
a lot as you review the code, right? You mentioned that you
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's very important to review the code. Is that something that you can check, like when you check, let's say USDC, USDT, like is that something people can actually go check and see how it works? And like what should people look for when they were investing in on a USDT or a stable coin like that?
Okay, so the first thing I have to say is that that's the part of crypto where the average person just if you can't read code, like you
Mm,
could be looking at the code, you have no idea what you're looking at. So it realistically, I'll be honest, like the average person probably can't actually audit the code. But
mm,
what I am saying that is it probably would be helpful to at least, even if you're not learning to code, to go write software, if you could learn to read some code, just so that you can, if you're gonna get deep into crypto, um and you're gonna start pouring a lot of money into it and whatnot, and a lot of time into it, I think it's probably worth it to, at a minimum, learn how to read code. You don't have to learn how to write it to be an engineer or anything, but just to at least be able to consume the code and see, okay, I have a general idea of what this is doing. I
Mhm.
see it's been audited. So I feel a little bit safer because I at least have a general idea. But most people are just going in, blind. They don't know what they're looking at. And so now for those who do know, there's some things to keep in mind. So you know what? Let me switch. By the way, JC knows this, but I have a disk issue that I've been resolving, so I have to do this the getaway, but that's fine. I'm gonna show. Hold up. I'm gonna show through this computer here, and also we can talk about cubes too at some point if you want to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
I'm noticing that we're pulling out on 3 hours, but I was gonna close with cubes, and then we'll go from there.
Hold up. So
But man, I think what the most value I got from this so far, man, is that circuit that you show me, man. How I can take the
so
cryptocurrency, send it to incognito, and then exit with fiat. Now, hey, here's a kicker. Can you put a die on the BISC exchange, right? With that, can you
what's the
use
point
die
of
for
that
that?
though? Why would you use that for that? Just
No,
like I
no,
said,
no.
just trade it for Ethereum. But what my point is, there's no point in using a stable coin for that. Just trade it for Ethereum. But let me just show you. Hold up. So this is, by the way, this is Cubes. This is a Linux system. I have a couple Macs here, and I
You're on
anyway.
vacation,
So
right?
I know, right? This is
I
this is
don't
the
see the
fake.
pina coladas.
This is the fake vacation where he
Yeah.
brings three laptops with him. He brings two laptops. Anyway, so hold up. I want to just show this. Don't mind this. Hold up.
Yeah, yeah, don't worry, man. Don't worry. It's something. Wait. Let me make it more cinema. Yeah, look at this.
Funny. Okay. So
Here, it's, I can do this. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that.
you're
I'm
funny, man.
learning. I'm
Okay.
learning.
So let's say I'm about to go to Etherscan real quick. This is the getaway because the reason why I can't share some people maybe wonder why don't you just share the screen, because I'm using this extra. This is going to make you guys more paranoid. Like, this system is called Cubes OS.
Yeah,
it's a it's called Cubes OS, and we were going to talk about it later. It's a Linux operating system that basically, let's just say, makes it very hard for people to hack you. Let's just put it like that, for people to hack you. And anyway, so
now you're
so
fully
I have to do it.
protected.
So it actually, because it makes it so hard, one of the things it makes hard is sharing your screen and all that stuff, because a lot of these protocols is actually, they become attack vectors for people
Mm,
to attack you. So let's go to Etherscan real quick, and I want to show you something.
yeah.
So we're in Etherscan. This is super ghetto, but
Don't worry, man. Don't worry,
all right.
man. It's good. It's good.
So let's go to USDC. So let's type in USDC. So we got the USD coin, right?
Yeah.
The first thing you can do is, if you look right here, well, first thing is we need to go to the contract. So there's a contract link every time on when you go to the first one. So
Yeah.
here, if you look at the URL, you see that it's like
Yeah.
Etherscan.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Yeah. Right there. Right
etherscan.io.
there.
Hold up. You'll see that it's etherscan.io/token. What you want is the slash contract part. So you want it to
Okay.
be, so when you click on this contract link right here,
Okay.
um,
Hey, that's game right there.
hold up. So when you click on this contract link, hold up, it's loading. The stupid hotel Wi-Fi. Hold up.
Yeah. No worries. No worries. Shout out to Perry
Side
Michael.
note, the TSA pulled me to the side, like, why do you have three laptops?
Really? Eh? Was that in
Yeah.
the Bahamas?
Say what?
Was that in wherever you are? I don't
No,
know if you.
in the U.S. They're like, why do you
Oh
have three
man.
laptops? Um, it was kind of funny. I'm like, am I not allowed to? Okay, so all right, so
Yeesh.
basically, when you go to when you go here to the contract, you see this section right here, and the
Yep.
thing is, if you see this little green check mark, that check mark means that contract has been verified, meaning the
Mm.
source code is there. So when you click on this, what it actually does is it gives you and right here you see it says contract source code verified,
Fiat
and
token proxy.
the important part is, in parentheses, it says exact match, right?
Okay.
Now, the first thing you might notice here is, you notice how it says fiat token proxy.
Yeah.
The moment you see the word proxy, you can pretty much assume that this is a upgradable contract, right? Because that means it's using a proxy, right? And so when you look at this code right here, um, basically, you can't really. This is just the code proxy, but luckily, Etherscan has a new functionality where you can actually read as proxy, right? You can
Mm,
read as proxy, or you can write as proxy. Now,
really?
typically,
Wait, wait,
the
wait, 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 wait,
functionality.
wait, 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 wait. If you write a proxy, can you modify that contract?
No, no, no. Remember what I said. So the way that an upgradable contract works is that you have a proxy contract, and that proxy contract is what people interact with, right?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, USDC, I think it's at version 2 now. Okay, so there
Yeah.
was a version 1. So version 1 was the first contract that they deployed. But remember, when you're interacting with an upgradable contract, you're interacting with the proxy. So what the proxy is doing is every function you call on the proxy, it just calls essentially calls the same function on the main contract, right? So then what
Mm-hmm.
you do is when you upgrade to a new version, you just change the address of the implementation contract, of like the one that the real contract, not the proxy. So
Mm-hmm.
there's functionality to read contract and write contract, and then there's functionality to read as proxy and write
Yeah.
as proxy, which means that um, the read contract and write contract, that just gives you the raw functions on the proxy.
Yeah.
What read as proxy does is it actually treats it the way that it really is supposed to work, where in other words, when you call these functions here, it's actually then going and actually calling the real implementation.
Mm.
So so the reason this is important here is the main one you want to look at is write as proxy here, because what you'll see immediately, line 2. Do you guys see what that says, line 2?
Black. Oof.
That's literally that's the actual name of the function. Okay,
Is
and
that the
you
list of all the black guys?
that's the actual name of the function. When you call the
Ooh.
blacklist function, all you provided is an address, right? So let's say
Yeah.
JC's address,
Oh
right? You just put that
no.
address in, you click write, and when you click write, obviously they will do it via their software, not via Etherscan. But I'm just giving you an example. You
Yeah.
just click write, and then immediately your whoever is the admin. Obviously, you have to be an admin to do this, but the admin could just blacklist
Oof.
you, and that's it. That's it. You're done. And the thing
Oh
is, if you actually
Lord.
yeah, and the thing is, if you actually read the code, now here's the thing. Here's the implementation. So it actually tells you this, by the way. It says at the top, it says ABI for the implementation contract is at this. So this address right here, if we click on this, if we open this address right here in a different tab,
Yeah.
um, this address right here, that's the real source code of the contract, right? So
Okay.
now when we look at this contract here, we'll see we can actually go now and look up, okay, what does the blacklist function actually do? So one of the things we could do here is we could do Control F.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up. We could do Control F in here, and now
Yeah.
we can. You see, it shows search for, and I can type in blacklist, okay, and it's going to take me to the blacklist function.
Mm-hmm.
And the blacklist function. Um, so you notice there's this mapping right here. Okay, let's look at it. There's this mapping. It says mapping address bool,
Blacklist
and it
is
says
ownable.
hold up. It says no. Don't look at line 525. It says mapping address bool internal blacklisted. What this
Yeah.
basically means is there's a variable called blacklisted, which is a map from an address to a boolean, either true or
Yeah. Yeah.
false.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah. I
means
see that.
once it adds your address, it basically adds your address and sets it to true, and that means this person has been blacklisted, right? And so
Shit.
now when you look up, so
So
if we look here,
does it trigger anything anytime you're trying to buy and sell, or anytime you transfer money in it, and it triggers a function somewhere
the
else,
moment
or does it
so
just
so the
block
way
it?
the way it uses the blacklist function is that the moment you're blacklisted, any function that this account tries to do anything with on this contract will just be it will be reverted every single time. It's not going to work
Revert it.
because you've been blacklisted. That means you literally any money you had on there, it's frozen. Any money you want to add, you can't add any money, and you can't take anything out. It's frozen. And the worst thing is, your only recourse is maybe, since technically it's Circle, the company that's behind it, to reach out to them and try to ask them. You don't know who actually blacklisted. You don't know whose address it is. Like, this is right here. Like, you looking at the code right here.
That's the beauty of crypto, man. At least you can see it, man. You can read it, you can
So
see it. If you understand basic like coding language, you can understand that. You can decode
yeah.
that. But man, that is not good news, man.
and and
That is
that's and that's
not
you that's
good
USD
news.
coin. The same issue exists with
Someone asked very
GUSD.
quickly. Sorry. Someone asked very quickly. Is that written in C? No. That I think that's so.
That's
Is that
Solidity.
documented by Solidity, right?
That's Solidity, right?
Yeah.
That's
But
Solidity.
mm,
Now let's look at Gemini, right? Again, same issue with Gemini.
oh,
Now they call it something else. It's not called Blacklist, but it's the same thing. They
oh
have the same
Lord,
functionality, and I'm about to show you. So we own the
oh
Gemini token
Lord.
now, and the
So
thing about the
Binance,
Gemini,
BUSD, same thing.
Every single one of them. So
Sheesh.
The Gemini token, you'll notice it's also a proxy, but it's actually a bit different the way that it does its proxy. But we can just look here and we can say, let's look up, hold up. Let's just look up write contract and let's see what functions we have when we call write contract. So we'll see here
So
that
right now, when we're looking at the function, we're basically looking like what's the capability of all of these functions on what they
of
are,
this
right?
contract, exactly. Yeah,
Like
what's the capabilities
approve would be
of this
basically
contract?
approve a transaction, request, etc. Right?
Yeah, so transfer from like
Okay.
technically, for example, when you look at ERC20, you
Mm-hmm.
need to have an approve function, you need to have a transfer from function, you need to
Exactly.
have a transfer function, etc. So
Mm.
it the way that the GUSD does handles the proxy is a bit different, but we can figure it out here. Here's the address right here. It's
Oof.
ERC20 implement. So let's just
Yeah.
click on this.
Yeah.
They tried to hide it from us, but we can find it
But
because
we're
it's on the blockchain. So
very quickly, can you see all the addresses that have been blacklisted? Like, if your address was
uh,
blacklisted, would you be able to see that?
you can't just see it directly from Etherscan, but I could write some code to figure it out. Yeah, because
Sheesh.
the data, because remember it's stored on the blockchain, right? Like
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
that's what
showed
I'm
you,
saying. That's what I'm saying.
I just showed you it was a mapping from an address to a boolean, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
all I need to do is just read the data on the Ethereum virtual
Man, we
machine,
gotta
which
talk about
you
this, man. I need to know.
we can't do it via Etherscan, but I can write
Yeah,
some
of
code
course, of course.
to figure out. So
We gotta
now
talk
let's look
about
at
this on
the
the side, my friend.
let's look at the implementation contract, right? For this is for
Yeah.
GUSD. Now you're gonna see the real functions, okay? So
Mm-hmm.
for GUSD, you have they let's see, they have request custodian change, right?
Okay.
They have increase approval with sender. I'm about to tell you is which one is the actual correct one. So they've kind of hidden what they've done is they've kind of hidden their actual blacklisting function, but they still basically have it. Um, they still have it like that capability. So what they've done is
Yeah.
they've hidden it. If I remember correctly, they've hidden it within this function. So what they've done is they've made it so that the admins can essentially just approve themselves to change the ownership of your coins. And then
Mm.
once they change the ownership of your coins, it's
It's at
effectively as
least it
if
was blacklisted.
they were frozen because you don't have them anymore. Um,
Sheesh.
so if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that that's what they do here. And then they have this function here that you have to actually read the code to understand what it's doing. But um,
God damn. Die, man. Die.
yeah.
But man, yo,
So
I actually want you because I remember you asked once, can you like if we had any requests for code reviews, we can send you an email or something. That is that something you want to look into USDT? I'm very curious, man. Because
so
I'm
I already have opinions on USDT. I already told you my so USDT for
no,
anybody
I'm
who
talking
doesn't know,
about not the value part, the blacklisting part. That's what I'm curious about.
yeah, USDT has the same function.
Oh man.
That's what I'm saying. Any coin, I don't think you understand. Any coin that has, unless if they don't have it, they're breaking the law. I think you need to understand this. If they don't have the ability to freeze your coins, that's why I'm saying you need to get away from centralization. If they don't have the ability to freeze your coins, they're breaking the law. The U.S. government requires that they can. The U.S. government wants to be able to say, "Hey, here's this address, freeze it." That
Mm,
and they don't care how you implement it. They just want to know that if we
you
tell
have
you
it.
we want you to freeze this address, we better not see any new transactions come through using this address. Otherwise, we're going to come after you. And
Ooh.
so that they all need to have it. Like I said, the only reason DAI and other decentralized tools are able to escape that is because they're
They
able to
don't
use
even have
plausible
that feature.
deniability and say, hey, the code that we've deployed, first of all, they've made it so that they can't kill the contract, which is a good thing, right? Because if you could kill the contract, the U.S. government could be like, well, okay, even though you can't blacklist it, but you know what? We want you to just shut down all your operations. So then they could go and kill the contract. Well, DAI doesn't actually have, in fact, I'll show you. DAI doesn't actually have the ability to kill the contract. So you can't
That
kill the
that,
contract,
that
which means
will
you
stay
can't,
alive.
it will stay alive. You can't kill the contract. You can't upgrade it, right? And it's not in all the private keys that manage DAI. It's separated amongst people who are decentralized across the world,
Mm,
not just in the U.S. So even if one person gets compromised in the U.S., there's somebody else who's in Singapore. There's
man,
somebody else who's in and
I
so
got some
that's
work
the
to do tonight. Oh,
yeah. So
I
DAI
gotta
is like
find some
truly
stable, some way to farm die, man. I gotta.
DAI is truly DAI. Just use MakerDAO. Why? Just use MakerDAO.
Man, because that's my bear market strategy. Just put it on stable coin and then just farm it, collecting some percentage. But man, I was going to do it with what, USDT, USDC, not USDT, right? I was going to do it with
Hmm.
USDC, and then I found some great farms with USDT. But man, I'm going to have to change my strategy a little bit. Go man. Anyway, man. Anyway, that is whoo. That is
I think
some knowledge
I
right
think
here. You had something else you wanted to show?
I've told y'all too much. But anyway, I'm like second guessing the stream right now. Because there was the other part that anyway. Okay, so let me just share this. I think you know where I was about to go with this, but I'm not gonna go with there with it. But
It's
um,
it's
so so
Go ahead.
basically,
Amen.
there's something else that JC and I had discussed because that's why we're
I
talking
oh,
in
don't
parables
worry.
right now.
If you can't go there, don't
So
worry. Don't go there.
I can, but I don't want to because I've already done too much here. That I'm
Oh, if you can, I don't mind, man. I don't mind.
nah, nah. For my own good, I won't.
All
So
right.
so okay. So basically, so this is die, by the way. So we're looking at die. I'm about to show you the difference, right? So
Yeah,
die, it's literally just a contract called die. That's it, right?
yeah,
And it's about, let's see, how many lines of code is it? It's literally, and I'm not joking, it's literally just 194 lines of code.
yeah. Just
Okay.
before we
And
were
you can,
looking at line 500 and something, and there is more
yeah.
down there.
And
So,
then they were like, and then there were proxies that you have to go look at. Die is
mm,
literally just 194 lines of code, and you
mm,
can read this code line by line. And I'm talking about line by line. I've actually done this. In fact, what I've done is right here. There's a little button right here where you can actually copy, right? So you can copy the source code. If you click this button right here, and
mm-hmm.
you can just copy the source code and put it into your code editor, and so that it's easier for you to read. And
Yep.
basically, I've done this. I've copied this code right here, and you can just go and read this code. And this is where the contract starts, by the way. So technically it's 100 and I know, right, Natasha? It's right.
Sorry, that was funny.
So technically the contract starts actually at line 73, right? That's where it actually starts. You literally see it right here. It's called contract die, right? And you
Yeah.
can pretty much read this contract here. Um, like I said, you can read line by line. There's nothing fishy here, and that's it. It's
Mhm.
done. That's it. Like, it's such a simple contract, and it does everything it's supposed to do. Nothing crazy. There's no. If you look at the functions, it has the minimal set of functions. Transfer, transfer from, rely, push, pull. Like, each one of these functions, you can just go and read and
Mhm.
see what they do,
Yeah, they
and
even
there's
name it.
nothing.
They name it very simple. Push. Like you already, like just from the name alone, you can already tell what it does, and then not
They're
that
not
much
trying to hide
line.
anything.
Oh
Yep. They're
man.
not trying to hide anything. Like, because GUSD, they're kind of in a tricky position because just
Mm.
from hearing the Winklevoss twins talk, I
Mhm.
can tell they're very for decentralization and very against centralization. But the
Mhm.
thing is, like, again, they have to deal with US regulations. So
They
I
have to
think
bend
for
the
them
knee.
that they made their source code a bit more convoluted on purpose so that
Yeah.
it's not immediately
So
obvious
that
that
they
they
can
can
have some
blacklist
sort
you.
of credibility in the community.
Right. But if you actually read the code, you can realize, oh wait, they can technically freeze the code. Whereas
Oh.
USDC, the function is literally called blacklist. They didn't even try to hide that one.
Oh
But
man,
yet,
they don't care. But that's what I'm telling
yeah,
you, man. Yo, shout out to Perry Unlikely, man. Yo, that's exactly how I feel right now, man. I'm retiring after the bull market. I'm going to go get an engineering and computer science degree, maybe just for the hell of it. Man, this guy, man, whenever he wants to learn something, he dive deeps. Like if he wants to learn real estate investing, gonna get a realtor license, man. So hey,
you
man,
talking to
maybe that's
me?
a
You
skill that
talking to
is
me or
very
Perry?
interesting to have because it's going to be in huge demand in the future. Lots of crypto companies are looking for coders. It's something that is not easy to find. Very quickly, because I had this question I had for you earlier and I forgot it. But very quickly, man. One of the challenges of cryptocurrencies is to find like coders, right? Like I think you're the first. Actually, you're the second coder I was able to speak with. The first one wanted to charge me 150 for a beta, just for an idea that I had, right?
Mhm.
150,000. So it's very hard to come across someone who knows the coding language, who can basically formulate an idea into the blockchain. Now, One of the project Perry Unlikely was mentioning the other day, and shout out to him. It was mentioning a crypto ecosystem that basically facilitate people with knowledge on Python on creating platforms on that, and I think it's called Lambda or yeah Lambda, and yes,
AWS? You talking about AWS?
not necessarily AWS.
AWS Lambda? Is that what you're talking about? AWS Lambda?
No, I think it was no, not that. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong lambda, but it was lambda, and maybe you can let me know in the chat too. But we had a crypto that we're looking into, lambden, I think
Oh, and I wanna
LAMBDN.
I wanna mention something by the way. If you do know Python, there's actually another way you can write Ethereum smart contracts. That is not Solidity. It's called Brownie. Um, that's the name of it. Just look up. I'm dead serious. It's called Brownie. These stupid
Really?
names that programmers give shit, but it's called Brownie. Just look up Brownie smart contracts, and you'll see
Yeah.
it's a whole suite of tools that enable you to write smart contracts using Python.
Okay, okay. But I've noticed it, but I mean when he mentioned it, I was like, I found that this is a great idea. That actually here it is. Let me share the screen with you. Give me a second here. So there it is here. Sorry. So I'm on the website here, and it's basically saying open source for a blockchain built on Python, right? So I'm assuming that you can create tokens on it with Python skills instead of Solidity, for example, or any other ones. Like, do you see
Well,
something?
you can already do that. That's what I'm saying. You can already do that for
Hmm.
Ethereum using Brownie.
Okay, okay.
And in fact, because Binance Smart Chain is built off of the Ethereum virtual machine, what Brownie does is it just compiles the Brownie code into the same instructions that Solidity would compile into. So um, you can already right now, if you know Python, you can write smart contracts using Brownie,
Hmm.
and deploy them to Ethereum or any Ethereum virtual machine like
Okay.
system.
So that
So
means
like for example,
technically Binance Smart Chain too.
yeah.
Exactly. Cool.
But personally, for me, I don't personally like it, but it's not that there's anything wrong with it. I just don't like it. I
So
don't. I don't.
you don't like the taste of brownie?
That's a good terrible corny dad joke.
Bitum.
but and actually you're a dad, so yeah. But anyway,
Now
yeah,
I
I don't
have the
personally. I
excuse
don't
to make these jokes, man. But man,
exactly.
we're looking. Holy key! I think that's probably my longest stream. I didn't even see the time fly, man. Thank you for everyone who's still here, supporting the channel, supporting the chat, and I'm hoping that you're taking notes. I'm hoping that you're getting some games. And please let me know where in the internet you have seen anything close to this. I promise you this. I promise you guys I had a surprise for you. And these guys, I knew JB would deliver. Is thank you very much. I've learned a tons. I think so far this year, this is the best podcast I've made because I'm going to rewatch this like 5 times, man, at least.
There's a
The-
reason. See. There's a reason why. This is part of the reason why I don't have a channel, because I feel like when I get to talking, I say a lot. Like I'm thinking of all the shit I've said so far. I'm like, damn, I said too much, and like,
no, dude,
yeah.
especially if it's something that you can access on a website that is public, right? Everyone
I don't think
should
you
technically
understand.
know about that, but no
I
one.
don't think you understand.
I
I don't
know
think you
the
understand.
impact.
Like
I know the
there's
impact, but it's
yeah.
technically public, right? It's technically public, right? So technically,
I don't think you understand.
what do you mean? What do you
Without
mean?
yeah.
But we can.
I've said too much, man. I'm gonna have to double check my routers, and
But
I'm
man,
gonna have to
but
check.
I'm
I'm
with
gonna.
you. I'm with you on the. If you needed to
So
go unlisted or something, we can talk. We can talk. But
you said
man,
what?
if you need to this video to go unlisted, we can talk. We can talk. We can.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just saying this is why, because when I get to talking, I can say a lot, and then I'm like, so it's yeah,
But
whatever.
I don't think you did anything wrong because we've basically talking about general how crypto works, and then you show an example, and then these are public website that I can go check, and it's not like I needed a special credential. It's not like I needed.
Did you miss the part where I told you the one of the Alphabet Gang members has a bounty that's almost $1 million for somebody to crack Monero? In other words, what I'm saying is, like, there are very important. There's lots of incentives around
Yeah,
a lot of the stuff I've
yeah.
said to
From
not
that
be said or
perspective,
to
you're
not be.
over there, river.
So that yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
let
From
yeah.
that perspective, yeah, yeah, yeah. You over there. But man, I don't know. Maybe we might do something like that, man. Maybe we might do something like that because man, whoo, you dropped some knowledge. So recap, right? So will that you make you feel safer, man? Until will that you see the comment here?
It, it's listen. I again, I know too much, so I already know that the moment something's on the internet, it's on the internet, so it doesn't even matter. Like
Ah,
it's
don't
like it's
worry, man.
whatever.
Don't worry, man.
I don't even care at this point. It's like I've
I'm a
already
small
said it. I've said
channel.
it. So
I'm a small channel.
yeah.
I have no less than 1K, man. But man, yo, so to recap, man, so I guess you don't want to go to Cubes part, eh?
We can talk about no. We can talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
cubes.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's legit. That's legit. But I'm just saying,
So
imagine you go on Cubes, which is a operating system that protects
let
your
me explain
private.
it.
Hmm?
Yeah, let me explain cubes real quick to people,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because
What's Cube?
I think it's legendary. Okay. Now it does require you have to be willing to actually learn a lot to use something like this, right? But it's
Hmm.
actually, in fact, Edward Snowden specifically recommends cubes.
I know. I
Think
saw that.
about
I was
so
researching it. I was
yeah.
surprised to see that.
So one of the things, and I'll share it. Like I said, this computer right here. I wish I had my ThinkPad with me because my ThinkPad is really souped up, and I use
Yeah,
cubes
it
on
would
it.
help you think, right?
You and these you and these dad jokes. But this right here. This is a Dell. This is a Dell XPS
Yeah.
XPS 15, and I have Cubes OS on this, right? So here's the cool thing about Cubes. So I'm gonna explain Cubes real quick.
Yeah, wait, wait,
Um,
wait, 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 wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me let me put the camera on you so that you can go deep. You know. Give me a second. Give me a second. Wait. Let me remove that. There you go. There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead, my
so
friend.
I wanna explain a few things about Cubes real quick. So all right. So this is Cubes. It's a basically I this laptop came with some version, some shitty Windows, whatever on it, and I wiped it and I put Cubes on it, right?
Mm,
So what Cubes is, it's a Linux distribution. Basically, with just when I say Linux distribution, just think operating system. Even though technically that's not what it is, it's deeper than an operating system, but just think operating system. So I'm about to start here by showing you this thing called Cubes Manager, and I think it's gonna break it down real quick. What Cubes does, that's pretty much legendary. That makes it so freaking awesome is that it basically separates every aspect of your system into a separate what's called a virtual machine. So think of it like a bunch of little computers inside of the computer, right? That's the best
mm,
way to put it, right? And so, in other words, what this means is that I can separate every aspect of my system into these separate machines, which means if, let's say, for example, somebody hacks my network,
mm-hmm,
anything that they can do is limited to my network. If somebody remember what I mentioned earlier about somebody sticking a USB into your computer,
mm-hmm.
if they stick a USB in my computer, they only have access to the USB. There's a little computer that manages the USB right
Yeah, but they
internally,
won't be
and
able
so
to go to
they
your browser because that would be on a separate virtual machine, which is technically a separate
exactly
computer.
exactly. It's almost like a technically separate computer. So right here, what we're looking at right here is the Cubes manager, and what it does, they're called cubes because they're these little virtual machines. So you'll see we have at the very top here, and actually this setup right here is actually what it comes with by default. I actually did this on purpose because I knew I was going to show this off. So I'm using it like a separate partition. Blah. Anyway, we don't have to talk about all that, but this is like the default setup, right? So what we have
Mm.
here at the very top,
Can you
we have
back a
this thing
little
called
bit, just
DOM.
a little bit, but yeah, yeah, right there. Yeah,
Okay, at the very top, we have this thing called DOM zero.
yeah,
Okay,
dumb.
and now you'll notice what it says on the template. It says admin VM.
Yeah.
DOM zero, that's where you have the root permissions. You can do whatever. Okay,
Mm,
but really, what ends up happening is you don't really do much in DOM zero. What happens
mm,
is you create all these little systems. So, for example, if we look down here, you'll see
mm-hmm,
there's this thing called sysnet,
mm-hmm,
there's sysUSB,
mm-hmm,
there's sys firewall. So you may be like, what
mm-hmm.
the hell is sysUSB, sysnet? Here's the thing. My internet connection right now. So if we go back up here, right here, you see the bars right here. My
Yeah, I
internet
see the
connection,
bars.
it's
Yeah,
it, it's connecting to the internet via it's connected to the internet via this machine. And you'll notice there's a little green light next to it. That means
Sysnet.
this machine is running.
Oh,
This
okay,
machine is
okay.
running, which
So if you turn
so
on
so
that
if I
light, would it? If you turn on that machine, would it turn off the internet?
if I turn yeah, if I for example, let's say I pause. Let's say I
Oh, it's gonna cut
you
you
know,
off though.
like well, it's gonna cut off the laptop, not the
Oh,
screen.
oh, right, right,
But
right, right,
so
right.
like if I let's say I don't want to do the emergency pause because there's some issues with that. But let's say if I shut down Sysnet, um,
Yeah,
you know what? I'm gonna shut it down just to prove the point. So if I shut it down, you see I get this little thing. I'm gonna
yeah,
say
yeah.
okay. what you'll notice is it almost hold up. So it's saying there's some cubes that are connected. I'm gonna be like, okay, I don't care. So still shut it down. And you notice immediately the connection, the network connection
Yeah,
bar
you
completely
got no
disappeared.
bars.
I don't have any internet anymore, right? And
Yeah.
so all my internet connections are gone. And not only
Hmm.
that, you'll notice my firewall has also turned off because my firewall, to have a firewall, you need internet, right?
Yeah.
You don't need internet, but you need a network,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And so if there's no network, there's no firewall, so it also automatically turns off the firewall.
Mm.
And then the same thing with my USB. So that means if somebody like if I can actually take the risk and stick a USB in my computer because any damage it could do is limited only
To
to the
that
sys
sys
USB.
USB,
And
not
then guess
even
what
on
I can
internet.
do? Guess what I can do though?
What
If
can
there
you
is
do?
some malware on that USB, guess what I can do? I can basically just
Flush
not
it.
either recreate the VM or basically just start it from scratch as if and it starts as if like from a clean slate,
Mm.
as if nothing ever happened, right?
So
So
wait, so so
whatever
wait,
mal
so basically, while you have that sys USB here, can you like start another one from the bottom and then put the same USB back here again? Like I was basically going to have two system running on sys USB or instead of just one.
well, you can you can have as many as you want. It just wouldn't make. There's no point in doing that. But let me show you actually the beauty of this though, because all of the USB connections are limited to this connection right here. So let's say right here, for example, you see I have this SD adapter, right? That has a
Yeah,
micro SD in it,
yeah.
right? And this micro SD is plugged in via USB. So it's actually so sys USB can actually see this. So now, well, one of the cool things about cubes is that in order to access it, let's say I fire up my so let's say I go here and I say, okay, I want to fire up the personal cube, right? And I want to open up files, right? If I say I want to open up files in the personal cube, now it says, okay, it's starting them up right now, right? So it's starting up the VMs,
Mm-hmm.
all right? And then once it finished stop firing it up, um, so the file manager is going to show up. Hold up, give it a second. Um, so hold up, the file manager is about to show up, and I'm about to show you something. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go
now,
ahead.
now the file manager shows up, right? So
Yeah.
now, let's say I want this USB. I want it to be available in personal. Right now, like personal, because I'm using the personal VM, right? The
Yeah,
personal
yeah,
virtual
yeah.
machine, and so I'm actually only accessing files that the personal VM virtual machine knows about. So,
Exactly.
but guess what? The personal virtual machine has no idea that I have this plugged in right now. It has no way of knowing because it's a whole different computer. It's almost like
Yeah,
this computer is detached from everything internally, right? So the
man.
only way I can give personal access to my USB is if I go up here and I click this, and then I go right here and I select it, and then I basically click add to personal,
Mm.
right? So in other
Mm-hmm.
words, I have to manually give the VM
Mm-hmm.
access to the USB. Otherwise, it
Can
doesn't even know it exists.
can you put a timeout? Let's say you want to give it access only for 15 minutes and not like forever if you forget to do it.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you'd have to do a little more than just this, but yes,
Okay, okay.
you have full, again. This is Linux, so you have full control of like you can use like a cron. You could use a cron job to manage this stuff. You could do a lot of stuff, right? So
Sheesh.
and even look at this, even the microphone, right? Like I have a microphone here, but it's
Yeah.
not the microphone by default is not plugged to anything. So even though
It's
like let's say somebody hacks my browser, they can't
uh-huh.
try to figure out like they can't try to listen to me, because a lot of times hackers when they hack the system, they'll take control of your webcam and your microphone. Well, in this
Yeah.
case, the microphone is actually running separately in a whole separate thing, and in order for anything else to get access to it, I have to physically say, okay, I want you to give personal access to the microphone, and
Yeah.
then it will ask me to confirm that, and then personal will then see it. But until I click this, if I look in the
It doesn't
personal
happen.
VM,
So basically,
it's almost hold up. If I look in the personal VM right now, it's almost like a microphone does not exist at all. Like it
exactly,
doesn't even know it exists.
because it's on its
So
own little cubes.
yeah,
So basically, with a computer like that, you would actually feel safe leaving your webcam on, and then leave it in your room like that. How Snowden was
that's why you
afraid.
don't see you don't see anything covering this. But even more so, again, even for the webcam, right here, the same list of devices.
Hmm.
Right here, you'll see this one right here is the webcam. The same thing for the webcam. I have to physically give something
Access
access
to
to my
it.
webcam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if
Otherwise, they
I
don't have
wanted to
access.
do a stream on this one, I have to go connect the
Yeah, I have
webcam,
to
connect the
physically.
mic, connect the
Yep.
VM to stream live. But
That's why
I
this is.
love it. I love this, man. Because I was actually looking into a project earlier this year, Solomon Protocol, that they claim to want to do a OS that would fully protect you and protect your privacy and make sure that you don't get scammed out there. But they haven't been able to execute. So I'm happy that you show that here, because that's something I'm going to buy a separate laptop, just putting it on, and then wait, let me put the camera back on. Let me, because there's something I want to ask you. So, JB,
What's
Mr.
up?
Baronville, Mr. Asian sensation, Mr.
Technically, by the way, technically it's Bowenville, but Americans can never say it right, so I
Yeah,
just accept
yeah,
Baron.
Baron.
But
Is it the right from Baron Lacroix or?
I mean, that's how I know you're a real Haitian. This is how I know you're a real Haitian, man. Like this is exactly how I know you're a real Haitian. I'm surprised you didn't say Baron Samedi or something like.
No, 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 that would be too obvious. But here, let me let me look at you in the camera as I ask you this question. So,
What's up?
is it is it fair to say you could use cubes? And again, hypothetically, right? Just for educational purpose only, right?
Hmm.
Is it fair to say you could use cube, connect it online? I give access to a platform like Incognito, you know, make some trades, switch it back to BISC, and then basically everything that happens here, it becomes, although it's happening, let's say you go on a decentralized exchange, because you went on a operating system, like I don't think it's related, right? Like if you go on a centralized exchange, your transaction is locked on the blockchain, right? But if you use,
If you go on a centralized exchange, your issue is not even the blockchain. Your issue is that the KYC, because every centralized exchange requires that you provide them your personal information. So it doesn't
yeah,
matter
forget
what
I
you
said that.
use
Yeah, yeah,
because
forget I said that. What I
yeah.
meant to say, well, okay, so what I meant to say is you can essentially use cubes and have an entire circuit where you go on incognito, you make a swap, you put it back into Monero, for example, or you put it back into BISC directly, and then
I'll give you more. I'll give you more. I'll give you a very realistic example. So, for example, there have been there have been clients that I've worked with.
mm,
Okay, with
mm,
keyword with. Okay, um, with. Okay, there have been clients that I've worked with where they need everything to be done by a Tor. Okay, and
mm.
so because of that, what you're able to
So
do with
just for
the
those who don't
Q.
know, Tor is like basically a web browser. Web browser. It's regarded as one
No,
of
no,
the best
no,
ones to protect your
no,
privacy.
no, 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 no. Tor. There's Tor browser, and then there's Tor. So
Oh.
Tor browser just uses Tor, but Tor has nothing to do with the browser. Tor is actually a protocol for essentially anonymizing internet traffic. Okay,
Mm-hmm,
that's what Tor is. It's a protocol for anonymizing internet traffic, and then there's Tor browser, which is built on top of Tor, which enables you to use um, yeah, I think that was a good description, Simsia. So there's Tor browser, which enables you to use Tor very easily. So
mm-hmm.
in other words, when you run a transaction through Tor, similar to Incognito, what Incognito does for coins, think of it like Tor does that for internet traffic. And so anything you look up via Tor, as long as you stay in the Tor network, and there's these things called exit nodes. And as long as you stay within the Tor network, it's all anonymized. But once you exit,
Leave.
through the exit nodes, it's the same way as like if you exit incognito,
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm.
suddenly things can be traced again. But basically, so yeah, so I've worked with clients
It's all right. We
who
got you.
they wanted everything done through Tor. And the beauty of cubes is that I can actually create a cube that takes in that basically takes every it takes in internet traffic,
Mm-hmm. I
sends
see where
all
you're
internet
going.
traffic, sends all internet traffic
To Tor.
through Tor, and
Yeah.
then uses sysnet to
Yeah.
then power Tor. So in other words, it's first sending everything to Tor, but it's using sysnet as the network interface, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then basically and then I create another VM that then uses that Tor VM as my main internet VM. So that means, think about what this means. That means every piece of internet traffic whatsoever that ever leaves that VM always, and I mean always, goes to Tor.
Let me ask you this. Let me
There's
ask
no
you this.
other
Let me answer this
there's
quickly, just so that I can
yeah,
fully understand this. Because I want to understand this very, very, very good. So
yeah.
let's say I go with that route and I open a Tor browser within that network and I put a MetaMask address in there. So do I compromise the kind of like the circuit here? Like, you know
Um
what I mean? You see, like when you add the
well,
MetaMask.
first of all, if you're in a VM that's proxying everything to Tor, you don't need to use Tor browser because all internet traffic is already going through
You don't
Tor
need to
anyway.
use
So
cold browsers. Oh, sorry.
no, you say no. So what I'm saying is, if because the what I'm describing is a structure where you have a VM that takes all internet traffic and basically sends it through Tor first
Mm-hmm.
before it
Before
touches
it goes
like
anywhere. Okay, I see what you
the
mean.
internet, right? And so in other words, well, not before it touches the internet because Tor is part of it. But anyway, you get my point. Like it
Mm-hmm.
processes it through Tor. So if
So
you're
that means
using that
any
VM,
browser you
you
open becomes part of that.
well, not just browser, any type of internet traffic that leaves that VM
Sheesh.
goes through
Mm.
Tor by
Say
necessity. It
less.
doesn't. There's no because what Cubes allows you to do is you can set a net VM. So
Mm-hmm.
for every VM, for every app VM that you have, you can set a net VM, and that
Mm-hmm.
net VM essentially becomes the VM that all internet traffic goes through. So
Mm.
what you can do is, in other words, what I'm saying is you can create a specialized VM that takes all internet traffic and runs it through Tor. And then what you can then do is then that specialized VM, you then use that as your net VM for that specific app VM. And basically that means that any internet traffic whatsoever, what it doesn't matter what browser you're using, if you're using the terminal, whatever you're using, any internet traffic whatsoever will always go through Tor. Even better is you can actually even go even a step further where you can run it through
Better than
Tor
this.
and then basically put a VPN under it and then put sysnet under that. So that
Ooh.
means that it goes through Tor via your VPN and then on top of sysnet. So that means not only are you protected by Tor, you're also protected by using the VPN tunnel.
That's like when
Um,
you're playing B and a C at the same time.
yeah, but basically, I've had to do the Tor thing. I haven't done it. I didn't have to do it for any clients via VPN, but I've done
Man,
the
we
Tor
gotta
thing.
talk, man.
And the
We gotta
beauty
talk, my friend.
and the beauty of this though, not sorry, not for a client, with a client.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah,
language is
yeah,
very important.
yeah. Oh, come on, man.
So
You could be with a business partner
basically,
too.
the beauty with this setup though is that you can actually have a VM that's,
Mm,
let's just say, in theory secret,
mm,
that where you manage that project or whatever you're doing and run everything to Tor, and then when you shut it down it's almost like it doesn't exist,
mm.
you know. And then
Man, that's a dream right there. But that
just
means
think
that
let
we
me
have
let
covered
me
pretty
add
much
one more
the whole
let me
aspect.
add one more piece of seasoning to it, okay, without saying too much.
But basically, that's
Just
like the
think
cherry on the top right now.
just think also, if you then think of things like hidden partitions, stuff like that, then you know, that's all. That's all I want to add on that. You know, think of like stuff like hidden partitions, stuff like that. Then you can, you can pretty much have a machine that,
Mm,
yeah,
hmm.
yeah,
Man, you dropping bombs, knowledge. Whew. Man, but man, thank you, man. Thank you. Honestly, thank you. Because I thought, just like many, I think someone mentioned it in the chat, many people think they're safe with the decentralized exchange, man. Many people think they're safe, but especially if you like wiring Bitcoin, same thing with Ethereum too, right? It could come from a centralized exchange to a decentralized exchange. And man, we've seen this. These guys right here, uh, chain analysis, and that's one of them. I mean, that's the first one. I googled it, and that's the first one that showed up, man.
yeah. Chain analysis. They're they have they're a pretty big company. Like I said, they have they have government contracts with virtually every government across the world, including
Man,
I'm talking about the
big guys.
UK.
I mean,
I'm talking about the UK,
yeah,
Israel. You
Big
know,
Brother is still here, man. Big Brother is still fine. Look at that. Look at them. Look at this. Man.
yeah. Well,
Oh
here's the thing, though.
man.
Okay. Here's the thing. I have to just to make this clear, though. Even when you see like something like Gemini on the hit and stuff like that, what you have to remember is one of the things they provide. It's kind of like a necessary evil for some of these
Of
exchanges
course,
because
yeah.
they basically what they've done is they've put themselves in a position where they make
Eligible
you want
to have this
that
level of insurance, for example.
yeah, because for example, Gemini can just instead of Gemini having to risk not doing everything possible to make sure that they're tracking potential, criminals and stuff like that, they can just say, I'm going to rely on chain analysis. Because what chain analysis does is they actually have some software that you can buy, you can pay a license for, which I know that's what Gemini is doing. And
Mm,
basically, like, let's say I want to start my own exchange, I can do a contract with chain analysis, and they'll give me access to an API where every transaction I can just run that transaction through them and say, hey, does this seem suspicious? And then they'll tell me yes or no. And then if the answer is no, then I can now process the transaction on my side as the
mm,
exchange. But if they say yes, it's suspicious, then I can freeze it or whatever. Now think about what I just said though. That functionality removes a lot of fear from the exchanges side of things, right? Because they don't have to risk getting in trouble with the government. And remember, these are felony charges that may not just apply to the company, but to the individuals. But on top of that, chain analysis is very smart because that also means every single freaking transaction that goes through these exchanges goes through their platform, even the backdoor ones, right? So that means that even if, like, let's say, for example, using Gemini, okay? I'll give you a secret. Like, let's say using the Gemini API and you're using like the counterparty thing, whatever. Even like when using the counterparty API, it's an OTC trading API where you can do like over counter trading, which means that any trades that you make OTC, they don't actually appear on the blockchain. They're done privately, but really they're not actually. Yes, Palantir. Yes, that's a correct analysis right there. Palantir of the crypto industry. These folks are smart. Yeah, that's exactly correct. In fact, that could bring us to a whole conversation about why I don't support, why I didn't invest in Palantir. But that's another conversation.
Why do you even invest
Because
in
that's
what?
actually no, I'm saying that could bring us to a whole other conversation about why I didn't invest in Palantir.
Oh, oh man, sheesh. I think Natasha, I think you're right, man. I think you're right. Man, they're trying to get him, man. I think you should have done the stream on Cubes or something, cause man, hey,
Can you see me?
yeah, I see you
Yeah.
here,
No, the thing is, I heard everything you said. It keeps doing this, but I hear everything you're saying.
man.
But no, what I was saying
They're
is this:
showing
is
they're
that
here,
I was
man.
saying.
I'm going to have to remove this, man. I'm starting to worry myself, man.
So let me just add this, right? What I was gonna say is I think these folks are super smart because
Man, ridiculous.
that comment was very apt. I think crypto now chain
Peter, shout
analysis
out to
and a
you.
lot of
Shout
these
out to you,
other.
Peter Investor. I knew you were going to like this one, man. I knew you were going to like it.
Yeah, so they're basically the policy. And actually, what I was basically saying is that I support Kathy Wood a lot of ARK Invest, and like she's very smart and whatnot. And one of her main investments is Palantir, and I didn't invest. That's like one of her main investments that I didn't sign up for, and that's part of the reason why. It's like it's more of a moral thing for me. Like in
Yeah, of
terms of
course.
making money, I think like I was like, yeah, that it makes sense, but morally, I just couldn't rock with
Mm.
it. But anyway, that's basically the risk is that even so with Gemini, like even when you use their backdoor APIs that are
Hmm.
private, they're technically private, but really any transaction that goes through Gemini goes through chain analysis now, and so even the quote unquote private ones are actually not really private, right? So even my trading algorithms and whatnot, technically chain analysis is aware of them. But
Hmm.
also I'm smart enough that I do things in a anyway. So moving on. Moving on.
But man, thank you, man. Honestly,
Yeah.
honestly, thank. I've been trying to puzzle this for years, man. Years. I thought I had the solution with the Solomon protocol, but man, I was so disappointed. These guys were not serious in terms of implementing the ideas that they have. To learn that there is a solution out there that allows you to protect your privacy. On top of that, there is some. I guess with die if it, one day if you can change the currency that is being backed on, let's say because pegged, right, that's the
No.
word that you said, pegged. If you could, right now it's pegged to the US dollar, if it could be pegged on something else later, because we can have this
No.
debate another day, man. We can have this
No.
debate
Like,
another day.
listen. The strongest. Listen. I don't care what anybody says. We can have it another day. But I'm telling you,
No
USD is
debate,
not going
no
anywhere.
debate about. I'm not debating that the US dollar is the strongest. This is a dumb debate to make. So, in my opinion, that's
But yeah,
not
but
what
I'm
I'm.
saying it's also not going to crash. It's not going to crash. And
But yeah,
yeah, yes, that's what.
it already crashed before.
Listen, it's one of those things that is too big to fail. It's not happening. I'm
Really?
telling you, it is not happening. Yes, absolutely, dude. Do you realize? I
Let
don't think you understand. Do you
Shut up.
realize? Do you realize?
Where is
Listen, listen. Do you, hold up, hold
I
up.
hope
Do
Perry
you
and Nike
realize?
is still here.
Hold up, hold up, hold up,
We'll do that debate
hold up,
some
hold up,
other
hold up, hold up, hold
time.
up,
We'll have
hold
the
up. Let me just
pros
ask
and
you one
cons, the
question.
thesis.
Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question.
Save it for the
Do you
debate.
realize? Just one question. Just one question. Do you realize the practical implications of the U.S. dollar crashing? Just that's that. Just that. Do you realize the practical implications of the US dollar crashing.
I know, and look, let's save that for the because I can trust me. I want to go there, and you're tempting me, man. You're tempting me. But we've been going there for 4 hours. You know, you still have to get your pina coladas. You still have. Someone asked you. Someone was asking why do you have three laptops, man? I thought he called you the Black Tony Starks. I agree with that nickname, man. The Black Tony Starks.
I don't just have three laptops. I don't know how many of them I have, but I
Yeah, how
carry
many
three
you
of them
have in
with
your
me.
vacation, man? But yeah, if
No,
he uses
somebody
cube, I
else.
think he uses cubes only on one of them. And I think he brought it up because
No,
we
no,
we
I
talked
use
about.
no, I use no, I use cubes on three of my laptops.
Oh shit!
So this one, and then I have cubes on my ThinkPad X1 Carbon.
Yeah.
And then I
Can
have
you have
cube.
like Windows and then decide to boot it on cubes and this?
Yeah, so actually, that's actually what I was gonna say. I have cubes and I dual boot with Windows on another
Mm,
computer that I use
mm.
as well. And I actually dual boot with Windows, and then I have a separate partition where I have Tails for when I'm doing like, interesting
You
stuff.
use Tails
But
too, eh? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That company that I was like
but
crypto
Tails is not very practical for everyday
practical at
use.
all. Yeah. So that's the
It's
thing. They
more
were
so for
waiting
like
on a
what.
version of Tails that was practical. It was still USB boot, but it was more like for the general public as opposed to only journalism. I made a quick video about that in my channel. So if you guys are wondering what Tail is and what Solomon protocol is, but anyway, I don't support this crypto anymore. I sold all my stocks or cryptos, and then the team is not serious. The idea is great. The team is not serious. They actually kicked me out of their Discord because I was asking too many questions. I was trying to figure out if what they were doing was legit or not. They asked me too many questions. They kicked me out of the Discord. So just to let you know, guys. So yeah.
So the funny thing about this comment, by the way, is that not only do I have like three laptops, I have the if I were to show y'all the amount of like drives I have,
Jesus,
USB
man.
drives, external drives. Like even right
Vacation,
now, hold up.
man.
Even right now, hold up. Even right now, right in front of me right now, and I could pull some more in my backpack. Even right now, I have
What
like these
the
three right
heck,
here, and
man?
like for example, this one is a 512 gigabyte. This one right
Ooh,
here, actually, this one that's plugged in right here is 512 gigabytes. This one is
sheesh.
32 gigs. This one's 32 gigs. Um, like I have a
Man,
method to a lot of my madness, basically.
man, I
So
do
and
see
then
I do see the madness.
obviously you notice I have another phone here. I got like I like
Sheesh.
I technically have three phones.
But
So
man, wait, but I
people
think
may be
yeah,
wondering what the hell's going.
yeah,
That's why they
yeah. Man. Some
that's why
some
they pulled me to the
operation
side.
out there, eh? But man, what you mentioned with the cubes paired with the VPN with Tor, oof, we gotta talk about this, man. We gotta talk about this offline, man, because I don't know, man. I don't know. I like freedom, I like protection. But man,
Yeah.
I don't want to bring you to keep you too long because we've been going on for almost 4 hours. Can you imagine this, man? Can you imagine this?
Somebody did ask in the comments, by the way. Somebody asked, I think it was Rory, if I'm not mistaken, that I saw said something about like socials. That then we could also have a whole rant about why I don't have any social media. I've deleted pretty much all of my social media except for YouTube, and I believe I still have like an Instagram page somewhere, but I can't even access it. So
It's
I have
probably
no social
asking because
media.
he wants to reach.
Yeah, I have no social media on purpose. I
Yeah.
don't need to. I don't want to. I don't even like people anyway. So
Oh man, don't say that, man. Hey, well, it seems like you like computers, man. You like computer. You know what? It's a funny thing engineers say, man. They like computers more than people, man. It's kind of like being introvert. That's what
you actually.
the best engineers I've made. You actually the one of the most social engineers I've met. Best engine, the smarter they are, the more like disconnected they are to other people. That's usually the pattern I've seen regularly.
Well, that's actually so.
So
Back
that
to the
means
earlier thing we are
basically,
talking about.
Perry, you I don't know if you're going to make a great engineer. I'm joking,
So
bro. I'm joking.
back to the earlier conversation we were having. Actually, that's actually literally why I found myself to be like able to like when I invest in engineers. That's why my firm, like I focus on engineers, but not just engineers. Actually, like I've made some unorthodox investments. Like for example, I've mentioned before I invested in Bernard Riley, and I actually invested in Bernard Riley via my same firm, which I had to set it up in a way to make it make sense. But basically, one of my advantages is the fact that I am like I'm actually confident at what I do. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm actually confident at what I do. So other engineers trust me. You know, you can talk to any engineer that's ever worked with me. You know, like you can't find a single person that's worked with me that can say anything otherwise. And I'm not, you know, I know that may sound super cocky, but I'm, you know, it is what it is. But because of that, um, that's one thing that works in my favor where I can work with engineers and they trust me. And then I also
Mm,
have the business side where
mm,
like the business side came in and I actually know how to successfully run a business and you know, I know how to raise capital, you know, I have a network of people, you know, all that
mm,
stuff. So it turns out that it works really well for me to
yeah.
be both the engineer and the businessman, which most people can't do. And so that's actually my that's like when you think about like starting a business, right? You need to think about what's your unfair advantage. That's my unfair advantage. My unfair advantage is that anybody, you know, somebody can say I'm going to go start a firm, or somebody can say I'm going to just be a really competent engineer. Most people can't actually do both, right? Most people can't do both. Most people don't know how to do the due diligence. Most people don't know how to do the you know, market analysis. Most people don't know how to do, you know what I'm saying? Like, so being able to do both, that's actually my unfair advantage. And
Mm,
that's actually where that's also the value that I provide to, like, if I invest in an engineer, I know that they may not have the business side. So for me, that's also my value add. That's one of the reasons they'll take my money over somebody else's, because
mm,
the other person's just giving them money. I am not only able to help them when they get stuck with some engineering problem, but I'm also able to help them think, okay, you're gonna go raise your seed round next. Here's who you should talk to. Here's how your pitch deck should look, stuff like that. You know, so we can actually talk about the business side and the engineering.
mm.
So
Facts. But
yeah.
hey, there will be a time I'll be looking into you, man. Because trust me, when it comes to ideas, man, that's definitely one of the things that I that's some things I don't know if it's actually part of my bipolar. My part of bipolar is I get to generate a lot of thoughts, and with my
Mhm.
thoughts comes creativity, and it needs with the energy and feeling to push them out there. But man, every time I tried so far, that I think I've done two startups already, and then I had to write a little books of all the ideas I had while I was doing my startup, investing in five different things at the same time. So now I'm focusing more on just one thing at the time, but eventually, man, eventually, I think it's going to be in fintech. A lot of my ideas lately have been converging in the fintech area, so that's what I'll dive in that.
Listen, shoot me a pitch deck. Shoot me a pitch deck.
Oh no, no, yeah, don't worry.
Um,
When I'm ready for that, it's
you have
going to be a
listen.
three to
You
five
have
minute
all my
video.
info.
It's going to
You
be a
have all
three
my
to
info.
five minute video where I show you, hey, here's the problem, here's the solution, here's why I'm the best guy to do it. I've done it all before. It's just that in Canada, it's very hard for startups to find funds to develop their ideas, man. It's very hard. People need the proof of concept. Be like they need it to be on beta with customers paying before they're willing to give you any types of funding, unless you're well connected. So yeah,
So
that's
man, you probably gonna be like, what, what the hell? So you actually know, I actually partner with a firm in Canada, like an investment firm in Canada.
sorry, what? You,
I actually there's a firm in Canada called Tiny Capital.
Tiny Capital? Okay, I haven't heard.
Yeah, if you look them up,
Is it in
Tiny Capital,
Toronto?
they actually say what?
Is it in Toronto?
No, they're not in Toronto.
Okay.
It's I've actually never been to their office in person, but I've basically I actually have a I did a deal with them where basically we I can find deals for them and stuff like that. So in other words, what I'm saying is this is that if you actually have the easiest way to say it is like this. Let's say you have a good idea, right? And let's say I invest in it, or I find you like the right angel investors or whatnot to invest in it. We can then take that to Tiny Capital. You know, once you reach a certain level of because they're more on the way that he's running the company. His firm is more like it's more similar to like your private equity firms that come after a company has kind of gained some traction and has a little
Mm.
bit of profits and something like that, enough to show for it, where they'll just come and they'll acquire a good percentage of your company, or
Yeah.
buy it outright,
Yeah.
and just give you an exit. So I actually have like an agreement with them, and I'll email you the agreement. So just so
I
you
mean,
don't have to
I don't.
believe me.
You don't need to go
I'll
that
actually
deep, man.
I don't mind. I actually don't mind emailing to you. I'll email it to you so you can see for yourself. But I actually have an agreement with them. It was actually for a separate thing that I was trying to do.
Mm.
But
But
so
yeah, man,
I actually, the funny thing is I actually just remembered that, and that just shows you I'll be doing a million things. Like I just remembered that I had this contract with them. But yeah, we actually have an agreement where I can basically source deals. Essentially, it's for deal sourcing. I can source deals for them,
mm,
and I can source deals for them. So like if there's a deal in Canada that I may not be able to do, whether it's for regulation purposes or because I don't have the experience, whatever, I can actually send that deal their way. And if things work out, there's some incentive on my end, et cetera, et cetera. So I do deal sourcing for it's called Tiny Capital. They're
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
the, they're the company that actually bought Dribble. Like they bought the Dribble, the platform, the
Hmm.
design platform.
Yeah.
They bought Dribble. They own a number of so yeah.
Cool, cool. But hey, man, well, don't worry. I'm hoping. Actually, Perry was talking about his exit strategy. That's one of my exit strategies, man. Like it's getting to a point, man. It's very hard for me to focus on my work. I'm so deep on crypto, researching all the time, man. Right after this stream, I'm going to do a mini research already. On top of that, this stream alone, there is things I need to research on. It's just every day more research, man. And it's coming to a point where it's less time for me to do my 9 to 5 job. So eventually, my strategy is, man, at some point, take my profits, start something on my own, and then go from there, man. But yeah, don't worry. In due time, I'll when I'm ready for it, we'll come. In the meantime, man, stay safe. Stay safe. You're dropping a lot of
I
knowledge,
already
man.
said I already said way too I already said way too
Don't
much,
worry,
man.
man.
I'm like I'm
I'll do
like
my
I'm like
best.
thinking about this right now. I'm like thinking about this right now. I'm like this is why I don't talk.
No, no,
This is
man.
why I don't.
You know what? You know, and I,
This is why I just leave it all up there. I just leave it all
no,
up there and I
man,
just do
but
my
I'll
thing.
do my best. I'll do my best. I'll put it unlisted for now, man. And then but hey, guys like Perry's, I've been recording it under camcorder since 2005.
Honestly, the moment it's on the internet, that's what I'm saying. Like the moment it's on the internet. But I mean, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
whatever.
yeah. You know, but well, don't
Yeah.
worry. Only 15 people saw it, and and then don't worry, man. But it's good. It's good. Thank you. But I think it's thank you. To be honest with you, thank you for sharing that because it's even for engineers like me, it's something that we're not aware of, right? So imagine the
Hmm.
regular person who's going on these cryptocurrencies, who could be a victim, just like you were showing, like the pro bono organization that was helping Institute for
Institute for
Justice,
Justice,
right? We
amazing
could be
organization.
regular. It's usually the regular people, the small business, the mom and pop shop that get affected by this. And now we're seeing the footprint of that in cryptocurrencies. The same thing will keep going. It's the good thing about it. It's in blockchain. It's public. We can see it. We can read the code and see it of ourselves instead of just waiting for it to happen and then we're trying to figure it out. So now that if you're watching this, yeah, hey, we don't know if this stream will be live, so I hope you took notes. But man, thank you for doing this because it's something that people need to know and take and do. It's not about whether you're going to do something weird or not. It's about privacy, right? And that's the foundation of cryptocurrencies. That's what it was designed to do. It's to give the power back to the people. And then we're seeing the CBDCs, we're seeing even the exchange, which I believe will be the bank of the future. They're already setting up themselves to take away that freedom that we have established in cryptocurrencies. So, guys, it's good to know as you are getting deeper on cryptocurrencies. It's good to know. It's good knowledge. And if you want, take, JB gave many different things you can do to protect yourself here. So, and if you want to keep preserve your privacy, so from that end, thank you very much for doing this. Shout out to you. And I wanted to say this, man. I wanted to say this at the beginning, but you have inspired me in a way. I've mentioned that to you personally, but I want to mention it publicly. You have inspired me to be the best version of myself. And then you are well known in these streets for being Mr. Super Chat, and for me to be able to see an Asian guy being able to do that. I, my only Asian role model when I was growing up was Wyclef, right? That's the only Asian I know who's successful internationally, who's rich enough, right? I've never heard the concept of Asians buying a private jet. I literally want to be the first one, right? But when I go out there and I'm trying to educate as many people to embark on that financial journey, to increase their network, to be accredited investors one day. So it makes me so gives me so much encouragement to see a brother like you going out there having a reputation of of super chatting. And there is one episode I saw from the channel Beautiful Lies El Guapo, where you and another Asian brother were trying to have this
You talking
friendly
about Harold?
conversation.
You
where
talking
you
about
wanted
Harold?
to give the most super chat of the day. So that alone, man, just motivate me. I want to be able to do the same thing one day where I'm ready to drop $10,000 on a super chat and do it that way. But thank you. That was fuel for me, man. But thank you very much for inspiring me that way, and thank you for the knowledge you share. I think I hope people are not taking it for granted because it's very rare to find anyone that has knowledge like this that you can speak with. Let alone are they willing to share information like that with you. So I hope you took notes. I hope you took value from this. But thank you very much, Abi. You have any last words you wanted to mention before we close it?
Yeah, man. I think you're giving me too much credit, man.
It's all right.
I, but I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. So I mean, I hope I can be helpful to anybody. I do have this issue that I talk too much. So that's but I hope hopefully that hopefully this was helpful. I I actually wanted to point to just mention this. I can't say too much about it, but I actually working on personally. I'm working on a crypto project myself. Not any of these like shit coins or anything like that.
Of course.
So don't worry about that bullshit. But an actual legitimate project that I'm probably gonna go and raise some capital for, and it's probably gonna be like become a real
Exclusive news
company
right here on
at
the
this
Wealth
point.
Engineering.
I don't want to say too much,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah.
basically, so let me just say this. In terms of impact in what my vision is for it. And
Man,
part of the
man,
things I don't want,
you know what? Let me stop you
hold up,
right there.
hold up,
Let
hold
me
up.
stop you right there
No,
because,
no, hold
man,
up, hold up, hold up,
trust me, you've
hold up.
already dropped a lot. You've already dropped a lot. The
Well,
reason why I want to stop you right here because you mentioned a lot. All right, if people can
mhm.
understand, not people, you understand who I'm talking about, right? You already drop a lot. If people can see where you're going and you already have the mindset of basically how to protect yourself in all kinds of way, trust me, it's and it pains me to stop you because I kind of want to know, right? But at the same time, trust me, so it's at this point let's leave it at that. It's only because I understand the power of knowing what someone is capable now and knowing what they're going to do. That way it's easy for them to stop you. So just do your thing on the low, do what you got to do, and then when it's ready to launch, when it's ready to be public, make it. And maybe it's going to be public and no one has to know it's you, right? So let's leave it at that, man. Let's leave it at that. No, I know you mentioned a lot, and trust me, I want to know too. But I think we got too much. You've shout out to Natasha. You've over delivered already today. Let's just leave it at. I'm happy someone like you with your morals is working on the cryptocurrencies because I know it will stay true to what cryptocurrency is supposed to be all along. And from that, I'm happy with that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. So but other than that, I don't have anything else. I just hope it was helpful. I don't. Yeah. I just hope what I shared was helpful to people and that I try my best to explain things, as best as possible. So, a lot of this stuff may sound like babble if people are not familiar with the terms and stuff like that. So, hopefully, people actually understood. And I've shared my email. I don't know if I want to put it in the chat, but if you guys have JC's email, if you have, some people in the chat already have my email. But I know I'm terrible with responding, and Perry, I know you're looking at me. I'm sorry, Perry. I apologize. I will fix that problem. But basically, I do still, at the end of the day, I do, despite the fact that I procrastinate on responding to emails, I do want to be there for people, like if they have critical questions, especially if you think you might be scammed or whatnot. I want to make sure that people don't get taken advantage of. So, if I can be helpful in any way or whatnot, or if you just have questions, um, reach out to JC and then he could just forward like he could just basically attach my email to your email or whatnot. And like I don't mind, I just don't want to put it in the chat. But
Yeah, yeah, no worry, man, don't worry.
yeah.
And then me, I'll
But
vet
yeah,
that
so
person too before we. You got you. Oh wait. I'll vet that person too before I do any of that. And if it's something I can answer myself, I'll try my best not to, because I know your response time is not that great. But man, thank you very much for showing this. Man, Aaron B, come on, man, stop with the all caps. But yeah, this guy's asking this. Jonathan is he a crypto millionaire? Who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe,
I'm a
maybe not.
broke Dusty.
He's
I'm a
just
broke
dusty.
Dusty.
Yeah, exactly,
I'm
man.
broke and dusty.
We just
I'm
destinations.
broke and dusty. Listen, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm broke and dusty, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. With
I'm
that said,
allergic to
man.
brooms. I'm allergic to brooms.
Yeah,
So
that's good. That's good, man. With that said, thank you. Thank you very much for doing this stream. I'll unlist it, man, because that's even with a paywall, people are not supposed to get access to this. But man, thank you very much. I'll unlist it just to to limit the limit the exposure. But thank you very much for this. This was I learned so much on this, and I'm going to be watching this many times so that I can get more notes. But thank you for coming here and joining, and I'm looking forward to that debate, man. That debate on man, I'm looking forward to it, man. Perry is still, if you're still here, Simsia, if you're still here, I'm calling you guys out. I'm not saying I'll win, but I want to have that debate because it's a very important debate to have. And anyways, but we'll see. With that said, thank you very much, guys. Make sure you hit the like button. My goal is to reach 1K
yo,
subscriber by
that's
the end of
actually
the
an
year.
excellent. Hold up. That's actually an excellent comment. I just noticed this comment that said this live should be an NFT. That's funny as hell because that who wants to buy
Oh man, man,
it?
man. Anyway, man. Anyway, look. But thank you for this comment. Let's just put it that way. And anyway, man. Anyway, yo. With that said, man, thank you very much, guys. It's been a long time, and again, hope to see you on the panel again. Enjoy your vacation. Try to enjoy it. Try to enjoy it, and then and have fun out there, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right.
It was
Bye.
good.